We're building tomorrow with every heartbeat. Hear the wind, hear the water, hear the world say go. A brighter future's closer than you know. We're not waiting on someday. We're showing up today. Super green light, come alive, feel the change. Climate solutions lighting up the stage. From the crowd to the clouds, let hope amplify. Super green light, we rise, better planet, better people, side by side. Super green light. Live pitches, bold founders, visions that work. Demo days shine in real value with purpose. Backstage pass, VIP, step into the flow. Network, learn and watch the future grow. On every screen around the world tonight, we turn green dreams into guiding light. Nature's rhythm in the beat we make. One small action becomes an earth-sized wave. Super green light, come alive, feel the change. Climate solutions lighting up the stage. From the crowd to the clouds, let hope amplify. Super green light, we rise, better planet, better people, side by side. Super green light.
Welcome to SuperGreen Live, the biggest event of the year at the intersection of climate solutions and impact crowdfunding. Upgrade now to VIP for just $25 to get the full experience. VIP tickets include access to and a listing in the VIP directory, a backstage pass during 24 hours of live programming, 3 VIP networking sessions, speaker slides and handouts, and an invitation to the private LinkedIn group. Scan the QR code now.
Raising capital, it's not just marketing, it's securities law. Most deals, they don't fail because of the returns that are offered.
They fail because of compliance mistakes.
And that's what we do
Every day, we help entrepreneurs raise money the right way.
before problems ever start. If you're raising capital,
Talk to crowdfunding lawyers first.
Digital Niche Agency is the top investor acquisition agency. DNA has helped founders raise over 9 figures via regulated investment crowdfunding with a 3-pronged strategy using digital advertising, content marketing, and strategic outreach. Book a call today.
Hello, my name is Brian Figueroa. I'm the CEO of Green Tech. We're a renewable energy development company that specializes on cutting-edge technologies like graphene batteries. Get back with me at brian@greentech.io, TEK.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gene Massey with Media Shares, an equity crowdfunding marketing agency, and we're happy to be participating in SuperGreen Live.
Green to Gold and the Super Crowd wish to thank our supporting sponsors, Azure Printed Homes and Little Toes, for their financial support. We similarly extend gratitude to our media sponsors, Regenerative Media TV and Community 3.0X. SuperGreen Live is hosted by the 501c3 nonprofit Green to Gold in partnership with the Super Crowd, Inc., a public benefit corporation. You can make a tax-deductible donation to support our climate-focused collaboration at 4sc.fund/donate or by scanning the QR code. Help us accelerate climate solutions now. Welcome to the Super Green Live. Holy cow, guys, this is so exciting. Day 2 underway. We had such a fabulous day yesterday. We had 10 different pitches from entrepreneurs in the demo day. My gosh, what the innovations there. We had some spectacularly beautiful music, great speakers, interesting discussions. More of that today. But I want to, do some things that we didn't do yesterday. Should have done, but we're excited. We're going to have a drawing today for a free tickets. If you would like a free VIP upgrade ticket. Now, let me take just a minute to try to convey how magical the VIP ticket is. The VIP ticket gets you a free access to our VIP directory, a listing in the VIP directory because you become a VIP. You get access to our LinkedIn private VIP group. You get access to our backstage Zoom. The backstage Zoom runs all day, today and tomorrow. So there's an opportunity to get involved there. You get access to the VIP networking session at the end of each day, today and tomorrow. So there'll be 2 hours of networking. Plus, you get all of the speaker handouts and slides. It's a treasure trove of value. We could charge thousands of dollars for this. Get it for $25, but you can also get one free by entering the raffle. So enter the raffle now. By entering the drawing, there on the screen now, you'll see the QR code to enter the drawing. The link is s4g.biz/drawing, s4g.biz/drawing, or scan that QR code to join now. This is really a fun opportunity to, instead of just watching Super Green Live, you can really participate in it. So I encourage you to do it. Okay. Let me get down to business. Today we are really going to be getting into some details around investment crowdfunding in the climate space. We've got some amazing speakers, including the president of WeFunder, the CEO and founder of Climatize, the CEO and the co-founder and past CEO of Raise Green. We have amazing people on the program today. You don't want to miss 1 minute of this programming. But I want to talk a little bit about the reality that I love about crowdfunding, especially for climate solutions. And that is, the real, genuine impact you can have as a climate financer, as a climate investor, an impact investor with climate. The reality is, I talked about this a little bit yesterday. Let me repeat, we are not worried about what will happen if the climate starts to change. We are experiencing this. We had people on the program yesterday who had lost their homes in LA. We had, our co-host is from Lahaina on Maui in Hawaii, where virtually the whole town was destroyed. So this is really something we're experiencing. But I don't want to be doom and gloom. I want to help focus on what we can do. And there's so much written and spoken about our energy use. And, I drive an EV. I got the solar panels coming on the house next month. And, I'm doing all I can to be eco-minded in all of my activities. But I tell you that one of the things that is most powerful is to invest in climate solutions. And that gives you agency, that gives you power. And you can do that. We've talked about kind of the old story was that, climate is a problem that can only be solved by large corporations, by government policy, and there's nothing we ordinary people can do. And the reality is that crowdfunding changes that in a dramatic way. We can help choose the businesses that succeed. And so we can put our capital toward those that are bringing meaningful climate solutions to bear instead of backing businesses that don't or that harm the planet. This is game changing. This is game changing for us, and it's game changing for the world. I want you to lean into that. So, again, this isn't about charity. I do hope you give to charity. I hope you will donate to Green to Gold to support the efforts that they and we make together and otherwise. But on the other hand, you can invest. You can invest. When you invest money, you get money back. None of these investments are, FDIC and guaranteed. That's not what we're talking about. But you build a strategic portfolio. You're careful. You're thoughtful. You're deliberate. You can build a portfolio of profitable investments that make a difference for climate. And it's just wonderful that you and I have that opportunity. Today, we're going to hear from a variety of crowdfunding portal leaders, including Will Wiseman from Climatize and Johnny Price from WeFunder. You're going to get insights from people who are doing the crowdfunding every day. You're also going to hear live pitches. And one of the things I neglected to tell you about the raffles, the drawing that we're doing. Not only are you eligible if you do the raffle for a free VIP ticket that we'll give you instantly, perhaps more importantly, you are entered for our grand prize drawing and another drawing. We've got one of our great speakers tomorrow has agreed to donate 5 copies of his book and a speech at your event, including a virtual speech right into your home if you want to just gather a few friends in your home to hear him speak. But so we've got some great raffle prize. But this grand prize, the grand prize, is a $250 investment in one of the 4 live pitch companies. You can pick which one you want to invest in. We'll reimburse you $250 for the investment. So you essentially get a free investment in one of our live pitch companies. So anyone can invest. I encourage all of you to think about it, but one of you will get a $250 investment that we pay for. The reality is you get to participate today. And one of the key things I want to challenge you to do is to transition from being an observer to being a participant. And here's how you do that. It's pretty easy. If you visit, there are a variety of crowdfunding portals, dozens, and we'll hear from many of the people involved, and many of them have climate solutions listed. But Climatize is one where you can invest just $10 if you want. And I would invite you to think about today how you could make time, build your process to go make a $10 investment at Climatize, just so you learn how to do it. I think there are, watching today, thousands and thousands of people who have never made an impact investment, certainly never made an impact investment via crowdfunding. You can go do that today. You can invest in a climate solution today, and that will not only change the world a tiny bit, it will change your life because you will become an active impact investor. Okay. I am just thrilled. Let's be clear. The most powerful climate tool isn't your guilt. It's not feeling bad. It's not depression. Think about when we talk too much doom and gloom, and it's tempting. When we go in that direction, we feel powerless. When we invest for change, we feel powerful and we really make a difference. So I encourage you to lean in to the opportunity to be thinking about how you can become an investor today. With that, now it's my opportunity to introduce our next speaker, our co host for Super Green Live, Professor Alan Tratner. He helped organize the original Earth Day 56 years ago. Holy Toledo. And he has dedicated his entire life, his career, to fostering climate solutions. He's a positive only guy. He only deals in positivity. And as a result, he's helped thousands of companies and nonprofits over the years launch to make a difference in the world, especially on climate change. Alan, welcome. We're thrilled to have you back today. I'll turn the time over to you.
Devin, thank you so much. Aloha, everybody from the Central Pacific, and welcome, my fellow Earthlings. What an amazing day we had yesterday. I can't tell you, from stem to stern, you look at it, the whole width and breadth of this project is just remarkable, day one. And now day two of the 3 days is debuting, and Devin is telling you the right message. There's enough statistics and science and media out there telling you about the incredible, unprecedented climate disasters befalling the whole entire planet, and it's just amazing. But we are at the forefront in our Green to Gold incubator for these 56 years, a pioneering global institution, a nonprofit that helps foster the transition to the sustainability and regenerative everything, and the green economy, that we really an inclusive green economy for the whole planet. It will produce all the green jobs, good green jobs. It will change the trajectory of climate change. It'll mitigate it. It'll make us more food secure, energy secure with renewable energy, cleanse our water, clean up the pollution, make a difference for the whole planet, give hope and promise to the future generations, and do it now. We have to do it. Climate change is in front of us. We're experiencing it like we never thought would happen. The scientists predicted it, and it's at a rush. But wow, this whole 3 days is loaded with every kind of technology, methodology, innovation, invention, entrepreneurship, smart people making a world of difference. This is happening globally, and we're part of that global stream today. So thank you for joining this and being a part of it. And take he's the oracle for equity crowdfunding. Take his advice. Make the small donation if you want to nonprofits such as we that are making a big difference, empowering up other nonprofits and other inventors and entrepreneurs, but also invest. This is what this is all about. Equity crowdfunding, angel, venture capital, high net worth individuals, financing, banks, everybody should be on board. We need the capital to power up and powerful the ventures that we're helping, that you're seeing a really great cross section in every field. And Saturday, we have a big fashion show that's incredible, virtual, and you'll meet other entrepreneurs and innovators and the people that are helping you do equity crowdfunding in every form of funding. So take advantage of this. This day two will be fantastic. And I can't tell you, after having participated all day yesterday and even into the VIP network at the end of the day, how delicious it is to connect with the speakers, with the presenters, with the experts, with the entrepreneurs, the innovators, and actually make connections that can empower you, help empower them, give you a chance to participate, even be part of their ventures. It is so incredible, and it's a joyful and very positive thing that happens in the back room, the VIP passes. I can't endorse enough getting a VIP pass during Super Green. You will get so much, plus the actual stream that's global. And so my hope is that you just enjoy and sop this up and become an powered up person, making climate change one of your missions in life for our children, for the planet, for the biosphere, for everything that's important. Buckminster Fuller, I worked with him, and what bless his heart, incredible futurist and inventor. He coined the term spaceship Earth. We're all the passengers and crew on spaceship Earth. We've got to take care of our planet. There is no plan B or planet B. We've got to do this, and you can be part of that change. It's a remarkable opportunity, and SuperGreen Live is one of the places this year that you can get that started and kick that open and make a difference. So again, welcome, enjoy. I'm pleased to be with you, and as we say in Hawaii, mahalo, a deep, deep, rich thank you, and goodbye from me for right now, but we'll see you in all the different sessions.
Alan, I want to just pause for a brief minute here. We've got, thankfully, just a minute, and I really appreciate you reminding people about the value of that VIP pass, because I think that is just huge. We've got so many features, from the backstage chat, the VIP networking sessions, the LinkedIn group, the VIP directory, just goes on and on. But as you look back yesterday at that demo day session that you led, we saw some pretty exciting innovations. What were some of your favorites, and why were they your favorites?
That reminds me, it wasn't just a demo day. What was exciting was the moonshot for the Earth. Just it wasn't beyond solar, and the exploration by experts of the different things that can be done, not right now and into the future. I was thrilled about. But in demo day, what was exciting to me, these were startups that are, and some of them that are quite mature at this point, but the ones that have to do with renewable energy, the ones that were doing something about efficiency, about building materials, construction, things like that, were the real pioneers in making a big difference. And I was really astounded. We even had a presentation about green toys, games, novelties, and pet products that are extraordinary, non-toxic, made sustainably, the supply chain, all that kind of stuff. It's rich and unbelievable. And by the way, all of this is loaded up on the website every day. The entire recording of what happened yesterday, if you missed any part of it, you should really stop it up and take a look. And it's at the SuperGreen website. It's being carried by our media, Regen Media. It is just an amazing opportunity to, not even if you missed any part of it, a lot of people going to work or school or whatever, you can see the whole thing and watch what people are doing. And think about how, in fact, we actually tasked everyone at the end of their presentation to talk to you as an audience about what they're looking for. It isn't just the money, which is obviously important, capital, what it's all about. But sometimes you can be a part of a company. Maybe you have a great idea and invention, what we do at Green to Gold Incubator, and help you get that going and make a difference, licensing it, entrepreneuring it. And that was what was exciting about what these people were pitching. It was an amazing 2 hours. And today you get the actual pitches for that people are in equity crowdfunding with the judges and everything. These are the real world professional way that ventures present to investors. You want to watch that. It's exciting. It's something to learn.
Yeah, it really is just amazing to see some of the range of opportunities and the things sometimes people don't think about. Like, one of my favorites, I have to admit, is the Trung Pham, who was on the panel with you yesterday talking about the automated blinds, that where he developed a technology to retrofit automated blinds. You say, what on earth does that have to do with climate solutions? And I'm a big fan of this, because I lived in a home that had a whole wall of south-facing windows, and we never managed that process well until we got automated blinds. Once we had automated blinds that we could put up and down automatically, just with a push of a button, suddenly we reduced our energy consumption about 20% from that one innovation, because we could put it up when we wanted the house warmer on a sunny day. We could open the blinds instantly. When we wanted the house cooler, we could drop the blinds, and it made an incredible difference. And so you don't think about blinds as being a climate solution, yet they're there. So there are all kinds of things that we can do that are climate solutions. And so it was great to just kind of explore the breadth of opportunities that you gathered in that great panel discussion that you led yesterday.
And I also remind everybody about being consumers. The power of your pocketbook, your wallet, your purse, your purchases of products that are green and sustainable and are cradle to cradle concerned and non-polluting, all that. You have a lot of power in just being consumers every day in the food you eat and how the vehicles you drive and what you do, your energy use, all that. That's yesterday's highlight was about energy efficiency. Wasn't that cool? He's using AI to help make that automatic. That it would, and it's a unit you just put on your blinds and it opens it up and closes it. And when it's daytime and afternoon, it changes that so that it's a seamless flow to make keeping your house in an energy efficient manner and it cool and warm, whatever you want it to be. But it was just an amazing one of the technologies, and energy efficiency goes hand in hand with renewable energy and all the changes that we're making. But consumerism, the green consumerism is so important to supporting the companies that we're talking about and the purchases you do every day. That's every day making that change. So thank you again. Yeah, it was exciting. And I know today is going to be mind blowing.
It is going to be a great day. And I want to just highlight Meseret Warner is in the studio, and she's scheduled to be on a little bit later today. But I'm going to ask her to jump the line. I'm so excited to hear from her. I'm going to ask her to jump the line. And Meseret, while Alan and I wrap up, let me invite you to get your slides uploaded if you've got slides you want to share, because we'll be excited to hear from you. But we have some great speakers today. I mean, we just, so Johnny Price is also in the studio. He's coming up in just a few minutes. He's going to be on a great panel discussion with led by and we'll hear from Brian Belay, the president of the Crowdfunding Professional Association, executive at King's Crowd. We've got a lot of great content today, Alan, especially coming right up. But I'm excited to hear from Meseret. Meseret is creating a crowdfunding ecosystem in Ethiopia that she hopes to expand across all of Africa, one that can tap into a global African diaspora, right? To attract capital back from around the world to fund Africa, which clearly needs some capital, but also represents an opportunity for capital investment that is really unlike any other opportunity there is. It's just a tremendous opportunity.
And we watched yesterday, as you know, in Africa, a number of presenters how farms and a whole new way to do farms and energy and transportation, green electric transportation, revolutionize how they are all moving around in the various nations and across the continent. This is an important opportunity for investors. And American inventors and entrepreneurs and innovators are helping soup that up and help them with the technology transfer and licensing. It helps the whole world. It is Spaceship Earth. We're all part of it. And everything we do here has an impact. It's that ripple in the stream, and it just continues to spread out. And that's what this is all about.
Yeah, I also mentioned that, I'm thrilled to see our next speaker has arrived in the studio. And I'm thrilled. Gene Edelman is the president at Azure Printed Homes, and Gene is just he's a great human being. But what they're doing, and Gene, while I introduce you, please upload your slides if you're going to have any slides. Get that going. But Gene is a Azure Printed Homes. They're literally printing homes. That is amazing. You say, why is that a climate solution? Because he uses recycled plastic for the primary ingredient in the construction of the homes. So he's literally creating a very useful use for this old discarded trash that's going to be around forever and ever. So this is just so powerful, so powerful. Well, let me bring him onto the stage here. Gene, we're thrilled to have you, and we're excited to turn the time over to you now. So take it away, my friend.
Thank you so much, Devin. I really appreciate you supporting us for the last 3.5 years since we started. And I think you've been able to see the progress that we've been making. So really, really pleased to be part of this program. Let's see. Well, let me just begin a little bit of a history, a little bit of a story. I lived through the fires in Malibu here 7 years ago, and my business partner and I started rebuilding homes. The shortage of housing, organic cost overruns, and time overruns, all the waste is not just in Los Angeles because of the fires. It's everywhere. The housing shortages are just so significant. 7 million units in the US, 1.2 billion homes short globally. It's all of the climate crisis issues that wipe out thousands of homes, like it is in LA, or earthquake in Turkey, fire in Maui, wars in Ukraine, where I'm from, and in Gaza. Just thousands, millions of homes are getting wiped out and very slow rebuild. Chronic cost overruns and time overruns. If you ever build a home, you know it. I mean, it just and it's the industry is getting bad reputation, but the reality is it's like very hard to control when your subcontractor will show up. And what the costs are going to be, because it takes so long to get a permit, what the cost is going to be in 6 months from now because of tariffs or because of just less and less of the contracts are available. Immigration enforcement causes shortages of labor. So just all kind of issues kind of culminating in once. And then what I was really bothered me all the time. I've been in construction development for over 35 years. All the waste that we generate, it truly seems that half of the materials that get delivered to site gets thrown away. So all of that caused us to do something about it. Let's see. I'm having a little challenge of moving my slides. I don't know, Devin, if you can. Okay, cool. We started the construction company almost 6.5 years ago. Then during COVID, we had time, my business partner and I had time to think through how to resolve all these issues. And we've come out with a automated design and configuration and robotic-centric manufacturing process. We've been using data science from the very beginning. And now with proliferation of AI, we can literally design a home. Once we know the property location, we can design a home in 24 hours. I mean, really, the design comes automatically, but then a human being has to really work on getting it to basically to make it like what homeowners really want. But the biggest saving in time and cost comes from 3D printing, or we have also equipment to automate production of light gauge steel walls. So one of the two methods is what gets the structure built in one day, where traditionally it takes 3 to 4 months. So that's what reduces the time. We say that we're at least 70% faster, and cost 30% less expensive. Now, this cost saving comes because of the investment that we made in technology. Also, higher quality. When we build things in our factory, two things happen. First of all, we can get a permit much faster. We apply for permit, with 20 states and many more to come now allow third-party providers to approve the plans and inspect the buildings. That's much faster than applying to the local municipality. So quicker to get the permit. And then while the site work is done on site work, foundations, utilities, we can be making the homes in the factory. So you really kind of double down, do two activities at the same time. The other thing is we now work 2 shifts in the weekends. So when you have lots of orders, the darkness or the weather don't prevent you from continuing to make homes. So that's a huge saving in productivity. And of course, there is no waste. We do have a trash can in our factory, but it's primarily for employees leftover from lunches. So there's just no waste. It's everything we make, we use. All right. Let me see how I can. I will share a little bit later, if I can, the video of actually how this happens. So let's see whether we can go to the next slide. What this describes is the process of how long it takes to order and to receive our units. It takes 1 hour to configure. We have some pre-designed floor plans, primarily for ADUs and tiny homes. And the homeowner can go in 1 hour, select options, and there are quite a few options, from lighting fixtures to color to facade and flooring, all of that kind of stuff. It takes us 1 day to print, or like I said, use equipment to make light gauge steel trusses. So in 1 day, the structure, the module is put together. It takes from a week to 3 weeks to prefabricate. The difference there is we have some units that only require lighting, so don't have plumbing. And that takes literally 5 days to make, 4 to 5 days. The units that have all the plumbing and kitchens and bathrooms, that requires 3 to 4 weeks. And then, of course, depending on where it's go, this slide says 1 to 2 days. We've now delivered units. We manufacture them in Los Angeles, but we've now delivered units to the East Coast. We've gone as far as South Carolina, Georgia, and then middle of the country, Texas, Arkansas. So 1 to 2 days in California, 3 to 4 days if it goes across the country. And then on-site, depending on the size of the unit, so it can be hours if it's just one module, so something smaller. But even the unit that consists of 5-6 modules just takes 3 days. So the units come 90% of the work inside the unit is finished at the factory. All righty. Let's see whether we can. By the way, this is a picture of one of our first units. It's on a beautiful place in Big Sur. Customer came to us, saw a picture of what we printed on our website back at the very beginning of the company 4 years ago, and he wanted to have the first unit, and he wanted to take every upgrade that was possible. This unit runs for $750 a night, and they're pre-sold for up to 9 months in advance. Now, we've become very good friends with the owner of this, and anybody who is watching this, if you're interested to stay in one of our places, contact me, because I can connect you with direct reservation and get you up to 20% off. So it's incredible place. It's been now in place for over 3 years. So you can see how it's very easy to maintain inside and out. And of course, the owners did a beautiful job. There's a little spa and a deck, and there's a glamping resort called Three Bones. It has 2 great restaurants. So just a perfect way to understand what we do. But the market is immense. We are working with home builders who are planning big subdivisions. Total market size is in billions, hundreds of billions. I talked about fires lost in LA. So 7 years ago, when I lived through Malibu fire, only 1,600 homes got lost. Fires that happened here a year ago in January of 25, 16,000 homes lost, $30 billion of homes. We don't have enough capacity in LA to rebuild all of these. And so one of the reasons we're raising money, and I'll talk about it in just a minute, is to increase our capacity. Homeless housing. We're finishing a 62-unit village in San Luis Obispo. We have a contract with Camarillo. Again, our units are cost 1/10 of what cities generally spend on homeless housing, and we can do it within months or not years. Normally it takes to build a project. So, and again, in LA County alone, we have some 73,000 homeless. In California, some 150,000 homeless, and around the country, 750. And probably that number is undercounted. So just lots of, LA fire rebuilding is not depending on interest rates. It comes from insurance proceeds, homeless housing, government funding. So lots of opportunities and not interest rate dependent. All righty. Competitive landscape. Quite honestly, our biggest competitors are normal general contractors. I mean, it's a huge industry and there are lots of competitors. If somebody can believe that we can build units in our factory of very high quality, the competing with local general contractors is not an issue, because 30% less expensive, 70% faster, it's just that. And the more units we've built now, over 100 homes and delivered them, the more units are in the field, the more people can realize what kind of quality can be delivered in modular manufacturing. It's not your old trailer that's built in the factory. It really is something that can be very beautiful. I'm building the home for myself, 2,200 square feet in beautiful Malibu, and it's going to be a luxury place. Again, should be ready by middle of the year. And if you're interested and you're in the LA area, I would invite you to come and see it. But in terms of competitors, Cover is a locally funded company, and it's one of the Y Combinator companies. They're a good competitor. They do quality product. They don't use the type of automation we use, but they do prefab and they deliver panels to the site. I have to mention Boxable again. They've been highly successful at raising money, crowdfunding, and they're making big progress. Icon is probably the biggest name known in 3D printing. Again, they've been at this much longer than we have, but they have some incredible government contracts, both to do barracks for our warriors, and also, I think we'll see housing on moon sooner than any of us can predict it. And of course, they have contract to do that. We kind of hit all of the boxes. Of course, all of us do residential structures, but we do it in the factory. Icon does it on site, so there are all kind of delays, possibly because of weather and darkness. And of course, Icon and us are the 3D printing solutions. And in terms of sustainability, the subject of this conference is like we're really high in all the boxes because, as Devin mentioned, the 3D printed structures have 60% recycled plastic. The U.S. generates some 300 million tons of plastic every year. Less than 5% of that gets recycled. We've already used tens of thousands of ton of plastic, or using recycled water bottles to make our product that's sustainable, beautiful, and long-lasting. All right, let's see. I'm still having difficulty moving the slides. Actually, you get a picture there of our factory. You see two printers on the left, and there is one there, one third one there on the right, and that's unit on wheels. It literally was done in 3 weeks. Again, very unique design. We have real traction in our revenue. We did over $5 million in revenue last year in 2024. The 25 numbers are not audited yet, but we believe we'll have over $7 million in revenue now. And we're making a big push to do 3.5x that in 26. We have the pre-orders, so it's really just it's really expanding capacity. So we're both adding more technology in our LA factory and opening our factory in Denver by the end of March. We've talked about it now for almost a year and a half. We won funding from the state of Colorado. They're providing some 82%, or a little bit less than 80%, of the funding that's necessary to open that factory. Really excited about that. So if you are in LA, you can come and visit us anytime. Just give me a little notice. But in Denver, we'll be up and running by the end of March. We've been EBITDA positive in 25. Our gross margins are 35% because of the investment in technology we made. And our production scalability is proven. We started working on the Colorado factory in November. We ordered all the equipment and, of course, making our own equipment. And we'll be taking possession of that space March 1, opening before the end of March. So, I talked about our progress and pipeline. So I'm going to try to move along to try to share with you. Again, this is our financial projections, and every factory cost about $5 million. Now in Colorado example, the states provided some $3.9 million of that. We are. Every factory can do up to 20 million once totally optimized. We just hired a director of manufacturing, very experienced gentleman who joined us a couple of weeks ago. So he is optimizing our LA production and involved in hiring our Colorado person. It's a great story of how something that's just an idea can become reality very fast. All right, let's see whether we can move this along so I can finish. This gives you kind of a little background on what we've accomplished. So we started to invent our technology in 22, started raising shortly after, and through 25, we've now raised over $7.5 million. Of that, about over $2 million came from crowdfunding. The other came from accredited investors, family offices, small VC funds. We have almost the same amount matched with non-dilutive funding. Again, the state of Colorado, SBA, other loans. And we're starting in 2026, $10 million raise. And a little bit under $5 million will come from crowdfunding, and the other $5 million will come from institutional investors. So really, really excited. We've been off the fundraising for about 3 months to figure out what the next step is going to be, but really moving very rapidly to expand. Let's see. Again, a little bit of our history. Get going. In 22, 23, we really just developed our prototype and started shipping units in 23. We're going national this year. Both last year shipped nationally, and this year opening second factory. We're planning several multi-story projects. I mean, some of the funds we raised before was to be able to go multi-story, and then. Going global. I'm traveling to Dubai in a week and a half, and we've been negotiating with a potential joint venture partner there, hoping that by 27 we will have our first global expansion, and also in other parts of the world. So really, really, we have an incredibly experienced team. We've experienced operating on 3 continents and growing the company large, and that's this slide. I've had this my 4th startup. My business partner is from UK. But the whole team is very international and with lots of experience. So just incredible team. Most of the people were with us from the very beginning, but Francisco here just joined us recently. Incredible addition in manufacturing space. Devin, is there a last slide with my contact information? I think, these are all the awards. We've been very lucky to be recognized by Time Magazine and Realtors. And let's just go to the last slide, Devin, maybe. So, I can talk. If you're interested, go to the very end with my contact information. I wanted to share some of the incredible projects that come our way. But here you have my direct phone number and my email. If you're interested to either invest or learn more about technology or just visit our factory, please get in touch with me. Thank you so much, Devin.
Fantastic. Gene, thank you so much for being with us. It is just inspiring. I'm proud to be a tiny little investor in your deal, and I feel like I'm getting richer every day while you're rebuilding Los Angeles. What a win-win. What a win-win.
Yeah. No, I think since you invested, valuation's gone up about 6x. So I'm watching your money. So
thank you. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right.
Now. All righty. Our next speaker is the amazing Brian Belay. And Brian is, wow, holy cow. Brian is the chief technology officer at King's Crowd now. He founded his own company. King's Crowd acquired it. King's Crowd acquires everybody. CFPA, he's now the president of the Crowdfunding Professional Association. He served previously as its treasurer, has been on the board for years and years. He's an incredible human being. I don't know how he's accomplished so much by the time he was 18, but he has. Brian, take it away.
Thank you, Devin. Appreciate those kind words. And thank you to you and just the Super Crowd and everything for hosting SuperGreen and just really bringing a lot more awareness to this industry, to helping the entrepreneurs, to acting as an investor. So my presentation today and my talk today is going to be around the crowd is the new climate capital. So I have two primary objectives over the next 20 minutes. First, I'm going to be showing you with real data that investment crowdfunding is becoming a real capital market to be able to fund green initiatives. This is not just charity donations, dollars anymore. These are real companies, as you've seen, many of them already here, and you'll see some more, and they are raising significant funds that are actually impacting the future. Second, whether you're an investor or a founder or a potential future investor or founder or industry professional, I'm going to be giving you the playbook in terms of how to get started in this market. Very quick about myself. I'm only going to spend 20 seconds on this, just so you know who I am and where I'm coming from. So as Devin mentioned, the CTO at King's Crowd, we are providing investment, basically looking at analysis of all of these online offerings and opportunities, and also providing advisory services to the entrepreneurs that are raising capital. So we have looked at hundreds, honestly thousands of these deals at this point in time. So we are coming from a very data-driven, very thorough background perspective. And in addition, in my role as the president of the CFPA and Crowdfunding Professional Association, we have a lot of exposure to the industry professionals and just lots of discussions with the SEC and what's going on in the capital markets. So I'm coming from a very data-driven background. We're very plugged into what's going on in the markets. Now, I am an investor myself. So as you can see, I've made nearly 250 investments now, with several dozen of those being green environmental impact investments. So when I'm talking about today, for setting the stage, is I'll be talking about the problem, which is essentially that climate needs more capital lanes. Then the potential solution to that, which is the theme of which is around how that crowd is now becoming this real source of capital for funding these initiatives. I'll briefly talk about Reg CF and Reg A, just so everyone has probably heard this come up on numerous talks and that you're all familiar, but to make sure everyone's on the same page and when you might use one or the other. We'll do an overview of the green crowdfunding market and give a little bit of snapshot of where things have been and where they might be going. And I'll give you two quick playbooks just in terms of some of the lessons learned, avoiding some of those landmines. So whether you're a founder and entrepreneur looking to raise capital for your climate project, or if you're an investor looking to support the causes you believe in, we will go over that. So before we talk crowdfunding, let's zoom out for a second. Right? Climate is a capital problem as much as it's a science problem. So a lot of these great climate companies, they aren't failing, they aren't dying because their tech is bad. It's typically because they are hitting a funding gap at the wrong time. So traditional paths of funding these doesn't typically fit every entrepreneur, every project. For example, venture capital can be a mismatch if you're looking at hardware, longer timelines, community scale projects. In addition, grants can be scarce or slow to get, and project finance tends to show up later after you've already kind of de-risked a lot. So what ends up happening is in the market, we have a bunch of viable solutions in these in-between zones. It's too early for that bigger kind of later stage capital to come in and help finance it, but it's still real in the sense that it's not just a science experiment anymore. So that's the frame for today. Regulated investment crowdfunding is really one of these lanes that can help to fill that specific gap. Not the only lane, but it's definitely becoming a real one. So let me quantify the first part of this problem, which is the size of the funding gap. I pulled some data, and the scale of climate transition financing is enormous. We're talking trillions of dollars with a T per year. So even though global clean energy investment did hit a record 2.2 trillion, as you can see on this chart in 2025, that's still only about half of probably what's needed annually by 2030 if we're to stay on track to meet net zero goals. So some studies are showing we need 4 to 6 trillion may be required by 2030. In short, traditional funding and financing alone can't cover this funding gap. We need all capital lanes, both public, private, and innovative channels. So that's the size of the problem. But the other half of this is where the money actually goes. So climate capital isn't just too small, it's unevenly distributed. So it tends to cluster in a few geographies, a few sectors, and everyone else ends up fighting over the scraps. If you're in an emerging market, kind of outside of China, you're getting a tiny fraction of clean green tech investment. So, Africa, being one of the most extreme examples of this, has about 20% of the world's population, yet only around 2% of clean energy dollars going into it. So it's not just about geography either. It's also about the stage of the business. And when we say stage, think like early stage, really kind of that just getting started off the ground to the more mature later in growth stage companies. So a lot of funding tends to show up after something's already well defined and already de-risked. But at the earliest stage, that's where ideas are turning into real deployments. And that's often where companies are reaching some of these gaps and that they tend to choke. So when we say we need more climate capital, I couldn't agree more, totally agreed. But I will add that we also need money flowing to more places and to earlier stages, and to solutions that don't necessarily neatly fit that venture capital playbook. So that's why I keep coming back to this idea that the more capital lanes we have leads to a higher chance to bridge that gap and bring more of these solutions to market. So community investment, regulated crowdfunding isn't going to solve everything, but it's absolutely going to help to route capital to the founders, the communities that traditional finance tends to miss. So next, let's talk about what that actually looks like in practice. So we've got this massive funding gap and money isn't flowing evenly, but here's the shift that matters. As we are going to show in the data, the crowd is now becoming a real capital market. So this started as a novelty. You think of Kickstarter back in 2008. You're funding cool projects, perks, maybe a t-shirt. But regulated investment crowdfunding is different. It's equity, it's debt, it's real ownership, and it's governed by securities rules. Over the last decade, that infrastructure has really matured a lot. So here's a proof point, right? According to SEC numbers, more than $10 billion with a B has been raised through US crowdfunding exemptions. So that's regulation crowdfunding, Reg CF, and Reg A that we'll be talking about since those rules went live. Now, that's not just a rounding error. Yes, it's small in terms of the trillions of the market size of the overall kind of climate capital markets, but that's real dollars going to companies at the earliest stages when they need it the most. So the other important point, as we're showing here, is that it's what this money represents. It's additive capital. So this is not replacing venture capital or banks. It's a new layer bringing in new investors, including people who care about climate and want their money to match their values, and also want that upside with that investment opportunity. So as a founder, if you're a founder out there watching this, that means you can raise beyond just the usual gatekeepers of traditional angels or venture capital or private equity and actually build a base of believer investors. And if you're an investor looking at this, hoping to support the projects and ideas you believe in, it means you get earlier access to some of these climate deals that you would never see until it hits the public markets at a much more mature time. So the key takeaway is this, that this is not charity money, right? I want this message to come across clear. This is a legitimate market, and the crowd is now writing real checks. So when you use it well, it can fill that in-between gap that we talked about and be able to help more of these companies come to market. So let's spend a few brief moments just to touch on Reg CF and Reg A, or Regulation Crowdfunding and Regulation A+. These are the two different exemptions that you can use as a company, also known as an issuer, if you are going to raise capital from the crowd. Regulation crowdfunding tends to be more earlier stage companies, so you can raise up to $5 million every 12 months. It tends to have lower costs to get out of the gate, and they tend to be a little bit shorter in time frame. So the median company tends to run about 3 months on average. So these are great for early traction and community raises. On the Reg A Plus side, these are more mature companies. So these tend to be larger raises, broader marketing. They have longer runway, larger marketing dollars potentially going into it, but you can raise up to $75 million every 12 months. Now, the caveat to this is that the expense to get out of the gate is a higher bar to clear in terms of disclosures, audits, and financials, and other things that need to go into your raise. Plus, it has to be qualified by the SEC, which is something different than crowdfunding. The main thing here is that these are two different tools for different stages and for founders, entrepreneurs raising capital. And as an investor, you will find both kind of earlier stage deals, which do tend to be the Reg CF, though you can have later stage ones raising just 5 million, as well as some of those later stage and more maturing deals under Reg A+. So let's give a quick snapshot now of green crowdfunding market to actually start looking at some of the data and seeing how these dollars are going into these companies. First, to put everything in perspective for investment crowdfunding, let's take a look at climate tech VC trends. So we saw a huge boom in the 2021 to 2020 2022 timeframe, where venture funding for climate tech startups has since pulled back about 50%. So raising interest rates, economic uncertainty, just other things kind of put traditional investors to act a little bit more cautious in 23 through 24, which created a tougher environment for early stage climate companies. However, this is where the crowd can come in. So, in terms of 2025 stats, let's break it down in terms of environmental impact, climate crowdfunding specifically, using King's Crowd's data. So, in 2025, we tracked 152 environmental impact deals that launched across major portals, and 84% of those hit their minimum or otherwise qualified as successful. That means more than 8 out of 10, every new deal that launched was successful in hitting their minimum target. Deals attracted more than 40,000 individual investments and raised about $88 million in 2025. So, as a quick definition note, also, just to make sure, because we don't really like the term greenwashing at King's Crowd. So, when I say environmental impact here, we're actually talking about companies where the product or the service itself creates the impact. So, think clean energy, carbon, water, ag tech, etc., not just a company that's donating to a cause. So, the point is this is already a real capital lane with real participation. So let's take a look at what that trend line and success pathways actually kind of look like over time. This is a market snapshot of investment crowdfunding since 2020. And here's what I want you to notice. So if you go back to that venture capital climate tech chart, remember that it pulled back 50%. So we've seen a little bit of a pullback in investment crowdfunding since that 2021 peak. However, it's remained more resilient. So you will notice in the orange line that crowdfunding keeps putting up the same volume. That's the number of new offerings that are launching each year. We've also seen a relatively stable in terms of dollar investment volume. So this is really where the crowd matters, right? So big institutional checks may have slowed, but the crowd has still been sticking around to help fund some of these projects. The raise sizes are smaller, sure, but it's consistent. And it's a real sign of grassroots demand, not just hype. In practical terms, community capital can help extend the runway of these raises for climate innovators. So you're not too early for VC, or if you're too early for VC or your model doesn't fit the standard VC playbook, you can still raise from the people who already believe. Think of your customers, local stakeholders, mission-aligned investors. And we also see something important in the mix of deals. Crowdfunding money tends to show up for solutions that traditional investors might often overlook, especially anything more community scale, more hardware heavy focused, where the timelines don't match up, basically something that isn't built for a quick flip. So the bottom line is simple. It's not the entire solution to climate finance, but the crowd is becoming a real lane to help keep innovation moving forward when those other lanes tighten. To give 2 examples of what were some of these companies that raised funds in 2025, here's 3 of the biggest raises of 2025. So first, EnergyX. This is a company that raised $20 million, still open for, I believe, another month or so. And they're developing advanced lithium extraction and solid-state battery technologies to help support the global energy transition. Second company here is Rise Robotics. They've actually oversubscribed their Reg CF round, so they've raised $5.6 million so far, and they're electrifying heavy machines with a faster, smarter, and cleaner alternative to hydraulics. Both of those you can invest in still today. TerraCycle also recently closed, but they just raised $5 million under Reg CF, and they're a recycling company that recycles what most people consider to be non-recyclable. So think coffee pods, candy wrappers, kids' car seats, that type of thing. These are 3 real examples of real companies that have raised capital from the crowd, not just once, but several of them several times. For example, EnergyX first raised at a $54 million valuation back in 2021, and TerraCycle raised at a $53 million valuation back in 2020. So investors have at least seen markups on paper in terms of the valuation increases. And when you look at those companies and look at how their revenues have grown over time as well, it shows that these dollars are going into companies that are actually building and making progress. All right. So as a founder, you may be interested in this now, but how do you know how to get started? How do you know what types of things to do to make sure that your fundraise is successful? So for the founders out there, here's a quick playbook of just some of the most common things that we see, not only in environmental and climate deals when they have success, but in any deal when you're doing an online offering. So none of these things are rocket science, but all of them are very important and matter. First is setting realistic terms. So valuation discipline is everything. In crowdfunding, think of it, you're not just pitching one investor and negotiating behind closed doors. You're pitching hundreds of smart investors and skeptics who don't know you on the internet. So if the terms feel stretched, people are going to be scared away. Make sure you give them a price that feels fair for where you are today, not necessarily where you'll be in 3 years. Remember, these investors are taking a risk and taking a chance in supporting you, and so you want those deal terms to reflect that. Second is traction proof. For climate and environmental startups, people want to believe, but they also need evidence. Revenue's great, but if you don't have revenue, think of what else you can show. Pilots, LOIs, waitlists, deployments, regulatory milestones, anything. The goal is simple. Try to remove that question, is this real, in the back of the minds for investors. Third is have a distribution plan. Crowdfunding is not just if you build it, they will come, post the page, pray that the funds come in. It's marketing. You need an email list, you need community partners, you need customer channels, influencers, whatever you can get with a week-by-week plan. If you don't know exactly where your first 1, 10, or even sometimes 100 investors are going to come from, you might find it's very hard to get off the ground. So getting that early traction is key based on data that we've seen at KingsCrowd as for showing social proof. And so leverage existing investors, existing networks to be able to help invest in those early days and get that traction started. The fourth point for founders is cadence and updates. So momentum is a strategy. You want to make sure you are doing frequent, real updates. Think of things like progress, partnerships, customer wins, product shipment announcements, anything you can do to continue to get momentum and get press, because silence can often kill raises. So make sure consistent communications are going to help you build trust. It's going to help keep the different algorithms and the crowd working for you. And fifth, last but not least, but it's compliance hygiene. So don't make this scary. Investors know that they're investing in an early stage, unproven company in a lot of these cases, but you need to make sure you do it right. Think clean disclosures, consistent claims, having a tight story, not having hand-wavy promises about what might happen in the future. So when you treat compliance like hygiene, investors are going to relax. They're going to trust you more. They will see the honesty and transparency, and that matters a huge amount. So next, let's flip to the investor side. Many investors, I think, might look at their investments and they might think of them in terms of, these are my investments for financial gain, and these are my investments for charitable giving. So in order to do good, some people think they have to be concessionary on returns. So is it really impact or is it investment? Well, for me, I think, why not both? Here's a few reasons why 1 + 1 = 3. First, financial leverage. So each $1 or that you invest could grow into $2 or more, which means you are able to invest in more opportunities and support more of those environmental and climate businesses. In addition, there's impact leverage. So by supporting early projects that otherwise might be shunned by VCs, as we mentioned, or other investors, you are helping to de-risk them to bring them to that later stage point where they can then be funded by some of those more traditional financing means. Third, seeking alpha, which is kind of outsized or higher returns. So often, as we mentioned, the investment timelines, the capital intensity, just other characteristics of some of these environmental or climate-focused deals tends to deter traditional VC and institutional investors. As a retail investor yourself, that is an advantage because it means they are not going to be competing for the same deals. And so you can get in on better terms and earlier terms than they would be able to. Now, as an investor, let's flip hats. We've talked about the founder side. So as an investor, you're looking to make climate, environmental crowdfunding bets. Here's how you do it without getting overrun by your emotions. First, you want to diversify. Don't bet the farm. You need to make sure that you understand these are venture-style outcomes in a lot of cases, right? So a lot are going to miss, a lot might fail or just return your capital, but others can really hit. So make sure you're writing small checks, investing in multiple companies, spread across themes if you can. And then from there, if you are going to invest in just one deal, make sure it's a small one. The second thing are diligence signals to look for. So most people look at pitch decks and vibes and kind of based on how they feel emotionally right after seeing the page. That's fine. That can be a part of your decision, but that's not enough. You really want signals that are going to show that this is a real business. So think of some of those things we just talked about. Traction like revenue, pilots, customers, renewals, looking at credible milestones, potentially regulatory progress, manufacturing plans, and thinking about terms to make sure it's not going to pretend that that company is a unicorn today and that you have some potential upside as that company grows to success, that you'll be able to participate in some of that upside as an investor. So here's the key. No single signal wins. Similarly, at KingsCrowd, we look at things in terms of scoring deals by looking at multiple signals. So we look at things like price, team, performance, differentiators, and more, and then weighting what actually correlates with quality over time. And of course, you need to have some of that human and gut check in the loop as well. So thirdly, assume illiquidity and size accordingly. So as an investor, remember, you're not buying stock that if you change your mind next week or you have a little bit of a crisis and need some cash, you can't easily just go and sell it. So make sure that you're planning to hold this for years and size your check so that if it does go to zero, it might sting a little, but it won't ruin you or change or hurt your life. And if it works, it's because you held it long enough for the company to actually become something substantial. Now, at King's Crowd, we can help with some of this as well. So, if you're a founder and investor looking to get started, both sides of the market tend to have a lot of the same problems: too many deals, inconsistent info, guessing at terms. That's where King's Crowd can fit in. So, for founders, you can get comps, market data, you can search and look through 10,000 plus raises. And for investors, you can find active opportunities that are available for your investment dollars today with the ability to search, for example, for environmental impact deals online. So we aggregate all of the hundreds of live online investment opportunities, we structure them and put them in one place to be able to help all the investors and the founders and other industry participants make more data-driven decisions. So whether you're a current founder or looking to get started, here's 3 ways you can get started. First, as I mentioned, join the CFPA. The Crowdfunding Professional Association is our organization to industry leaders to be able to help scale this industry responsibly. Second, as we mentioned, King's Crowd, for lots of great data-driven analysis to see all of the deals and offerings online in one place and be able to help you make more informed decisions. And thirdly, last but not least, I want to give a huge shout out to Devin and just say thank you for everything he's done with the Super Crowd and SuperGreen. It's an amazing ecosystem that he's building. And for lots of like-minded investors and entrepreneurs and founders, it's a great place to get started. So I will end with this. As we mentioned, climate progress is as much of a capital problem as it is that science problem. So the good news is we do have more of these lanes, and this crowd is becoming a legitimate source of capital for raising capital as a tool for investors, for founders. If you're an investor, you also have the ability to be disciplined and diversified and support these causes. So because of all the investors and the founders and innovators out there, like all of you watching this today, I know we are looking toward a brighter and greener future. Thank you.
Brian, what a powerful message. What a powerful message. Thank you so much. You and I have had an opportunity to get to know each other well. I followed in your shoes as treasurer of the CFPA, for instance, and I see on our calendar we got a meeting coming up on Monday, and I missed a meeting with you to do this today. But take a minute and tell people why they ought to think about joining the Crowdfunding Professional Association.
Yeah, the CFPA is a fantastic resource, no matter what type of stakeholder you are. So if you're an investor looking for education, if you're a founder to look for lessons learned and ideas, if you're a platform operator, we are setting up a new committee this year in 2026 called the Intermediary Committee that's meant for funding platforms, because we want to help the entire ecosystem, right? I think of it as a flywheel. You've got the investors, you've got the founders, the entrepreneurs, and you've got those intermediaries, the platforms that are supporting them. And this ecosystem cannot exist without any one of those three. So we are really looking to support all of those. But whether you are interested in the policy side, we do great discussions. We go down to DC in person once a year at our event that will be this fall, probably in October, where we meet with regulators and the SEC and different people on the Hill, and we have great discussions that's around how to market your raise, how to raise capital, what things are working, what isn't. Then as an investor, we hold educational events, we do monthly webinars. So it's just a fantastic resource, no matter what type of stakeholder you are, to be able to get more plugged in. And I think $10 a month, that's a no-brainer for joining and getting that type of access to those types of experts and leaders in the industry.
Well, Brian, thank you so much. Really appreciate you being with us today. Yeah, we really learned a lot from you, and I really appreciate you taking the time to share. Thank you very much. All right, everybody. I want to just pause for a quick second. I want to remind you to enter the raffle, s4g.biz/drawing. We're giving away a $250 investment in one of our 4 live pitch companies. They're amazing companies. I want to encourage you. We'll be giving away 4 VIP passes today. So I encourage you to do that. Those VIP passes are priceless. Well, they're priced at $25. But they're worth much more. So, and if you don't win, I encourage you to think about getting a VIP pass. Visit visit supergreenlive.org, supergreenlive.org, in order to order and to register as a VIP, and you'll get instant access. So it's a great opportunity. Brian, Belay, and Gene, I want to encourage you to pop into the backstage area. We've got people waiting to chat with you. And we've got a great panel discussion coming up, and I'll invite you guys to do the same. You know, that backstage area, that's a VIP Zoom room we've set up, is a place where you can network and talk to people and look for opportunities to collaborate. I think it's well worth a few minutes of your time, regardless of how busy your day is. With that, I am thrilled to introduce I'll introduce our moderator, and then I'll let him introduce the rest of the great panel. But we have just a phenomenal panel coming up talking about crowdfunding, and our moderator today is Bill Houston. Bill and I have become dear friends. We've worked closely on a variety of things and continue to do so. But Bill and I met nearly a decade ago at a crowdfunding conference in LA, and have been friends ever since. Bill is the head at CrowdMax. He's done all kinds of consulting projects. He's a passionate activist and doing some amazing things. I'll let Bill tell you a little bit more about himself, but just know Bill's the real deal. Bill, take it away.
Thank you, Devin. I definitely appreciate all the hard work that you've done to put this show together. Really, really honored to be moderating this terrific panel. So you won't hear a lot from me because this panel is going to be really, really powerful. They're going to be really good at this today. So I'm the founder of CrowdMax Consulting and also the co-founder and executive director for the Community Finance Academy. And the reason I mentioned the Community Finance Academy is because one of the things that we're doing is we're actually reaching out to train people, what we call financial activists. And that's going to fit perfectly with what we're going to talk about today. So what we're going to talk about today is from the crowd to the clouds. When we think about traditional VC funding, it's a closed loop, and it doesn't really scale well in this impact area of green tech and green finance. So today, I have a powerful, powerful panel. And what we're going to talk about is shifting the purse, the power of the purse from centralized institution to the global crowd to accelerate this climate change. So I'm going to ask each of the panelists to introduce themselves with their name, their title, and their specific climate superpower. You want to start, Jackie, since you're kind of first on the screen there?
Sure. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, depending on where you are. My name is Jackie Logan, and I co-founded Raise Green, a crowdfunding portal dedicated to climate solutions. And about a year ago, we were acquired by Honeycomb Credit, and now we continue the journey there. My day-to-day is about working with folks that are looking to raise capital in the climate space and opening up to the general public to invest. I look forward to the conversation today.
All right, Will.
Hello, everybody. I'm Will Wiseman, CEO and co-founder of Climatize. Climatize is a regulation crowdfunding portal specializing in renewable energy assets. You could think solar, battery storage, energy efficiency, and EV charging stations. To date, we've hosted 32 projects on the platform and are really making it so that anybody can become an active stakeholder in the energy transition. We were inspired by seeing the global climate strikes back in 2019, in which 7.5 million people took to the streets to demand larger action on climate change. And we saw a breakdown between ultimately how people had that pent up demand for actually tangible climate action and ultimately the tools that they had at their disposal. And so we see crowdfunding as a great channel for enabling the everyday person to essentially invest in the things that they believe in. So with that, pass it off to Konstantin.
Thank you, Bill. Hello, everyone from Europe. I'm joining from Europe. My name is Konstantin Boyka. I'm the CEO and co-founder of two businesses connected to crowdfunding. One is called LenderKit. There we build technology, white label software for crowdfunding platforms. And another is Crowdspace, where we collect information on various crowdfunding platforms all over the globe and organize and categorize them. And that, of course, includes platforms focusing and working with green energy projects, solar projects, and sustainability projects. And besides that, I'm also a member of steering committee of Global Equity Crowdfunding Alliance, which is called GECA. So there we advocate for the global crowdfunding and cross-border crowdfunding at scale.
I am Levi Brackman, the CEO and founder of Invone, which is a funding portal. People raise money from crowd, as well as from accredited and non-accredited. So if you want to do Reg CF or Reg D or Reg A, you can do it on our platform. We do have currently a green deal up, but we're not only a green or climate. We really don't have any particular flavor. We're just a crowdfunding platform, and we try and make it as cost efficient as possible for the issuer to raise money from their crowd. It's interesting you ask about what the climate superpower is. I think currently my climate superpower is that I am in Florida. I live in the Northeast, and there's a huge storm coming. So my climate superpower is that I got out of the way and I'm in sunny Florida for the weekend.
Thank you, Johnny.
Yeah, Johnny Price here. I'm the president of WeFunder, which is the investment crowdfunding platform. I live here in Nashville, Tennessee, so coming at you from Nashville today.
All right, thank you, Johnny. We're neighbors. I'm just up the road in Louisville. So we're going to start here, and I'm going to start with Constantine. And what I want to talk about, or what I want you to talk about, is the global infrastructure. What technology needs to do in order to meet this moment?
Okay, well, I guess we need to start with the question why there should be global or cross-border crowdfunding at all, and especially in the context of climate solutions and green energy and so forth, because there are many projects in crowdfunding which by definition are local. So for example, you fund something which is in your neighborhood or in your local community, and you don't need investors from continent to actually invest in that project. At the same time, when we are talking about climate change, this is global by definition. So it means that actually by funding something in another country or another continent, you help the planet overall. So you help your community, of course, in indirect way. So from that perspective, cross-border and global definitely is important in this context. But technology is really not the main issue here, I think. Technology is ready. Technologically, it's not really a big deal to do things cross-border. What is difficult is to comply with certain local regulations, and it's even difficult when you operate in one country. But if you try to do things cross-border or even and try to raise from different platforms and combine that becomes a much more complicated challenge. At the same time, there are certain success stories. Even one of our early customers at LenderKit was a company called Charm Impact. They are still there, but they are doing a little bit different things now. But they started. It's a UK-based company. They started as a platform allowing European investors to invest in green energy projects in sub-Saharan Africa and get, first of all, interesting returns, but also they had a very interesting financial approach with blended finance. So basically the risks were a little bit limited for the investors, and that made it attractive for them to invest in those projects in Africa and not be scared about all those cross-border challenges. So they found a solution, and I think that's really a success story. At the same time, it's still, even within Europe, where now it is possible to get, within European Union, for example, it is possible to get a license in one country and then operate in all those member states. It is still not easy to do things cross-border, and statistics actually confirm this. Less than 20% of transactions are cross-border. And the reason is that in various member states, in various European countries, the implementation of European regulation is very different. So local authorities treat things very, let's say, they have their own opinion. So all in all, it makes things quite difficult when it is cross-border. So technology-wise, definitely there are solutions. There are even tokenized solutions and blockchain solutions which would allow to do things cross-border, over continent, and so forth. But first, there need to be a way to overcome those regulatory challenges. Yes, that's my take on the question.
Yeah, thank you, Konstantin. When I think about crowdfunding, the first word that comes to mind is democratization, and providing each and every person with the opportunity to become an investor and to become a part of what it is that they're doing. So my next question is going to be for Will. How can we turn renewable energy into a public utility where anyone can not just be a ratepayer, but actually be an owner?
Yeah, it's a very thoughtful question. I mean, that aligns quite closely with the work that Climatize is doing by enabling people to invest in projects with as little as $10. And that way they can actually have a stake in the energy system, which has historically been just owned and operated by regulated monopolies around, in particular in the US. You have some deregulated markets like Texas, but on the whole, regulated markets. And so being able to actually participate in energy as an asset class and get diversification by essentially looking at that as a new opportunity is something that's really compelling. Energy is one of those commodities that historically we have always used more of. And so being able to invest in energy projects in a period of time where AI is driving load growth, I think presents an interesting opportunity. Obviously, all opportunities carry risk, and would encourage investors to do their research. But we have found that in this moment in time, that's really stood out to investors in terms of their opportunity. Crowdfunding really does enable people to get access to private market opportunities that historically have been kind of the realm of institutionals, banks, private equity funds. And so being able to expand access to those asset classes, this energy infrastructure, has been quite an unlock for us as a business and our clients.
Thank you, Will. This next question is going to be for you. And in the world of impact, and when we think about, how we really measure impact, preventing greenwashing, the only way I think to really do that is through data. Can you tell us a little bit what it is that you do and how you all ensure that the data is there, that when we drive this data, when we look at the data from the impact management and measurement, that it's real and it's not something that that someone is making up as marketing hype?
That's actually a challenge because there's a lot of things within this space which are unfamiliar to the average person to really understand what's going on. You have different kind of swaps, and this, you're buying potentially things in order to offset, etc. So people can't really understand necessarily. You need to be able to follow the chain all the way along, and sometimes it can be quite challenging. So we actually had to underwrite a deal which we have now on our platform at the moment, which is a green deal. And so we had this challenge because we're not necessarily experts on it. So what we found was that that first of all, you need to educate yourself. So you can't just rely on what's going on and what you see there. And my recommendation is not just to rely on what you see and what has actually been attested to on the page, but actually do some actual digging on. And AI today is incredibly helpful for that. So get onto your favorite chatbot, whether it's ChatGPT or Gemini or something else, and put some of the things which maybe you don't understand about the offering through that, and ask it to explain it in plain English, and then to do some digging as well for you, because it will be able to do some additional digging for you and find out. So, of course, I'm not saying that's foolproof, because never take investment advice from AI, and don't take investment advice from me either. But this isn't investment advice. But I do think that AI has opened up the ability for things which were formerly rather opaque. And I think a lot of what's going on in this space can be somewhat opaque, and not fully understandable, because it's not just profit driven only. It also is profit driven, but not fully profit driven. Some of it is also driven by people wanting to make a difference. Therefore, to be able to understand exactly what's going on and it's legit, I think lean into AI to help you with that. And then to the degree in which you can find other experts who understand it, then definitely do that. The other thing you want to look at is, in these offerings, who is involved with it. Right? So some of the people who are involved with it, that's also very important. So if there are people who are credible in this space are involved with it, then that's going to be an indicator as well that it's more likely to be legit. But definitely, especially in this space, do your due diligence.
Greatly appreciated that. So the next question is going to be for Jackie, and it's going to be very similar to that. And there are certainly ESG markers out there. People talk about the impact. Do you feel like those ESG markers are too broad? And what are some solutions for us to really drill down into climate change, and look at some measurements that really make sense and really prove what the impact of these businesses and the investments are moving forward, because this is such an existential threat?
Yeah, I don't know if everybody knows what that is. ESG stands for environmental, social, and governance. It's basically a broad set of non-financial factors that investors use to assess risk and long-term performance. It's important to say clearly, when we say ESG, it doesn't necessarily mean directly climate. Climate tends to be more in the E section, the environmental. And most ESG scores are produced by, first of all, they're in the big public markets. They are for large organizations like an IBM or a Microsoft and they attribute to their entire business. So you can imagine, that ESG score is taking in, it's very complex. The scores also are done by third parties. And those third parties, well-known names are MSCI, S&P, Moody's, and those folks are, they each are pulling together the data in order to come up with the underlying scoring for each company. And let's be clear, they're going to rely on company disclosures, which we all know there is no regulation around, requiring ESG disclosures at this point, and no standardization. Sometimes they do questionnaires, they listen to the news, they do a whole variety of things, and then they model the data, and then they use AI to fill in gaps. Each of them do it themselves, and let's face it, the data is incomplete and it can be inconsistent. And that's why actually you can look at the same organization and the big different third parties may have a completely different score for them. So let's start with, it's kind of a crazy world out there. And what's happened is most organizations, and we're talking, when we start to say ESG, we're talking about big institutions in the public markets generally, they've actually started to develop their own internal ESG teams and scoring and things like that. And I guess, and at the end of the day, it's all on imperfect data and it's all on subjective frameworks, even at the very big level. So everything has to be taken with a certain amount of a grain of salt. And just a little side note, if you don't mind, So how did I get into being, co-founding a crowdfunding platform focused on getting private capital moving directly into climate? And it really started on my journey. My last role in before co-founding Raise Green was at Goldman Sachs, where I had been the function I had at that time was in compliance, overseeing trading for private wealth clients, and I grew up in the large banks trading floors, 25 years, and while I was there, I had the opportunity to the desks. This was the mid 2010s. Were working on creating their ESG strategies because there was huge demand from private wealth. They wanted to invest and see some impact. And I had to because my function at the time was compliance. So I had to dig in and say, what's the data? How often is it clean? How often is it updated? What are the sources? All these kinds of things. And what I saw in that journey was, my gosh, there's a lot of holes in this. It's limited, it's stale. And meanwhile, my personal passion for climate and what I felt we needed to address ASAP, I basically made a decision and said, you know what, I'm going to take my many years of experience and I am going to figure out how do I make sure that private capital can go directly into climate, and where I feel like, it's a pretty sure thing that we know that it's going in and it's going to impact. So with that, I went on the journey, and I actually looked at joining S&P, MSCI, ISS to actually work on the ratings, and then also to go and explain that to the investor community. So that was my thought originally, and I just decided, you know what, when the Raise Green co-founding opportunity came up, I'm going to go do that and that brings me to why I think crowdfunding is so important here, and that is because even in the private market space, just generally, there's less data, there's more intermediaries, you're investing in funds and things like that. But when you get down to the crowdfunding space, you're investing directly into a small organization. You're not at IBM, which has a lot of different complexities. It is a company that's building a new battery. I think Brian just shared some of the big companies that raised capital this year in the climate space. You are looking at a company. I mean, you have to look at each organization individually, but you are looking at it and saying, what is this company working on? What are they doing? And because these companies are generally so early on, it is, the question of where in the pocket of the organization is this really a climate-oriented investment? It is a little bit more self-evident. Also, the regulations require, so you're going into a small organization. It's typically not that complex, and it may be a specifically designed project. And then it also, by the regulation, it has to identify where the use of proceeds going, and certain disclosures around that. Now, and what is really unique about crowdfunding is that you as an investor, if you are, and of course, Levy is correct, do your due diligence, AI, and Devin has actually a great template for doing due diligence on an offering. Folks should reach out to him on that he's been working on. But the other thing is you as an investor have direct access to the company. Now, that does not happen as a general matter when you're investing into private companies at a bigger level, or certainly in the public markets. That is really unique. You can go directly to the company and say, hey, tell me about this. Where's your impact going to be here? Et cetera, et cetera. And similarly, if you're investing in a project. You can reach out. You have direct access to the developer that's raising that capital, and really that is something super unique about crowdfunding. Now, to be clear, there's no impact specific reporting that's required post the raise. That's a universal problem. However, this is a relatively new regulation, and if the market is going to demand it, we're going to be able to potentially get more information post raise. And certainly as a direct investor into that organization, you can reach out to the company as well directly. So, when all is said and done, so ESG, it is, the concept, the data, it's a problem still throughout the system. It's getting better. But the wonderful thing about Reg CF is that we are really, really down at the company level, at the project level, and you have direct access to the issuers. Of course, never invest in something. These are risky investments. This is crowdfunding. It's always speculative. And so do your due diligence. This is not a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Greatly appreciate that. Want to turn to Johnny now. And we want to talk about this ownership economy, which investment crowdfunding has really opened up, especially here in the United States, but even globally. Can you talk a little bit about, WeFunder and what you do with WeFunder and how you are creating an army of advocates for the businesses that they are investing in, especially in the climate space, in the climate space?
Yeah, so I think we would all probably agree that's a benefit of investment crowdfunding, right? Is recruiting an army of investors who can be sometimes customers or sometimes supporters. The B2C company, I think there's probably, usually the most upside to that, but also for B2B companies, these people can help by making connections or helping with hiring or, getting kind of a marketing announcement out on their social media or whatever you want their help with. We launched a new feature on WeFunder recently called Directory, where a company, you can view all the investors in that company. And then after an investor makes an investment in the company, we ask them, how would you like to, are there ways you can contribute to this company to help this founder? And so those kind of offers, if you want to call them that, are listed on that directory page. So yeah, that's really a vision that we have, probably shared by everyone on this panel, is that this is not just capital, right? When a VC invests in a startup, they're taking a board seat, they're kind of adding value, and hopefully, and same is true if you have 1,000 people investing in your company, then hopefully that's 1,000 people who can now help your company win and grow and succeed. So yeah, that's a huge reason, I think, why founders are looking at raising capital via Reg CF, Reg A+, to complement more conventional institutional accredited investors.
Yeah, thank you, Johnny. I had another question, but I want to circle back to something that Jackie said, which I think is really important, and it's something that I really focus on, is when we talk about, the reporting after the raise, once the business has started to operate, and that impact isn't necessarily built in there. I'd like each of you to just take a few seconds or minutes to really talk about what that would look like if impact was part of the farm AR, right? What does it look like when starting to put impact in as one of the measurements that we build the companies around, because we're talking about climate change and this is such a threat? Please feel free to jump in where you want to. Does that everybody understand the question that I asked? Yeah, please feel free to jump in.
I mean, I think it's really important that people understand what they're investing in, right? And so when you're doing your due diligence, if impact is part of what you're looking for, then you want to balance that out with the profit, right? So it's important to understand that when you're investing in a Reg CF offering, you're investing in a for-profit business, which is there to also turn a profit. So it's just, so what you want to balance that to, yes, it's a company in the climate space, But I think you want to make sure that it has the ability to also make money, because if it doesn't make money, it's not going to have an impact either. So you just, part of the impact is you want to understand what it's doing, and then you can make that judgment, the degree of the impact it's going to make in the climate space. But I think, this isn't charity, right? This is investing in a company. You're looking for a return. So I would jump in and say that that's really, really important to kind of balance those two out.
Bill, to your question on the annual report, the Form CAR, I'll give maybe an answer that you won't like. I don't know, but for me, I wouldn't add that to the annual report. Like, I think one of the challenges with kind of regulation crowdfunding, even more so with Regulation A+, is that the kind of reporting requirements are already quite a lot more than they are for Regulation D, let's say. So when a company files a Form C, they've got to do audited financials if they're raising more than 1.235 million. They've got to share those financials publicly, and then also, they have to file an annual report the April after they raise with updated financials. If you're raising from accredited investors via Reg D, you don't have to do that. And I think one of the big reasons why a lot of companies will not do Reg CF is they don't want that financial information being out in the public domain for their competitors to see. And so I just generally, I'm always kind of thinking about that balance between, kind of reporting information to investors, which is obviously why we have those rules in place for XCF retail investors, versus the kind of burden on the founder, and especially additional burden versus other exemptions that are more common. And so, the way I would do it would be to have it be optional and say, on WeFunder, so there's the annual report requirement in the rules of regulation crowdfunding. The way I would do it would just be to encourage founders to provide updates to their investors. And then to Levi's point, the companies where impact and ESG considerations are kind of looming larger, maybe in investor motivations, then those founders can emphasize those kind of impact updates and investor updates. We hope the investor updates are much more frequent than the annual report requirement in the law. Also, I hope they're a lot longer and richer, but they can be very bespoke and tailored to the company. And yes, if it's an impact-oriented company, the founder can, by all means, kind of brag about the impact that they're having. So that's how I would suggest that's approach versus kind of adding to the CAR personally.
Yeah, I would agree with Johnny on that one. I think the more just overall paperwork and hoops to jump through for the client, just from an operator's perspective, Reg CF is already a lot. And I think with respect to impact reporting, while it can and should be a plus with respect to the impact these kinds of businesses can have, I think it sets up potentially false expectations if impact doesn't realize, which is the risk of any investment or opportunity or company, right? And so especially if some company puts out really aggressive impact metric projections, that can be hard to grow into. And that may, in a sense, persuade or dissuade an investor to make an investment. And I think generally these things can be hard to track unless, say, for example, you have attribution all the way down to, say, the hardware of a solar project to be able to export that power production data from the actual physical hardware. Then it can be very hard to say, hey, this amount of clean energy was generated. And then even from that, there are an immense amount of other assumptions that surround it. What utility is it operating in? What other energy resources are in that grid? It can be very hard to give specific attribution to, say, what clean or dirty energy it is displacing within the energy system. And so impact metrics are, in a sense, can be very qualitative and not necessarily as quantitative as we might hope. And so promising investors some degree of impact, I think, can potentially create risk for over-promising and under-delivering. When there is something that is a hard quantification, like, for example, on Climatize, a certain project is 16, this is a portfolio of X number of EV charging stations, or the system that is permitted is exactly this big, and that's their execution plan and what is permitted and engineered. I think those are things that can and should be disclosed or explained in the Form C, and look into that in detail. But saying, oh, X number of people were helped, it can be room for calculation error, and therefore I don't think that it's something that should be permanently reported to the SEC, because it creates room for error.
Yeah,
Thank you, Will.
If I may, just couple cents on my end. I totally support what Will and Johnny just said, because I think there is no objective measure or KPI which can be requested, and even if we try to define something which is compulsory to include in those reportings, we'll end up with additional bureaucracy which will sort of fake those KPIs or other measures, and it will not really show real impact. So if we want to see, in every case, this impact will be different. It is, of course, important for any investor to see impact for every crowdfunding project, because it's not always about money. It's about seeing what your money does. But to make it compulsory, it will just create a bureaucratic loophole, I think.
Yeah, actually, my whole conversation before was about why ESG on the institutional level is problematic. However, I also do appreciate the fact that, if you do invest in something, it would be nice to see, well, did it get built? Something along the lines of my dollars went in and something happened. However, that opens, because there is no exact standard, and everybody will do it differently, et cetera. It does open it up to risk, and it is definitely something that should not be part of a Form C or an annual report, in terms of, one should be very careful about that. It's not required by the SEC, and should really be on a project by project based on the company's own interest. However, whatever assumptions, if they're going to do something like that, any assumptions that are included must be disclosed clearly, so people can, when they look at whatever that impact number is, they can have some sense of, where it may be weak and where it may be strong.
Yeah, just building on what Jackie said in terms of updates about if a project got built or not. I think one thing that we did at Climatize is we actually visited a number of the projects that had been funded through the platform and interviewed those families, and then essentially built the stories and the narratives that I think is something that's uniquely accessible through climate change, through crowdfunding, is that you can actually see the end beneficiary of your investment, and that's something that you don't necessarily get, like to Jackie's point, through investing in an ESG type ETF or so. Mm-hmm. Exactly. So, to Johnny's point, we went to rural Tennessee and interviewed these families, and showed them, or showed the investors, here are the updates of what the projects actually materialized into, and from there, I think that was a story we were really proud of.
Yeah, and I want to build on this thing that Johnny had said as well. Will, you remind me, and that is, how the investors, it's hard to describe to folks who aren't familiar with crowdfunding, is like how unique the crowd investor is. I mean, this is a yes, they're investing for a return, but it has a whole other component to it, which is because this is personal, and they're making personal decisions. And it's very close to where the action is happening, and they care. And we had one of the companies that raised capital. They do stormwater retention, small woman-owned business, and when when the change in administration, stormwater credits being pulled, all these kinds of things happening. And she wonderfully, would keep her investors up to date every quarter, let them know. And she basically said, this is where I am, I'm having trouble. She told me, and she was a doubter about crowdfunding originally. It was a small raise. She had 35 investors, people who didn't know her, which she said first was a great boost for her, just to say people believe in me. And then she said offers came from all over the place to help her, which ultimately got her to an amazing grant that substantial for her business, turned things around even through this, difficult situation. So this is just such a unique environment. And I just think it's critical to the ecosystem of, what we need to do, boots on the ground for climate.
Thank you. That was a great discussion. So for our final question, and you can take this in the order you like to, can the crowd move fast enough to fill this gap? In the climate situation that we have.
Well, we're not going to fill. The crowd isn't going to fill the big gap. Because we got trillions. But I'll start this off, and I'm like, yeah. I mean, the wonderful thing about Reg CF, it can move pretty quickly. Looks like thanks to the CFPA and other work that we may get a boost here up to 250 or higher, so that reviewed financials aren't required. And that's going to be substantial, particularly for projects, community scale projects early on, in order to move fast. We're funding portals. We're experts in this. We know how to get an issuer from here on the platform compliantly, relatively quickly, with relatively low lift on their part. So, and as we're talking about with the crowd, it's a different analysis. Again, always want to go back to Levy's point, and that investors need to do their due diligence. This is a financial investment. However, crowdfunding, it's all online. It's relatively easy to get up on the platform. Once you do your analysis, investing is relatively simple. I think this can move pretty fast.
Will?
I have to come off mute here. Yeah, so I mean, we have found, in particular, crowdfunding to be very catalytic to early stage project development, and that in turn catalyzes much larger capital deployment into projects. And that's been an area in which we have found a way to really support our clients. And so I think coupled with the institutional capital markets, I don't think that we should look at them as wholly separate. Rather, one can enable the other and actually present a way in which capital can have kind of a levering effect where, $1 at the kind of crowd level can result in $10 of larger capital project finance that takes on opportunities and really takes that the distance. And so that, I think, is a way that we should be thinking about them, rather than this ecosystem has to grow and scale and one-to-one compete. Rather, how one actually feeds and enables the other to actually move faster. Because I don't think that we want to necessarily think of these as mutually exclusive. To the extent that one can enable the other, then we can move that much faster and achieve the necessary carbon reductions that we need to mitigate the worst of climate change.
Yep. And that comes to the uniqueness of the crowd.
Just to say, depends who you're talking to, right? If you're talking to the investor, then yes, the investor should definitely look at these opportunities. If you're looking to the issuer who's looking at their project, it's really important that the issuer understands who their investors are. Because what I've seen is, the crowd isn't one thing, it's your crowd. Okay? You have to know who you're investing to in your crowd. They don't just, there aren't just people out there just going to necessarily show up unless you've built some credibility and you know who your investor is and you're somehow able to market to your investor. So it doesn't just fill the gap Crowdfunding isn't this thing which is this magic thing you turn on the spigot and investors come and throw money into your deal. And I know that's probably saying the obvious for everyone who's on this on this panel, but other people might not realize that. So that you still have to do the hard work to make sure that you know who your investor is and you're marketing to your investor, and then perhaps it can fill in a gap of your finances that you need to get the project done.
All right, thanks.
I'll be quick because I think we are running out of time. But in general, I think that there is still a big potential for crowdfunding in general to grow much bigger than it is right now, and there is big potential in terms of the market size. And of course, the share within crowdfunding, there will be a significant share dedicated to climate solutions, green energy, and so forth. So maybe, like previous speaker said, we will not fill the whole gap, but this kind of industry will help.
All right, thanks. Johnny?
Yeah, I mean, as Brian was saying earlier, I think, crowdfunding is still relatively new. It had been growing. It's been a little flat the last few years. It's actually been growing, but I do think that it can play a role. And I'm optimistic about the size of the role that it can play. That's why I've been working at WeFunder for 8 years. I do think the growth is too slow right now. So if the current growth rate continues, the dent that we're going to be able to make is small. So we're constantly trying to think of, okay, how can we accelerate the growth rate here so that we can have a bigger impact? But certainly it can make a dent. The question is how big of a dent against this huge problem of climate change that we're discussing here.
Okay, one of the things that we're working at the Community Finance Academy is engaging with people who are already activists at some level, social justice, climate, and introducing them to what the possibilities of Reg CF, of Reg A, and how we can bring them into what we like to talk about and call financial activism.
I think that's brilliant. I think that's a brilliant strategy. I think the best community rounds on WeFunder, we like this term community round instead of crowdfunding, but that's just us. But yeah, for me, the best WeFunder raises, the best community rounds are where there's just super passionate people investing, a cause they really care about. Maybe it's a disease that they had a loved one, affected by, or themselves affected by. So yeah, I think that's a really cool way to do it. It's not kind of having a company and then going to find investors. It's having activists and then turning them on as investors to kind of invent engineering that's doing the work. I think that's a really cool flip of the approach, Bill. Love
it. Go ahead, Jackie.
I was just going to say, to build on that, get those community folks to bring the project or bring the, they're in the communities. They know where things are happening and what's going on. Train them in Reg CF and have them, bring whatever is going on in their community to the funding portal. We'll see if we can whip up a deal for them.
Thank you. Thanks to the whole.
Hey guys, what a great conversation. Bill, thank you so much for leading a powerful conversation. It was clearly very engaging. We've got people making comments, et cetera. And so it's really phenomenal to see that. I thank you very much for the energy you're bringing. We've got to take a quick break, but thank you so much, all of you, for being here. Every one of you shared powerful insights. I want to encourage you to go hop into the backstage area. That's a powerful opportunity for you to do some networking and make some connections. And I know there are people waiting for you in there. They want to talk to you. So I encourage you to pop in, even if only for a few minutes. Of course, I want to remind everyone to join the drawing for a free VIP upgrade, and you'll also have a chance to win a $250 investment in one of our live pitch companies you'll see this afternoon. You'll get to pick which one. So this is a huge opportunity for you. In any case, we're going to take a quick break, but thank you so much, all of you guys, for a great panel discussion. Welcome to SuperGreen Live, the biggest event of the year at the intersection of climate solutions and impact crowdfunding. Upgrade now to VIP for just $25 to get the full experience. VIP tickets include access to and a listing in the VIP directory, a backstage pass during 24 hours of live programming, 3 VIP networking sessions, speaker slides and handouts, and an invitation to the private LinkedIn group. Scan the QR code now.
Raising capital, it's not just marketing, it's securities law. Most deals, they don't fail because of the returns that are offered.
They fail because of compliance mistakes.
And that's what we do
Every day, we help entrepreneurs raise money the right way.
before problems ever start. If you're raising capital,
Talk to crowdfunding lawyers first.
Digital Niche Agency is the top investor acquisition agency. DNA has helped founders raise over 9 figures via regulated investment crowdfunding with a 3-pronged strategy using digital advertising, content marketing, and strategic outreach. Book a call today.
Hello, my name is Brian Figueroa. I'm the CEO of Green Tech. We're a renewable energy development company that specializes on cutting-edge technologies like graphene batteries. Get back with me at brian@greentech.io, TEK.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gene Massey with Media Shares, an equity crowdfunding marketing agency, and we're happy to be participating in SuperGreen Live.
Green to Gold and the Super Crowd wish to thank our supporting sponsors, Azure Printed Homes and Little Toes, for their financial support. We similarly extend gratitude to our media sponsors, Regenerative Media TV and Community 3.0X. SuperGreen Live is hosted by the 501c3 nonprofit Green to Gold in partnership with the Super Crowd, Inc., a public benefit corporation. You can make a tax-deductible donation to support our climate-focused collaboration at 4sc.fund/donate or by scanning the QR code. Help us accelerate climate solutions now. Welcome back, everyone. We're having such a fun day, such a great day, such great content, such inspiring messages. You know, I hope you're getting a sense from today's content that climate change, the climate crisis we're experiencing, it is something that you can address in this new way through your investments. I hope you're getting that sense that this is something that's open to everyone, starting with $10 investors. So my next guest is building crowdfunding for Africa. She's an amazing human being and an amazing speaker. I've had the opportunity to get to know her well. She truly is an extraordinary leader with an international presence that is truly impressive. With meaningful following and connections in Europe, Africa, and the United States. She is a global player, and we're thrilled to have her on the program today. Meseret Warner is the CEO and founder of Ignite Investment, which is building a crowdfunding infrastructure for Africa, which I just couldn't be more excited about, especially trying to tap into that African diaspora. Meseret, I thank you so much for being here. We'll turn the time over to you and look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you so much, Devin. You really are very generous and very, very kind person. Thank you so much for having me here from the Super Crowd in August and also for making me part of this amazing, amazing initiative. As mentioned, my name is Meseret Warner. I am the founder and CEO of Ignite Investment. It is Ethiopia's first equity crowdfunding, investment crowdfunding platform. As mentioned, tapping into the African diaspora that sends over $100 billion of remittances into the continent as usually consumables, but we're working to convert a very small percentage of that to fund the amazing opportunities and the amazing African entrepreneurs are running and the ventures that we see every day. I'm also the first women founder and CEO licensed by Ethiopian capital markets as securities investment advisory firm. I'm also involved in several initiatives, including being part of the steering committee of the Global Equity Crowdfunding Alliance. So jumping into what I want to say today, we are tapping into, as I mentioned, with billions and billions of remittances the African diaspora sends. It's really being consumed usually for families and friends that has been sent, and trying to convert that type of capital in order to finance for the entrepreneurs that are actually excluded in the standard initiatives and funding collateralized that really is very prevalent in Africa, especially in Ethiopia, where I am. So what we are trying to do is work with the African diaspora, who are also one of the big investors in the continent, to be able to fund many initiatives that are really looking for funding and scale up their businesses. So we set out to identify impactful and very good initiatives, because it is also, at the end of the day, even if it's crowdfunding, it is for return. So when we are tapping into that big community based on all over globally in the US, basically for now, but we are also planning to scale it up in different parts of the world where the African diaspora lives in, so that they are able to finance the amazing ventures that is all over the Africa. Usually, a lot of, investors, especially venture, private equity, and others, they overlook African ventures because it is known for being a continent that is very famous for lack of, amazing ventures. Instead, we are known for starvation or other conflict and other things. And what we are trying to do is change that perception, because it is a really perception. If you really do come to the continent, it is actually the last frontier market that are really amazing and ventures. A lot of impact investor can get involved in, but we are focusing on the diaspora because they do understand the market dynamic of Africa, so that they lead into catalyzing other investors to come in and be part of that. Pushing that forward, as I mentioned, the capital that comes into the continent is huge, so that that money can actually be into the productive sector of the economy. The other thing that we are trying to do is the informal donation based and the other equity crowdfunding that's really popping out in different parts of Africa, to be actually a return based investment that actually can be structured, trustworthy. A lot of the things that we hear from the African diaspora and also other impact investors, angel investors, is that how do I trust these companies? It's online, and there is an online usually is very famous for being, it could be fraud. How do we actually know? Because when you send remittances, it's very easy. It's going to family or friends. So we know that it's probably is going to get used for healthcare or food or other things that we don't expect to get anything back. But when we are telling this diaspora to be investors, the first thing we hear is, how do I know where my money is going? How do I know these companies actually do use for properly scaling up ventures? How do I also get my returns? So what we do is actually trying to build that trust, as mentioned, by going into different parts of the continent, as well as going into other parts in the US where the diaspora lives, where in the Europe, the diaspora also can see, can experiment, can get information, can actually do their own assessment. And a lot of the diaspora actually get interested when they see that. So the biggest thing that we're working on for a very long time, and now it's taking really, really incremental progress, is building that trust, building that transparent democratization of access to finance. And what I would like to say today is, even though we are focusing on that huge capital that's already coming, but we would love to get a lot of people to come in and join and get the opportunities that the continent is offering, because Africa really, really is ready for taking into the private sector, investment opportunities, and trade. So because, like, as I mentioned, Africa is the last frontier to join the developing economies. Platforms like ours give that opportunity to be able to see from the comfort of wherever you are globally, without coming to the continent to actually try out. And hopefully you can come to the continent and experience what I actually do see every day in my living into Ethiopia. And the other things I would love to say is that this type of model, the major thing is transforming economies, transforming ventures, but also is creating local empowerment. Africa is known a lot in depending on aid. So now, of course, we know that USAID is not anymore here. And also the aid actually industry is completely changing. So crowdfunding actually does offer a lot of opportunities to move from that dependency and shifting into enabling. So I know that we hear it all the time. Don't give fish, show how to fish. So this type of opportunity in the crowdfunding and the democratization of removing the gatekeepers, where access to finance excludes a huge majority of ventures, crowdfunding does offer a lot of opportunities for the African ventures, as well as actually retail investors, wherever they may be. Again, I mentioned that we focus on the African diaspora because they look the market and they do assess, they do due diligence in a very different way, because it is their home country. It is the market. They would love to make a difference. They also look for impact, but we would also really love to see other impact investors, to see the continent in a very different light that we all love, live, and see these ventures. And in Ethiopia, where I am, and that's where we are starting our crowdfunding and also even teaching the market, because as I mentioned, it's the last frontier. So it is also becoming the last frontier where crowdfunding is coming, because it has been infant in many parts of the world, especially the UK, where it's leading in crowdfunding. As we know, Cedars has been raising billions, and now the US is also passing the billion mark. Africa is a little bit behind the curve, and it is catching up a bit. So what we are trying to do is learn from those economies and from those markets. And us, especially Ignite Investment and myself, we have started in Ethiopia because that is the market we know quite well. So we want to start in a very, very good foundation, and hopefully we will scale. Of course, we are planning already on that. We will scale up into other parts of Africa. So I would love to talk about now the opportunities in Ethiopia. We are the second biggest population in Africa, with over 126 million population. We have a lot of opportunities. The new capital market got started, implemented. It's about a year and a little bit over a year. The proclamation came in 2021, but now the actual implementation has been going. As I mentioned, I am part of that capital market and got the Securities Investment Advisory licensing. We have also a regulatory sandbox. What that is the government is allowing for innovative ventures like ours and others to apply in that regulatory sandbox because there aren't that framework and legal framework already in the books. So they allow us to participate in that and see if we can progress. So we got the Ignite Equity crowdfunding, got the opportunity to apply, and we are all hoping that that will give us and open huge doors to get equity crowdfunding to be the law of the land so that we can actually institute that, not only playing with other jurisdictions as well. There is also a huge growing Ethiopian diaspora. There are like over 230,000 Ethiopian Americans living in Washington, D.C. alone. So we are always trying to tap into that capital. There is a tech and digital very savvy population that is really solving the huge challenges the Africans are facing and making them a lot of business opportunities. Of course, there is a huge challenge. No place exists without a challenge. So we do have evolving regulatory framework. So it's not there yet fully, but it's really evolving and giving us opportunities. There is investor education gap. So we are always partnering with CFPA, with the Global Equity Crowdfunding Alliance and others to educate whether the investors as well as the fundraisers what equity crowdfunding, the opportunities and constraints are, and also what that means and how it works. So those are some of the things that we are doing, and I hope you can all join us, because I think equity, any crowdfunding works when the communities all join us. So we do build trust. I mentioned that a lot of the time because that's the number one question that we get. How do I know my money, where it goes? How do I get my impact? How do I get my money back? So trust is the biggest thing. So we work regulation first company so that we build that trust. So investor protection, safeguarding, as well as providing all the documentation the investors want so that they could do their own due diligence. We do the banking partners, a very well-known bank, the Zaman Bank. We already have MOU and partnerships so that they could do custodial services and others. The exit mechanisms, how they get the money, as well as the collaboration with the regulators where we can actually play safe, transparent, as well as trustworthy platform. So beyond remittances, how do they get involved? Everybody in this room knows how it works. So the co-ownership in the state of donations, it's not charity, it is for return. As I mentioned, there is a huge opportunity to have a return, but the nice thing about it is you get impact as a bonus, transparency, community building, and you do get a return on top of the impact they are looking to build. So, Ignite Equity Crowdfunding, we don't exclusively do green financing, but we always look for very impactful social, climate, and other kind of impactful ventures that are raising funds through our platform. So we really make sure that we look into employment opportunities, we look into climate resilient and climate solution companies, and we do other things. So women entrepreneurs as well, that's very close to my heart. So we do outreach into those companies that get opportunities to raise funds and work with us. So the SMEs and the startup that we work with get opportunities to raise fund through the diaspora and get inclusive finance. investors, they usually look into green transformation because agriculture is huge, huge in Africa, in Ethiopia. So we tend to look into different impactful and with climate solutions. So Africa's transition into green economy actually is offering a lot of opportunities. Ethiopia is actually very known for having a very concerted effort by the government and others to have green resilient economy. So that's a huge initiative that's supported by the government. So we do try to collaborate with that as well. Even the new evolving capital market, they include actually to have green bond and others they are working on to have climate solutions. We are also huge solar systems in the country that are installing because, Ethiopia is a very, very sunny, really nice place. And that's actually very amazing opportunity for green solutions and climate solutions. So these are some of the startups and ventures that we work with that are very, very climate or circular economy kind of opportunities. So Greensin, one of the companies actively raising on our platform, is a green off-grid population in Ethiopia. There are a number of, I think 40% of the population live in the countryside, a little bit excluded from the grid. So they do provide solar energy and renewable energy. Inter Ethiopia, they work with e-waste, and they do actually recycle every single waste, and they do the circular energy. And then, of course, another one that we are working with, they do organic fertilizer so that the agricultural transformation could do that. So thank you, Devin.
Thank you.
Be part of that. Have these economies. Africa is an amazing place to be. I invite everybody to be part of it. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Mesra, what a great message. What a great and inspiring message. I get so excited about the potential in Africa. And, we already have seen that in Africa and some other countries, the continents outside of Western Europe and the United States and other countries, but many leapfrogged wired telephony, telephones, right?
Yes.
There are almost no wired telephones in some countries, and yet everybody has a phone and with internet access and the whole shebang. So it'll be interesting to see if Africa in some ways can leapfrog coal and fossil fuels more broadly and adopt and have a blossoming economy with renewable energy. I'm crossing my fingers. I certainly think it'd be an exciting thing to be a part of that as an investor. So Mesra, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today. We're thrilled and wish you every success in the great work that you're doing. It's my pleasure now to introduce. Thank you, Mesra. It's my pleasure now to introduce our next speaker. And Mesra, let me encourage you to pop into that backstage area. There's some great networking going on in there right now, a big group in there. I know they're all eager to hear from you and talk to you about what you're doing. I know it's getting late there in Ethiopia, but give us a few more minutes in the VIP room. Our next speaker is Jason Fishman. Jason and I have worked together on some big projects, very successful projects. Jason is an important backer. He's a sponsor of this event. Jason is clearly running one of the most successful crowdfunding offering marketing companies in the country. His firm, Digital Niche Agency, is doing remarkable things, helping founders raise, hundreds of millions of dollars. That's an impressive scale to have achieved. And Jason is just the nicest guy. You want to chat with Jason, he's going to chat with you, give you a little advice, help you figure out how you can optimize your campaign. He's going to be here with us now. Jason, we're thrilled to have you. Welcome.
Thanks, Devin. It's a pleasure to be here, calling in remote today. up in Mammoth Mountain, California. So if you notice the cabin background versus my normal studio, that is why. But I couldn't miss SuperGreen Live here. Such a fan of you, Devin, and everything you do for the Reg CF Regulation A Plus community, let alone the investment, the impact investing world ecosystem. You really are at the forefront of that. So I've put together a presentation today to walk through some of the key points, some of the commonalities we see on the most successful campaigns. So can pull that up now.
Please do.
And get into the presentation. Excellent. So let me go into present mode here. We'll get rid of the borders. Borderless crowdfunding. Slideshow. Excellent. So how to successfully market an impact crowdfund campaign. Again, these are the formulas from the top capital raises of 2025, both inside and outside of impact crowdfunding, but with a focus with metrics, numbers, some of the results from impact initiatives. And what I would start with is investor audiences aren't just financial backers. Our issuer clients receive far more than just the capital that are coming in through one of these exercises. The early adopters, the investors, brand champions who help you scale your business. So I've worked with groups on 6, 7 rounds, for the same company. I'll watch their valuation grow. I'll watch their audience, their team, their product, their market share all evolve. The merger and acquisition opportunities, press, various types of strategic partnerships that come from the individuals that are targeted with ads and outreach and different types of marketing are very present. They're what founders emphasize to me as the biggest value they got from one of these capital raises, again, beyond the funds themselves. The most successful campaigns become long-term movements, not just short-term raises. Definitely relevant for the conference over these 3 days. I would tell you, even outside of impact investing, this is true. But Devin and I have this shared interest, this alignment on how these tools could be used to really have a positive impact on the planet here. And I'll start with the misconceptions, because I believe many people paint a picture where this is easy. And hey, you could raise $5 million on Reg CF. 2 months, 3 months, something around those points. I would start by pointing you to the King's Crowd 2025 insights, where there was 1,009, I believe, Reg CF issuers, down 29% from the year before. Higher average raise amounts, but only 10% of issuers hit $1 million or more. There was 9 that hit 4.8, let alone 5 million. I think 9 that, we'll call it 5 million there. Founders often assume if I build it, they will come. If I do my Form C, if I put together my paperwork, if I launch on a platform that has hosted successful campaigns in the past, or a team that's committed to get me to my goal, I'm going to be able to close my round at the full level. They only need a few investors. This is a game of volume. The average investment last year was over $1,700, up from $1,500 last year, but that's 1,000 investments per 1.7 million raised. Most of the raise happens after the launch. There are test the waters additions that have been added to regulation crowdfunding, Reg CF. And you really want to look at what your audience consists of before going live, and what you can anticipate in the first day, the first week, the first month, to set the right foundation to hit the max limit. And the reality is campaigns need, as I said, thousands of visitors and hundreds of investors, if not more. Pre-launch momentum is critical to success. Timeline matters. Want to launch in May? You should have started building your audience in October. May's coming up at the end of January here. Can't believe how fast January's flown by. And really, start putting together a marketing strategy. Look at compliant ways to audience build between now and then. You may not be able to mention the deal, but to start getting that movement put into framework, if not building. An early funnel leads to better conversions. Use social channels, outreach, audience building, test the waters campaigns. If one of these don't make sense for you as a brand, I would speak to an expert and explore it further. I'd speak to a few, get differences of opinion. Sure, maybe test the waters is not ideal for you for a number of reasons. But social channels, outreach, audience building, it's a matter of how you conduct these activities. You then have the funnel strategy. The funnel is a digital marketing concept. You could picture, let's call it an upside down pyramid with awareness at the top, followed by consideration, intent, conversion, and advocacy. And a portion of that audience dropping off from each section. This isn't a game of checkers. It's not, hey, I brought an investor there today and they invested, and hey, we flipped them. Not the case. You bring an investor there today, great. They're in the awareness stage. You can then see where you're able to drive that audience from there, whether it's to a webinar, a piece of content, get them to sign up for your email. Perhaps they go into the consideration stage from there. Even those that intend to invest, only a small percentage of them will actually complete their investment. You want to be intentional about what those audiences see while they're searching around, doing their due diligence. Yes, retail investors absolutely like to do their own research before they get to conversion. And then ultimately, you're playing for advocacy. Peer-to-peer marketing is the ultimate form of marketing. You want your investors sharing with their friends, their family, their coworkers, their employees, their employers, people they enjoy their hobbies with. That is what really drives the success of these crowd sales. May sound self-explanatory. I have to explain this to people every day, even those who have successful raises. And each stage of your funnel needs tailored content that nudges people forward. You want to be able to identify how many people are at each stage of that funnel. This begins with your inner circle. You really need to activate them. Call to arms. Your first green network sets the tone. Invite them to invest, encourage them to share, get them to show up. Early supporters attract more interest, and you can be very transparent with them. This is why we're doing a regulated investment crowd fund. Don't let them just have their own perspective towards it of, oh, these guys need money, they're having trouble raising capital offline, they're just asking for investments from me. Explain to them, this is how investment crowdfunding works. And this is why we need our first degree network to show up early. We'd love it if you could back the campaign at any level, in the minimum level, $100, $500, $1,000, somewhere in those numbers for Reg CF is most common. And more importantly, we'd love it if you could share with your networks. If you're able to tap into your second degree audience, there's no shortage of how much can be raised. I could give you many examples around that as well too. Social proof wins. People don't believe what they see online. The more third-party validation that you're able to showcase, the better. Create that buzz on social media. Portal milestones, offering page milestones. 100K plus raise, 250, 500, a million, 1.5, 2.5 is directly connected with the higher conversion rate. The most important metric, I would say. How many people are getting to your offering page? How many of them are investing? You need that founder visibility, and press or partner mentions go a long way. The more times we hear the same piece of information from the more sources, more trusted sources, I may add, the more we believe it. It shows people you're worth backing. It is the crowd effect that you're playing for. I mentioned only 10% of issuers hit $1 million or more last year. Happy to say we've worked with many of those, and I have featured many of their stories on my podcast, Test Optimize Scale. See in the corner here, it's something I say a lot. It's our approach towards the marketing of these deals. And the top 10% really get all of the investments. The bottom 50%, pretty stagnant. Under 200K, they're going to raise. And that's just on debt deals. Combining, historically, it's closer to 114K as the median. Half of issuers don't raise more than that. Again, you can see this in the King's Crowd data. You can also look at Crowdfund Capital Advisors data. As a marketer, we have to base it on the actuals, the numbers, so we encourage you to do so. And you will see, if you do a competitor marketing audit of the issuers that are in the top spots, the top groups have a plethora of third-party validation. Every week, headline-worthy announcements. Spoke at this conference last week, have this podcast episode coming out this week. Next week, we're putting out an article with this other issuer, with an investor, and an interview with them. The more you're able to show people care about you, the more they think you're worth backing. Get to know the investor types. Notice that's plural. It's not the investor type. Many people picture one thing when they think of who's going to invest in their campaigns. It starts with friends and family, always will. 2, ROI-driven investors, those that want to see a return. 3, strategic investors. Given the fact this is an impact investing conference, strategic investors can definitely play into that. And those can be individuals, those could be retail investors, but strategic. They have interests that, if you succeed, will be benefited. So you want to learn how to speak to that in the messaging, but it starts with really understanding your audience, tailoring your approach depending on the investor. So emotional connection, growth potential, aligned incentives. These are some of the things that investors have pointed out to me when I've polled them on why they backed, why they purchased shares, why they purchased debt, what have you, in a regulated investment crowdfunding deal. You need to test out different approaches towards speaking to each investor group differently. We have assumptions going in, go off the data. If I tell you, hey, this worked on another campaign, or here's a good idea for targeting your audience, the messaging to bring them in, if anyone who's consulting on your deal does, that's an assumption. You need to actively market, and through the email response rates, through the advertising performance metrics, through the reports from any marketing channel that you're running, begin optimizing towards what's working best, optimizing each channel, each messaging set so that it performs better, but eventually pivoting towards what's really driving for you, and then looking for opportunities to scale from there. I like to emphasize that during the audience section. And paid media is instrumental to the success of the majority of these campaigns. Sure, there have been deals like Substack and other large online platforms that have millions of followers and are able to close out a round in a matter of a few days just by messaging their existing audience. I predominantly speak to issuers who have exhausted their first degree network, and I explain to them different approaches, different things to continue to communicate to those targets. But paid media, social advertising, roughly every $1 or $2 you spend can be a visitor to your offering page. And if you're targeting historical investment crowdfunding investors, we've built a database of over 1.8 million of them. There are different targeting filters available to you on these platforms. Equity crowdfunding is one, about 1 million people you can target. You are able to intentionally bring traffic to that offering page and determine how many people are going to be getting there. So it only works if there's fire to fuel. You bring people to a campaign that has $20,000 raised or $120,000 raised, you're not going to see the same conversion rate as a rule of thumb as if your campaign has $320,000 raised or 520 or $1,020,000, from 500, 1,000 investors. Scale based on performance data here. Retarget warm leads. It's all about that follow up we saw in the funnel section. It's 7 touch points or more typically before an investor converts. So make sure the follow-up is there. It's all in the follow-up, and use paid to boost urgency and credibility. You get to craft the narrative here. And if you're seeing a 5x, if you're seeing a 3 to 5x return on ad spend, you could scale it. We shoot for a 10x or higher. Oftentimes that gets rounded out towards the end of the campaign when there's a fear of missing out and a spike in conversions. And these campaigns, they need to have a captain behind the helm. Show up as the founder. Investors back people, not just products. Be visible, share your voice, tell your story through content, host events, and answer questions. Trust is built through presence. I could tell you the first name of most of the successful Regulation A Plus campaigns to date. When I talk to investors who participated in those deals, they can do the same. Show up as the founder. Spot and support advocates. Look for signs of advocacy, large investments, active engagement on social media platforms, on the portals and the question and answer sections, repeat interactions, event participation. These are your future brand builders. and use content to keep that fire alive with them when momentum slows. Amplify stories, showcase others talking about your company, share mission driven messaging, deliver value driven updates instead of repeated asks. How about now? Doesn't work as well as being able to show growth in your company or social proof or one of these advocates talking about how great you are. Post raise isn't post marketing. Stay connected. So send regular updates, nurture your backers via email and social, turn them into your best customers and evangelists. I can't tell you how many groups think they're going to stop their marketing when the round closes, and it's a detriment to them on their next offering. I could tell you about issuers who marketed through their campaign and saw those audiences show up day one of their next rounds. They'll raise 4 million in the first week just from going back to audiences that have backed them or watching them and giving them meaningful updates, showing them the traction, keeping them as part of the conversation. Thought leadership content builds trust. So number one, share founder insights. Number two, break down market trends. Number three, outline strategic direction. There's no shortage of the content you can create here. And again, directly reflected by the rapport, the trust that's built with that target audience. And a community is an asset. It's not an audience. It's literally something that I ask every prospective issuer about and can project an idea of what they could raise in their first month accordingly. Build a community, not a list. Keep your network involved. Poll investors on product ideas. Highlight their stories. Create insider programs. These are folks that want to see the same impact as you. Keep them involved. Keep it going. So sustained connection leads to growth. Send quarterly updates, host regular webinars, tell stories across platforms. Retention leads to referrals. I can't tell you how important that is in digital marketing, is retention. So I could speak about this stuff for hours, invite you to connect with me on LinkedIn. I'll be in some of the back rooms as well too, but here are a few takeaways. Begin early and stay consistent. Lead with trust, visibility, and value. This has to be abundantly present. Number three, use each funnel stage intentionally. Know how it's feeding into the end conversion. As the part of the King's Crown report for 2025, there will be operators in this space, the CEOs understanding how to use each funnel stage intentionally. Less tourists this year, less groups who think they're just going to run a Reg CF campaign and hit the full goal. Keep building after the raise. Have some examples here. Here's a company that raised over $45 million on Regulation 8 Plus, saw 29.25x return on ad spend. Every $197 we spent, we were able to track a conversion from the ads we were running. Another one here, Rise Robotics, 7.66x return on ad spend. A campaign that hit full 5 million in December. Atom Beam, talking about pre-launch metrics here and what it meant to have a successful marketing campaign in between rounds. Have several case studies for Boxable, a great use of video content on the right, and advocates talking about them on podcasts and repurposing. Please reach out to me with any questions. With the time today, I think it would be best if you reach out to me directly over LinkedIn or through our website, and appreciate you guys listening to my perspective on investment crowdfunding here today.
Great message, Jason. I just love it. The I want to encourage you to pop into that backstage Zoom room. It's full of people who I know are eager to chat with you, want to get to know you better and talk to you about their deals. Yesterday we were featuring a lot of climate entrepreneurs who we haven't yet done and are not doing crowdfund offerings. And a lot of them reached out to me in one way or another to say, hey, I'm kind of wanting to understand better about crowdfunding. And so you'll see some of them are in the Zoom room right now. So check it out. And folks, if you're not a VIP yet, you can become a VIP and join Jason in the backstage area. Just visit the supergreenlive.org to register. And when you do, you'll get an email that has all the information, not only to watch, but to join the backstage Zoom as well as a VIP. So check it out. Our next guest is one of those great entrepreneurs who has built a genuine, deep amazing business, respected around the. He's a big deal. I heard him speak for the first time at a conference 15 years ago, and this was a conference of some of the most successful CEOs in the country, and he blew their socks off. And I'm excited to have him blow our socks off today. Tom Zaki is the CEO and founder of TerraCycle. Tom did a successful $5 million plus round of Reg CF that, I had him scheduled on the show while his offering was live, and it completed. They maxed out the offering before we could even get the episode recorded and aired. Tom's a phenomenally successful guy. We're thrilled to have him here. And TerraCycle is famous for its tremendous climate impact. Thrilled that he would come back and join us. Tom, thank you so much. Let me put your slides up, and we'll turn you loose on this, okay?
Rock and roll. Devin, thank you. And thank you for everyone watching. It's a real privilege and a pleasure to be here amongst folks that are interested in entrepreneurship, especially purpose-driven entrepreneurship. And sort of apropos to the wonderful speaker that was on before, TerraCycle has had a great relationship with the idea of crowdfunding. We are, for context, if you don't know us, we're 25 years old. Today, we're just under 100 million in revenue, operating nationally in 20 countries around the world. And, we launched as a company before the concept of Reg A or Reg CF funding was even available. So we raised, our first capital through your classic Regulation D offerings, where you go after accredited investors and raise, Series A, B, C, and so on. We played with crowdfunding the first time 5 years ago, where we raised on a Reg A 19 million into our US company. It did very well, and we were able to use that to grow. One of the things we're very proud of is those investors who invested, 5 years ago, already received back somewhere between 17 and 20% of their invested capital in the form of dividends, and those keep coming every year. Then, as Devin mentioned, we in Q4 of last year, just a number of months ago, we launched a CF for 5 million, and that I believe was one of the fastest CFs in America last year, if I'm not mistaken. But it closed in less than 60 days, oversubscribed, and now we have some very exciting plans coming up for next year, where we'll be doing hopefully some more crowdfunding at a much larger scale. The CF is a great warm up to a Reg A. So, I'm here to share with you today, not just our experience in crowdfunding. And I do want to say I fully agree with everything the speaker before said about, how to think about marketing, how to, take care of the investors and communicate with them. One of the reasons we like these crowdfunding models, I would say, is a number of reasons. One is that it's a really great way to warm up one's compliance team, getting ready for what a public offering might look like, because you have to file with the Securities Exchange Commission, every 6 months. You got to really get good process behind you. And that really warms up your legal team, your finance team, and other teams that support that protocol. But it also allows retail investors to join, get your customers involved. And then because you are finding investors not through a roadshow, but through performance marketing and other tactics, that also allows you to put out more advertising that will generally spur the entire business as well. And we've seen all those things come true. So we're a big fan of that overall process. Now, I want to tell you a little bit about our business, but before telling you about what TerraCycle does, what I want to share with you a little bit is on the theory of how we work. So in this presentation, you're going to see a little bit of an intermingling of the theory of waste, along with how we think about commercializing that into a mission-driven business. So TerraCycle, as mentioned, was started 25 years ago in my dorm room, and today we are a company serving 20 countries around the world as a mission-driven for-profit with national operations. While we're headquartered in Trenton, New Jersey, which is where I'm sitting today, where a third of our employees sit, the other third across America and other offices from Chicago to Maine. We then have teams everywhere from Canada to Australia. You'll notice Thailand here is colored in blue because there we operate as a nonprofit organization. One of the things we've noticed is that in emerging markets, its capital is much harder to get. So we many times approach that from a nonprofit model. That's our TerraCycle Foundation, which is a U.S. public charity for fundraising purposes, and then in Thailand, a Thai charity. And then in developed regions, we operate as a mission-driven for-profit because you can get internal financing there quite easily. Now, our job as a company, we are a waste management company. That is to say that we like to build and operate waste-based supply chains where you collect waste, do something with it, and build a business model around it. And we do that with sort of 5 major capabilities represented by each of these horizontal bars, with a goal of always moving waste up the waste hierarchy, so away from litter to management, from management to recycling, from recycling to reuse, and trying to play where traditional waste management companies do not play. And in the waste space, it's a little bit easier because waste is objectively the least innovative industry per dollar of revenue it enjoys. I mean, compare the innovation in the waste sector to the healthcare sector or the entertainment sector, or all sorts of other more exciting sectors, dare I say. So starting at the bottom, where you see eliminate informal disposal, which is just a fancy word for litter, we there focus our work in Thailand, again, through our nonprofit, to take areas where there's high risk leakage. Leakage, again, is a fancy word for litter, and collect that and manage it before it ends up in our oceans. And very happy to say that we now run the world's most economically efficient river cleanup system, as well as Bangkok's biggest system, and have a nice team, in the city where we have a whole fleet of these devices deployed, where we are constantly collecting and removing the type of waste you see pictured. But as we think about how to elevate waste more and more, I want to take you on a journey on the idea of waste, because I believe if you're going to be a mission-driven business, you're going to be solving a profound issue. But it's important to understand why that issue exists and where does it come from, because maybe how you solve it might edit once you have that understanding. And that's really been the case for us. So, of course, as we think about waste, waste is not a natural idea. Now, that's not to say there isn't outputs in nature. An animal might use the toilet like this animal. An animal might exhale. It might have its body parts or its body one day when it dies. But their outputs, while not useful to any other member of its species, is useful to other organisms. And that's the beauty of nature, is that there are outputs, but all those outputs are useful inputs to other systems. And this was how the human system was up until truly about the 1950s. I've had the privilege of writing 4 different books on the theory of waste, and it always, is striking that waste was invented in the 50s. I mean, just imagine where you are sitting watching this today on your TV. 100 years ago, the chair you would have been sitting in would have been made from wood. The food you might be eating and snacking on would have just been in its own packaging, like the peel of an apple. And the clothing you would be wearing would be made from things like cotton, wool, silk, natural materials. Things that if you then threw them in nature, nature would be happy with. It would be a useful input. Fast forward, starting in the 50s to today, the chair you're sitting in is very likely, like the chair I am, made from advanced materials like polymers. The food is all packaged in all sorts of advanced materials. And our clothing today is 60% made from, again, advanced materials like polyester, nylon, and so on. So everything shifted. Now, there's lots of virtues of this shift. Our food lasts longer. Our chairs have more functions and so on. And our clothing, can have, all sorts of more characteristics. But nature doesn't know what to do with these things when they become waste. And then we compounded this by really commercializing and popularizing consumption. Back in 100 years ago, we would have bought, believe it or not, 2 apparel items a year and used them on average for 20 years before disposal. Today, we buy 66 apparel items a year and wear them, believe it or not, 3 times before disposal. And that is what's created, effectively, the modern concept of waste. And then, so why did we do this? And knowing this is perhaps the biggest unlocking truth that you'll see come up in our models. We did it because we love convenience. This photo is a positive photo from the 1950s, celebrating the unparalleled convenience of disposability. You don't have to wash your dishes, you just throw them away. You don't have to darn your socks or cobble your shoes, you just throw them away and get a new one, and so on and so forth. Now, it's easy to vilify this because of all the externalities, that are produced, the global garbage crisis, but let's remember, we vote for this every day, including today, with what we buy. And we love buying things that are highly convenient. And that tends to be things that are fast, like fast fashion, fast products, cheap, but also break quickly, and things that are packaged and so on, like packaged food. So what happens with all this waste? Right? About 1/3 today is still informally disposed. That's just, again, a fancy word for litter. Only 5% or so is recycled. And then the balance, 95%, is either burned or buried, which really is a synonym with getting rid of that problem while obeying the laws of the land. In other words, countries like Germany, South Korea, Japan, Switzerland are going to have the most advanced regulation, which doesn't even allow one to landfill. So you're going to see incineration as the lowest level solution. And in sort of countries that are medium level regulation, like Australia, Canada, the United States, it's going to be landfilled or buried as the baseline solution. But it's really about get rid of that garbage as cheaply as possible while obeying the laws of the land. Now, why is it important to take a step back? Is it really then allows us to frame how do we drive solutions? So if we want to move from a linear economy, a take, make, waste system, where we extract, we make a product, and very quickly it becomes garbage. In fact, 99% of what we buy becomes garbage within the year of purchase. How do we turn that and start bending the system so that things can at least start getting recycled? And mind you, this is not yet a perfect circle because the output doesn't quite yet become the input. So the first question we have to ask, still taking a step back, a very important step back, is what makes an object actually recyclable, practically recycled? That is, that it will happen, not technically. And I highlight this because everything in the world, more or less, is already technically recyclable or compostable. If you throw enough resource and money at something, it can be made into something else. So what actually allows for things to be practically recycled? And as we started thinking about this, we realized that recycling, unlike, say, the healthcare system, is perceived as a public service, but really isn't. And what I mean by that, in the healthcare system, if I'm sick and I walk into a hospital, most physicians have taken the Hippocratic Oath, meaning they do have to serve me, irrelevant of my means to pay for the service. And as a result, if I'm sick and the cure exists, I would expect in most cases for it to be administered. While if the cure doesn't exist, then I would hope for an R&D breakthrough in my lifetime so that it can be invented and it can get administered. And that's, many people project that onto recycling. You know, you would say to a lay citizen, why is a cardboard box recyclable while a toothbrush is not? And they'll say, because the cardboard box can be, while the toothbrush cannot be. And the reality is very far from that. Recycling is operated by for-profit companies everywhere. And there's no Hippocratic Oath. In other words, a garbage company does not have to recycle anything it collects. Doesn't mean it's broken. It just means it's an open market system. And as a result, what gets recycled is what is profitable to recycle. The costs are really, you got to collect the waste and do something with it. And that you compare it to what you can sell the outputs for. And that is really what determines local recyclability. Let me put a fine point on this and just make it more of a comedic example. Imagine for a moment that after you watch this show, you are walking down the street and you see a cup on the street, or two cups, in fact. One, and they're both dirty, gross cups. One of them is a gold cup made from solid gold, and you can sense that. The other is made from cheap plastic. Would you pick up one or the other or both? My gut would be that you'd probably happily pick up the gold cup and you'd say, leave the plastic cup there. And why? Because the gold cup has value, right? It's a profitable exercise to pick it up, clean it, and use it, while the plastic cup has so little value, it's not worth your time. So the real question is, what would get you to pick up the plastic cup? And I believe the one thing that I could add to this equation to get you to happily pick up the plastic cup is some money. And at some amount of money, whatever that may be for you, $1, $5, $20, whatever it is, at some point, you will happily pick up the plastic cup. And that's the essence of circular economy. Either the value has to be embedded into the object, like it is in the gold cup, and then it will be intrinsically circular. Mind you, the reason 100 years ago we used the clothing that we bought for 20 years is because it was high quality and could be mended and repaired, and you had invested a lot into it. It was not worth throwing it away. And the reason today we wear a garment 3 times before disposal is because it's so cheap. It's not worth bothering to fix it or mend it or cherish it. So the way we get the cheap things to be picked up is we have to pay for that service. So either the money has to be, the value has to be embedded into the object, or it has to be added to the object. There's no other choice. And today, this is especially important because 95% of objects cost more to collect and recycle than the results are worth. It doesn't mean they're not recyclable. It just means they're not profitable to recycle, which is why it doesn't get recycled. And in fact, this is getting worse every year than better. Things tomorrow are cheaper than they are today. It's just the nature. And this is in all goods, packages, clothing, board games, you name it. That same item is made with less resource tomorrow than today. And the virtue of that, mind you, it's more profitable and less cost, right? More volume gets moved, so also more overall waste is produced. Let me put a fine point on it for you. Here's an example of the 4 most popular ways to package a beverage. They're stacked in order of the most expensive to the cheapest, the most expensive being aluminum cans, then PET bottles, then cartons, then pouches. And the white line is the actual rate of recycling for these objects in the United States. And this will be the same in any country. The ratio will be the same. The absolutes might be different. Like in Germany, the recycling rate for aluminum cans is phenomenally good, right? But it still ratios down to 0 when you get to a pouch. And the reason the recycling crashes is not because one is more technically recyclable than the other. It's because they are progressively less profitable to bother recycling. And so the way to solve this, and I've taken this huge step back before explaining anything we do, because this is the foundation, this theory is the foundation of how we built TerraCycle. So in our first division above litter prevention, we focus on how do we recycle anything, any object. And the business solution then is about solving for the economics. We charge a stakeholder, we call that here the client. That could be an individual, it could be a retailer, it could be a brand, it could be a city, whatever it costs to collect the waste and process it, minus what the material value is worth. Now, if the material value was worth more than the cost of collecting it and processing it, it would already be locally recyclable, like cardboard boxes and PET bottles. But 95% of waste, the material value is not enough to fund the cost of collection and processing, and so that's why it's a net cost. Now, to all the social entrepreneurs out there, the biggest lesson I've learned in 25 years of doing this all over the world is to get people, organizations to invest in doing the right thing. You don't just want to say, here's the bill for doing the right thing. You need to really think about how can they drive more value, ROI, than the investment. Because people intrinsically are good. They want to do the right thing, but they also have to serve the goals of their organization. And that's the magic sauce to scaling any good, purposeful, mission-driven activity. And not just scaling it, but have it survive recessions, down economies. Right now, there's a lot of headwind out there for social enterprise. The world is caring less about climate accounting, the carbon accounting, for example, or investing in sustainability. It's headwind, overtly. Traditional venture capital investors are investing less into sustainability. And that's just what it is today. The weather outside is not so great. Now, of course, one day it'll shift, I'm sure, as weather always does. But this, to solve for that and be successful, the more you can show ROI to the stakeholder for what they invest in, you will survive those down economies. It's why TerraCycle has only grown for 25 years. We grew last year and we're going to grow again this year. It's because this laser focus on driving value. So what does this look like? Once you have solved the economics, everything, absolutely everything can go circular. We today recycle cigarette butts in over 20 countries. In fact, we're about to celebrate our billionth butt recycled. This could be funded by cities, by businesses, even the tobacco companies. We are one of the world's leader in flexible film recycling, seen here at a major retailer in the United States. But it could be anything. Guitar string recycling in the US, or flip-flop recycling in Latin America, to we are the world's leading cosmetic recycler. That's Australia on the right, or I think that's the UK, if I'm not mistaken, on the left. All the way to luxury cosmetics in Korea and China, to the world leading contact lens recycler. We even recycle dirty diapers, which is quite literally a shit show of a project, if I may. This is in Holland, but we've also done it in France and Japan. It could be credit card recycling, or recycling those pharmaceutical blister packs, all the way to your pre-loved toys. Anything can get recycled through this model and done at scale and as a good foundational business, which is why we've been successful in raising crowdfunding. We are profitable. We have been for many years. We pay dividends as a result. We have found good fundamentals, which, mind you, differentiates us from a lot of the other crowdfunding offerings that are out there today. And that allows us to attract a disproportionate amount of investors. But this only really leads us to getting things recycled. The next step to completing the circle, well, is we have to also make things from waste. And that allows there to become a true circular economy of recycling. Now, what we try to do here again, is take a step back. You'll notice this theory of constantly taking a step back to underlying the root, to see what the root cause of the problem is. In making things from waste, one of the really neat anomalies that we found is that if you are a company making a backpack, a t-shirt, some carpet, shampoo bottle, your input, if you're going to use recycled content, is always going to be beverage containers. Why? Because beverage containers are the only things that behave characteristically like new materials. And we design our objects unanimously almost from a virgin mentality. That is to say, using virgin materials as our starting point. So when later the backpack company wants to start making that backpack out of recycled content, they're going to go out there and search for recycled plastic that characteristically, from price to performance, behaves like virgin material. And the only stuff that really does that is soda bottles. And this is a problem because once you make the soda bottle into a backpack, you can't make it back into a soda bottle. And there's not enough soda bottles to go around, not even close to meet the needs of all this consumption. So we really try to break that by thinking about how do we get other waste streams made into products. And the easiest way to do this is we warm up organizations. We first start at very, very simple deployments, like let's make marketing things like sculptures outside stadiums, or when Netflix launches a TV show, sculptures from ocean plastic. Then we say, let's get a bit more sophisticated, and get away from just sort of marketing pops to maybe working with Unilever to make over 1,500 bicycles from their aerosol containers, or Henkel in the UK making exercise parks from their aerosol containers, all the way to L'Oreal making outdoor gardens from their cosmetic waste, or Nike in Korea making exercise fields from shoe waste, all the way to even 24 playgrounds made from oral care waste with Colgate, all the way to, if you watch the Olympics, making every Olympic podium from the Tokyo to the Paris Games, from Japanese waste to the waste collected in the rivers and canals all over France to clean them up ahead of the triathlon races. But then we can go more sophisticated by really getting waste back into foundational supply chains, like helping Kiehl's in Korea take cosmetic waste we recycle in the country and make it back into their store fixtures. Or working with ASICS to make the first shoe ever for their company made from used shoes. Or with Pilot Pens in Japan, releasing the world's first pen made from used pens. So here the supply chain is we collect pens from schools and businesses all over Japan, recycle them into a material that can then be made right back into a writing instrument. And this gets us, that's our third division, and this gets us to a circular economy based on recycling. But again, we need to take a step back, because the reality is recycling is not the foundational solution to waste. It's more like taking a pill when you have a headache to get rid of your headache. You have solved the headache, but you haven't solved the reason you got the headache. And we believe the foundational reason that we have waste is this idea of disposability and what it creates. And so the next step is we need to move to a tighter circle, one where we reuse and repair items versus recycle items. And if we think about waste, whether it's our clothing, our beverage containers, our shoes, this is what it looks like today. So when you recycle these things, the good thing that happens is you recover the materials they're made from. You turn it back into the raw materials that could make new products. But if we could take this waste and instead of make all this fast so that you drink it once and throw it away, or wear that clothing a few times and throw it away, into durable items, then we eliminate all that waste to begin with. And you know what's interesting? This is exactly how the world used to be. We used to darn our socks, get milk from the milkman, cobble our shoes, and so on. And again, in that spirit of taking a step back, why did we leave this? We left this because of how freaking amazing the convenience is of a throwaway lifestyle. These are all advertisements from the 1950s talking about how convenient it is to throw things away. And I know it's easy to vilify this, but to the social entrepreneurs out there, I would say empathize with it. That's a much harder thing to do. Empathize with why we are so fiercely attracted to this, because that's when the unlocking principles will emerge. So we asked ourselves the question, how do we maintain the convenience of single use without the waste? And our answer became our fifth platform called Loop. Loop is the brand we use for reuse. And what we said is there needs to be a platform where any consumer product company can enter and make a reusable version of their products. And those could be purchased anywhere and returned anywhere. So we launched. We've invested a huge amount of resource into this, almost $50 million so far. We did trials in the US, Canada, Australia, Japan, France, and the UK. And I'm happy to say, while not everything went perfectly, we now run the largest reuse platform in the country of France. And today you can walk into a huge range of French retailers, from Carrefour to Monoprix to Système U, buy over 400 products, from your Coca-Cola to your Nutella, in reusable packages. Then when you're done, dirty, no cleaning, drop them off in one of our bins. You get your money back. We sort them, clean them. It goes back to the manufacturer who refills them, and the concept of waste is gone. And this works across all categories of consumption, from beverages to food, home care, personal care, miscellaneous items like vitamins and cat litter, and so on and so forth. And we think it can work even beyond that in hard goods or textiles, even though now we are laser focused on consumables. So this is what it looks like. You know, your wine bottle is now fully reusable. This will be cleaned and refilled. Baby food containers, major brands like Kraft Heinz on ketchup bottles, or Beiersdorf on aftershave. You know, whether it's chickpeas, all the way to Nestle doing cat litter, or Procter & Gamble laundry detergent. And by the way, aren't these the most beautiful versions of these aforementioned packages? Whether it's ice cream, all the way to dish soap. So after this very windy journey, we now, again, all across France, in over 400 stores, you can see these over 400 products where you can buy in fully reusable packages, drop them off, and have them cleaned. But in these things, I mentioned a lot, you know, the idea of take a step back so that you can really understand where the issue came from. And then also be open for incredibly unintuitive learnings to appear. One of the things we learned on reuse, for example, is that consumers will not do reuse unless there is a major assortment that they can pick from. When you only put 5 products on the shelf, the purchase rates are low, that's on the left, and the return rates are low. When you put a larger range of products on the shelf, purchase rates increase, 300-400%, return rates go up close to 500%. So what we believe in, being a mission-driven business is that to solve, the modern issues that are out there, we have to fiercely understand them. Then we have to empathize with why we are where we are, and borrow from the past while honoring the modern, the idea of society progressing into the future. And with this sort of mentality, we can and we have created massively scaled solutions to the types of garbage challenges I've showed you. So with that said, thank you.
Tom, man alive. What a riveting presentation. As we all think about trying to make the world a better place, I can't think of a better poster child for this movement than you. You just stand as such an icon for what we're all hoping to do, and you're doing so effectively. And yet, I love the essence of your message is that we're just getting started, right? This is the kernel. This $100 million business is just a beginning, not the end, not the fulfillment. What a view, what a vision. I'm excited to see where you go from here. Thank you so much for being with us today. My good golly. I do hope you'll pop in for a few minutes into that backstage Zoom. We've got a number of people there who would love to shake your hand virtually and connect with you. So really appreciate you being here today. What a stellar job. Thank you so, so much.
Thank you.
Our next group, we're going to have a panel discussion about, I think, a really important topic that we need to cover, and that is this idea. It's a perfect follow-on to Tom's presentation, really, to say, let's talk about whether or not you really can build an impactful business that's profitable. Yesterday, we heard from Doug Wilmore, the CEO of WorldTree, a very high-impact business that has raised $12 million from the crowd, doing incredible things with planting fast-growing trees. But he pointed out there's this cognitive dissonance that our brains literally are wired to reject the idea that we could benefit from something that could benefit others. Our brains can't handle it, and yet it's true. So this is going to be a fabulous discussion. It's going to be led by Cameron Neal. Cameron runs Lend for Good, an international crowdfunding portal for investments in all kinds of social impact projects, including many that are clean tech and climate friendly and climate solutions of all sorts. An amazing portal, amazing work that you're doing, Cameron. Thank you so much for being here. I really think this is going to be a great panel discussion. I'll let you introduce your panelists, okay?
Thanks, Devin. Greetings, everyone. As Devin says, I'm Cameron, co-founder and CEO of Lend for Good. We're a global debt syndication platform, and we've mobilized millions. We want to mobilize millions more to loan to courageous impact enterprises who are helping to deliver the Sustainable Development Goals, which includes climate-related action, and many of our loans have been very focused on environmental and climate solutions. I'm joining you today from Naarm, the unceded traditional lands of the Wurundjeri peoples of the Kulin Nation. It's also called Melbourne, Australia. And I just want to acknowledge these traditional owners of this land and pay my respects to these elders, past and present, and extend that respect to any First Nations people who are joining us for SuperGreen Live around the world. As Devin mentioned, our topic for this panel is green and in the black, profitable paths in climate investing. Here in Victoria, so it's the state where I live here in Australia, which is right down the bottom of the country, closest to Antarctica, mind you. We are entering later today, our second major week-long heat wave of this summer. There are fires that are still burning here from our previous one 2 to 3 weeks ago. Communities are on edge, ready for another round of evacuations, possible loss of homes, infrastructure, livelihoods, and to avoid any loss of life. And in between those heat waves, we had a flash flooding event in one of those communities that took out roads, bridges, and cars. The impacts of the climate crisis are here. They are real, and their economic, social, and human toll grows annually, not just here in Australia, but around the world. Our own Treasury Department here, we had a range of these events last summer. They calculated that for those climate-related disasters in the first half of 2025, we had a range of economic impacts. $2.2 billion loss of economic activity, $2 billion of insurance claims, $2 billion in infrastructure damage. That doesn't account for the human and social costs of communities displaced and people's lives lost. And these costs are rising annually. So when we're thinking about this topic for our panel today around profitability, it's important to put discussions of profitability in the context of the broader impacts that not having climate solutions has. We can't think narrowly about profits. We do need revenue generating profitable businesses, but we can't do that in the way that we've done it before. Narrowly thinking about profits and externalizing the negative impacts that businesses have is what's got us into this mess, when it comes to carbon emissions and everything, right? And we're now trying to figure out, well, how do we bring those back in? How do we design businesses and solutions that not only make money, but reduce those externalities and take account of them and positively impact those externalities and create value and wealth in different ways, not just money, for communities, for people, for places. And we're going to take that broader view into our discussion of this topic today, all the way from businesses and enterprises through to communities in our planet. I'm joined today to have this discussion about green and in the black by two innovators and leaders in climate solutions who have been involved in developing, delivering, and scaling opportunities for communities and investors that address this crisis. My first guest is Nicole Whalen. Nicole is the founder of Green Compass, a post-revenue company turning stormwater runoff into revenue, which I think is amazing, with stormwater retention credits in Washington, D.C. Niche compliance market. And Nicole will talk a bit more about that in a moment. I'm also joined by Greg Apodaca, who is the Chief Explorer I love that term, and CEO of Community 3.0X, a community benefit corporation committed to speeding and scaling environmental solutions. They operate in Greater Los Angeles and are working with partners internationally. Welcome, Greg. Welcome, Nicole, and welcome to all of our viewers today. So let's get into this with an opening question to you both. Nicole, to you first. Tell us about your climate solutions work. Give us a bit of an understanding of what you do in the context of this global challenge.
Of course, and thank you, Cameron, and thank you, Devin, for hosting this event. So what Green Compass does with climate solutions is we retrofit commercial real estate. Real estate buildings is the largest source of emissions in Washington, D.C. and many cities worldwide. And we have the solutions to retrofit buildings to have low and no emissions. It's just really mobilizing investment into these solutions. And solutions include solar, electrification, on-site energy, water efficiency, EV charging. But the niche that we've really have pioneered in the last 5 years is the stormwater retention credit in Washington, D.C. And cities worldwide are the concrete jungles. And what we've turned them into with all this concrete is actually deserts. In the desert environment, when it rains, it floods. And our cities are becoming more and more flood prone because of the concrete surfaces and the lack of green space to slow and even capture and treat stormwater before it runs off and becomes a pollution problem. So Green Compass is retrofitting commercial real estate. We're taking properties with large rooftops, large parking lots. The bigger the parking lot, the better. And we are adding green space like rain gardens or infiltration trenches and tree canopies, tree pits as well, to engineered to capture as much of that stormwater runoff as possible. And for every gallon of runoff that we capture per storm event, we generate an environmental credit that is administered by the District of Columbia. So it's a public compliance market. And we offer developers of new construction and development projects compliance flexibility that they don't have to manage stormwater running off their property anymore. They can simply purchase our credits for off-site retention. It goes back, the simple part of this is that it's the polluters pays principle in action, is in which we're making properties be responsible for their contribution to water pollution, but also allowing a flexible compliance option through the clever stormwater retention credit. DC created this about 10 years ago, and it's been growing and thriving every year despite pandemics and changes in the macro environment. This niche market has ended up being quite resilient in the fact that it is a niche market. And Green Compass has been growing about 20% every year since we started with our growth of revenue. And we're building more installations that generate more credits, and we're selling those credits for recurring revenue. So we have a successful business model that puts us in the black doing stuff in the green. And it's possible. And we're living proof of it.
Nicole, just before I go to you, Greg, can you just, you've talked there about the growth in revenue. What have you seen in terms of the volume of stormwater that you're actually able to influence? How is that changing?
So right now we are treating about 5.2 million gallons of water a year. Wow. So cumulatively, it's been over 16 million gallons of water. We have 2.1 billion gallons of water that are dumped into our rivers without treatment every single year. So there's a large room to grow, very large room to grow when you're talking about gallons of water. But we are currently managing about 10 acres of urban land, and that's also growing about 20% a year. So that's the trajectory that we're on, but we're hoping to scale now that we have more consistent access to capital, and we've had successful crowdfunding that we hope to continue.
We'll talk a bit more about that later. I think what's interesting about what you've described there, obviously, is the way that you've tied revenue to increasing green space to increase in stormwater treatment. They're all kind of coming in together. That's what we're looking for in these new business models, is that when money goes up, the positive impact goes up, right? And so I think it's a great example, and we'll dive into that a bit more. But Greg, I want to come to you. Tell us about your climate solutions work.
Sure. Our work is more intangible than Nicole's. Our work is really about transforming mindsets. We run 3 projects right now that are aimed at helping us shift our mentality to the fact that the climate needs are urgent and we're not acting on them quick enough, and that we're all responsible and we need to shift our own personal actions if we hope to shift the global actions that are needed to solve the challenges. So the first thing is we annually run a Green Economy Unconference. Unconference because business as usual is not going to cut it. And we want to bring a holistic approach to solving climate challenges. First, we invite different sectors of the community to be there, right? We imported an indigenous leader who I met in the Amazon in Ecuador when I was there a year and a half ago, to tell us about their vision for the future and their construct for life, which is so different from the Western world. They see themselves as brothers and sisters with plants and animals in the jungle. They see themselves as part of nature and part of Earth and all of the planets and the universe, and all of space and time as well. It couldn't be more different the way they think about things and their place in the world, as composed to ours, which is more like about 70 years on the planet. Let's make a lot of cash, buy a nice house and a nice car, and if we trash the planet in the process, well, no big deal. So we bring indigenous folks together with scientists, with conscious investors, funders of women entrepreneurs, even medicine women, who can help us understand that the Western ways are not necessarily the best ways to consider our consciousness, expanding our consciousness to be more effective individually and collectively. A second, we're launching a conscious investor club. There are so many people now whose mindsets are shifting from the single bottom line of profitability, which drives everything in the planet. That's why we're trashing the universe, and that's why we're exploiting people in the process to make profits. And we need to shift that to a triple bottom line that values people, planet, and profit. It seems that there are so many people, especially ultra high net worth individuals, who are looking to invest more now in triple bottom line solutions. And so we're looking to bring people together, especially VCs and people from family offices, to package investments that will help them serve themselves as well as serving other people. And the third thing that we're doing is launching a media campaign where we can use humor to educate and engage people in environmental issues. It still is, I think, out there, and every 10 people I run into, maybe one is actively acting to make the planet better and the climate better. Most people, I think, are still disengaged. How do we crack that nut? I think the way to do it is to use humor to engage people. Our program might look like a Jimmy Kimmel monologue, where we talk about issues that are pertinent to the day, but also then making fun of people or making light of people who are either causing problems or maybe completely missing the point. And then once we get their attention, then we will look forward to doing a deeper dive with them into why did we choose this issue for this episode. The director or the writer can talk about their perspective takes on the issue, and then we can lead them to ways that they can engage and make a difference.
Thanks, Greg. Really fascinated by I've been to a few unconferences, but that composition of your guests is so important for the kind of conversations that happen, right? And bringing those different people together, from the scientists, investors, shamans, medicine women, all into the one place to talk about this. Innovative ideas and solutions come from that. And I know you've mentioned the Conscious Investor Club, which you shared with me, was in part inspired by one of the panels that you had at that unconference with a range of investors. I'm interested to dig into that a little bit more, given SuperGreen Live and the context we're talking in today. I agree with you. I'm seeing more people who are interested in investing from the perspective of impact first, as opposed to profit first. What has been your experience, and what's kind of led you to think about grouping people together into a Conscious Investor Club? What's the thinking behind that?
For years, people have been talking about a need for a shift from what I said before, the single bottom line of profitability, to the triple bottom line. I read a book and was impressed with the work of the Swedish scientist Johan Rockström, who's behind the planetary boundaries theory. In his book called Earth for All, he made the point that a holistic approach is more effective for us in the short term, but also in the long term. I think the current mindset of investors might be short-term profitability, quarterly returns, things like that. But we're shooting ourselves in the foot here if we make a lot of money only to destroy the planet, right? That's like playing online poker while your home is burning down, and not a very smart thing to do. So Johan made the point after looking back at 50 years of science and data, and then using current ability to use computer modeling to find out what are the solutions. And it turns out that the best way to solve planetary challenges are also the best way to empower women, best way to turn the economic playing field and make it more level instead of being unleveled by design. So there was that real need placed in my head from other thought leaders who are already doing this work, that we needed to get into this field as well and expand that mindset and expand people who are interested in doing that with us.
I would certainly, I think one of the things that we've seen at Lend for Good, and one of the things behind, our kind of theory as to, why crowdfunding and, SuperGreen Live and the Super Crowd, et cetera, is all aligned with that, is that I think we're social beings, right? Like, people act together and do things together. And so I think, the idea of coming together as clubs, coming together as collectives to do things together is very attractive. And so, I think the idea you've got there of kind of connecting people up to look at things holistically and to look at things in a social process is really important. Nicole, I know you've kind of tapped into crowdfunding as part of your journey. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? And, and I guess what your observation is of the kind of personas and personalities of these people that are investing in the climate solutions that you're offering?
Yeah. So we came to crowdfunding as an alternative to working with traditional lenders. Something just doesn't seem and sit well with me with wanting to profit share with the Bank of Americas when they're the ones bankrolling the climate crisis. I much rather profit share with mission-driven investors. And with that in mind, the concept of crowdfunding is also democratizing green investment. You don't have to be an accredited investor. It really lowers the playing field so that anybody that wants to do something and wants to invest in the future they want to see can. And it was very much an experiment. There hasn't been a lot of paved pathways to follow of how to use crowdfunding in your startup, or at least from my perspective. So when we launched our first raise in 2024, I didn't know what to expect, but I was not expecting that we would have 39 investors from 19 different states, including Washington, D.C. I thought that it would have been much more of a regional or local type of investment, but the 19 different states really was the shock factor for me, is that the platform that we raised on was called Raise Green. They have since been acquired by Honeycomb Credit. And the multiplier the factor of multiplication by using a platform that is with mission-driven investors is what I attribute how we got so many investors from across the country. And what's wild about that is that now it's a team of investors that are also supporters responding to quarterly updates and providing thoughts and feedback that I've taken to, and using some of those recommendations, it's opened up new finance to us in ways that I hadn't considered before. So working with, go ahead.
Because is there anything that you've kind of come to understand about like their motivation for, like, especially people who are outside the state, as to kind of why they're investing in you?
Well, I think we offered a pretty darn good investment as part of it. I don't think what we offered at the time was much higher than what you could get with a CD or a comparable bond. So we had an 18-month maturity period to the bond that we offered at 8%. And that was back in 2024 with different interest rates, different times. But we intentionally offered a favorable interest on the bond, because we didn't know if this would work, but it's still cheaper than working with institutional capital at times. So we'll see how our next raise goes. We're working to have our second offering go live in March. And we are offering an incentive for existing investors to continue their investment, whether it's just their interest or it's the principal and interest that they want to roll over to the second round. But I'm excited to see that the second time we do this, it's only going to get easier and grow faster. being a little more confident the second time around, but also being able to share the success that we've had so far.
One of the things, the things that we have observed, that's relevant to what you just described there, Nicole, is that there can be very good returns compared to market in climate solutions and social solutions, right? It's not that there's not returns there. It's just, again, some of the costs are hidden. Some of the benefits that you get from engaging directly with those people even helps you succeed in ways that you hadn't predicted, right? So, I think when you take this holistic view of kind of engaging people, offering returns, but you're also offering impact, right? Like, so, people could look at your thing and say, well, I'm going to get 8%, but I'm also going to improve green space and improve, water treatment and, other kinds of things, right? So what we see is that individual people are doing those kind of like trade-offs in their head, right? Like that, in front of them is saying, okay, I want that thing to exist. I want that project to work and to happen. If I get my money back and a return on top of that, then awesome. And it is possible to have all of that. And it's not that you need to be doing it as a charity or as a donation. And I think we're beginning to see with crowdfunding a lot more people coming in. The thing that I say a lot, and I know Devon's heard this before, is that I believe the biggest impact investing fund in the world is all of us, right? People are motivated by the things that they care about. As you described, Greg, more people are being switched on to understanding this. They're looking for things to do. I think a lot of reason why a lot of people are disconnected is they just don't know what to do about it. If you can put in front of people opportunities for them to take action, which can include investment, I think people are up for it. And we've seen that kind of crowdsourced funding of many different things begin to take off in all different ways. And the technology obviously enabling us to do that with platforms, etc. But I think, what's interesting to me, and it'll be interesting on your journey, Nicole, is just how many climate focused enterprises who start small, use crowdfunding, it proves it, and it kind of proves the case. And then you do need larger tranches of capital later, where you then need to find the VCs and family offices that you're talking about, Greg, to then come in as well, right? As you begin to get bigger and bigger. And so, I think
I might push back on the needing VC.
Please go ahead.
I
I'm
don't
not saying VC, I'm saying family offices. Anyway, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
I don't necessarily think that private equity is necessary, which is why having access to debt by having crowdfunded investment is so critical, because debt's often not available as a financial tool for emerging markets in the climate space to founders that have startups. So these things can be strikes against you that can be level set with crowdfunding. And
obviously, I agree. I run a debt platform. I guess what I've seen many of our enterprises do is, they've become more sophisticated in using debt and equity to do different jobs as they get bigger, right? I think debt is definitely part of it. I wouldn't do what I do if I didn't agree with you. And certainly emerging markets, and the mind share that VC occupies is distorting, the way capital markets work. Greg, you mentioned at your unconference that you had this panel. What was the kinds of things that they were talking about in terms of, investing for a better future?
Well, we had that discussion across several panels, but the one that we focused on was conscious investing. We talked about the need to invest what we used to call smart money, right? We know that as far back as COP26, that former Mayor Bloomberg, former Mayor of New York City, and Mark Carney, who's now running Canada and is the biggest guy pushing back on Trump and his crazy ideas, got together knowing that at COP26 that the nations were going to show up again, even though they signed the Paris Agreement in 2015, going to show up again and say, hey, you know what? We didn't do what we said we were going to do again this year as we did last year and the year before and the year before. And so they talked to about 415 of their friends and convened them in a group called the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. These are the smartest money managers in the world, managing sovereign wealth and big money. committed $130 trillion, trillion with a T, to solve climate challenges. Why would they do that? They know that making money in the short term, while we destroy the only planet we can live on, is folly, right? So the smart money is already doing that. In her great book called "What If We Get It Right," I recommend that to everybody. The author, Yana Johnson, talks about how the returns from investments in renewable power from 2011 to 2020, 7 times higher than investments in fossil fuels. So here again, the world is shifting to renewable sources of energy. This is the place to invest. McKinsey says this is about a $12 trillion opportunity. So if you want to make cash, this is the way to go. We just need to catalyze the people who are making that kind of money and move that money faster into entrepreneurs and proven successful ideas. And we want to do that here at Community 3.0X. We want to do that using AI so we can make those investments behind the scenes 24/7.
Nicole, one of the things that you've mentioned is just, obviously you've got that focus on stormwater retention in DC, but you've mentioned also the other co-benefits that arise from solving that problem that are outside of your business that kind of generate other benefits for the community. Could you talk us a little bit about those?
Yeah, there's a think tank called Earth Economics, and in 2024 they did a valuation to demonstrate what every dollar we invest in green infrastructure, what it produces in community benefits in the form of co-benefits. And those co-benefits are pretty broad, including like heat mitigation and energy savings and carbon sequestration, noise reduction, beautification, biodiversity habitat. The aesthetic value of having a tree-lined street rather than no trees on the street. And what they determined was that for every dollar that we, of the 1.3 million that we've invested, it's actually created $7.80 in value to the community. So that's a 7x multiplier is not so bad when it's talking about leveraging additional benefits that are non-market benefits, so non-financial.
Correct. Yeah, that's awesome. And I think that speaks to what you were saying before as well, Greg, around the observation around solving these things is not just beneficial for that thing, right? You kind of mentioned the way that we approach this is also better for women entrepreneurs. It's better for communities. It's better for, it generates these kind of co-benefits of the way we do it. I think it comes back to what I was saying in the introduction around, like, we have to do business and think about profit in a way that is bigger and broader around the impact we want to create, and not just enclose and how do we maximize those profits to us and to shareholders, but to kind of see the community as the shareholders and those broader benefits, which was what you're talking about. Greg, I know that's something you mentioned in the discussion about you kind of felt the climate impacts personally, which is one of the things that's really kind of got you going. Do you just want to talk about that? The compounding cost of inaction.
Yeah, last January, a year ago, the climate emergency got very real for me when my home burned down in the wildfires that spread across Los Angeles, and about 100,000 Angelenos were displaced from their homes, both in a giant fire up here against the foothills in Altadena, and then across town in the Palisades as well. I don't think it's easy for people to understand how traumatic that experience is, driven by the climate emergency, 100-mile-an-hour winds, and then floods that took the wash on our property and flooded it into our driveway. It's really a feeling of being untethered from the reality that we used to know. When at those first days after the fire, I would come back from work and I had to look at the freeways because my tendency was to go home this way, but my home wasn't home anymore. I had to go to this little ADU where we had to relocate, where I didn't know the neighbors and I didn't know where the drugstore was or the post office. And it just is this, what just happened here? My whole reality has changed. Not so close to home, when I went to the Amazon and was there with indigenous folks and tribes in tiny villages that were so remote that there was no roads into them. You had to take a puddle jumper airplane or a canoe. Wow. what a mindset shift to realize that people still walk in the jungles barefoot and bareback, and they're happy. And what right do we have to take that lifestyle away from them? But in fact, corporations like Chevron and others have gone in there, extracted oil, polluted these nature settings, and it's just so short-sighted to be willing to do that. I think when the climate emergency hits you literally in your home, everything changes, right? We cannot continue to hurt people like this. We have to awaken our neighbors to the fact that if the climate emergency hasn't hit your specific home yet, it will soon. The climate emergency is getting worse at a compounding rate. It's hard for us to imagine that because we've been taught to think linearly, but the pace of change, including the climate emergency, is worsening at an exponential rate. So it's kind of like this tsunami of transformation is coming. And if we can see that coming, then at least we should buy a surfboard and take some surf lessons so we can ride this wave to somewhere that's going to be safe and prosperous for us, right? We need to survive and thrive if we do that. If we don't, we'll be tossed and tumbled by the climate emergency while we were thinking that everything was hunky-dory. No, the world has changed, and it's continuing to change and transforming at a faster and faster rate. I like this phrase that as fast as the pace of change is now, it'll never be this slow again. We really need to wake up and position ourselves for success in the future.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks for sharing your story. Maybe we'll just go from that, like very powerful words you said there, Greg, to, based on that, what is your pitch to investors of all types of investing in climate solutions? Like what's your kind of call to them to say, get on board?
I think if you're an investor, I would point to what Mike Bloomberg did and Mark Carney. If you've seen Carney speak here, this guy really cares about people. He cares about social order. He cares about being just and justice. And he and Bloomberg created this and got the smartest people in the world to set aside $130 trillion. I say, hey, if you think you know more of those guys, then keep doing what you're doing, investing in fossil fuel companies. However, you might want to learn from them and shift your focus a little bit. I think the other point is that thousands of scientists are working with the United Nations and their IPCC reports have said, clearly the science is saying that extreme weather is worsening. Even if you don't believe that, or it hasn't hit home for you yet, there's still, you can see the projections from McKinsey and other companies. The world is waking up and looking for environmental solutions more and more. If you want to continue making money, this is the time to position your company to have those solutions to sell or to invest in those companies that clearly will be the profit centers in the future. And then I would bring it home to them personally. What good are profits if your kids and maybe your elderly parents or just you aren't going to be able to live the lifestyle that you're used to living? I think the bottom line, people make decisions based on emotions. I think we need to touch their hearts is the bottom line. That's why I'm happy to tell my story. And, it's a traumatic experience. I think that people can see you when you get choked up about things, and it makes a difference. We need to touch people in their hearts.
Nicole, how about you? What's your pitch to the investment community?
Yeah, to use a little of that humor that Greg was talking about earlier as such an effective means of communication, I joke that when I'm geriatric, I don't want to be living in Waterworld. I don't want life to get harder for me. So by making investments today that are not only combating and mitigating climate change, but have tangible water quality improvements. And I also am an advocate that clean water is like the most overlooked climate solution we have. We live on a blue planet, and we could have a lot more carbon sequestration by having biodiversity of whales back, of having clean water and having aquatic vegetation constantly photosynthesizing again. But anyways, I'm going down a little tangent, but
thank you.
The pitch to investors is that we need to invest in the future that we want to see, and that's why I started Green Compass. That's why we're still investing despite, it hasn't been the most consistent macro environment over the last year. But we are continuing to build, continuing to scale our installations, working with new sites, and we have no incentive to roll back. Things are working quite well.
And you mentioned before that you are looking to raise again, right? And so, I think if you look around on all the platforms, you will find things you can invest in. I heard years ago about, Akiva has been around for a long time. It's not, it's investing for an impact return, not a financial return, but there's like Facebook groups full of tens of thousands of people that are looking for Kiva deals that are tackling the climate and then sharing them with each other. And then they mobilize and they all go and give their $25 or $50 to a particular thing on Kiva, right? People are out there looking, and there are platforms connecting entrepreneurs and enterprises such as yours, Nicole, to those people who are wanting to act, right? And so I think everyday people are getting on board. I think, Greg, you've kind of talked about like there's the really large capital allocators like the Bloombergs and the Carneys that are representing that are getting on board and looking for things. We've got to connect those things up and going to connect up all the investors through the middle because, the $130 trillion is looking for really large scale power and energy investments that are $500 million or, very large scale bonds. What a lot of entrepreneurs, especially in emerging markets, are needing right now is $25,000 or $50,000 for their climate solution, right? So we've got to make capital available all the way through the stack, from retail investors, everyday people, through to small foundations, family offices, and those large-scale investors, and provide that capital ladder for people and enterprises as they grow and get bigger. Nicole, I'll come back to you just as we're kind of wrapping up here. What do you imagine is possible over the next 10 years in your work? Like, inspire us for where you think you can be by 2035.
Well, by 2035, it would be great if we could scale up to having 100 acres managed. And more so than that, I want to see a fishable and swimmable rivers in Washington, D.C. The nation's capital hasn't been able to have a national triathlon because E. coli content is too high in the water. And that should be changing. And it already is. One of the two rivers went from an F river to a B in 10 years.
Wow.
And we have another 10 years to improve water quality for even more.
Amazing. We've got a whole campaign going here in Melbourne called the Swimmable Birrarung, which is our Yarra River. And again, like same kind of issue, right? And so it's bringing together community to act on that as well. See some alignment there. Greg, how about you? What do you think is possible over the next 10 years?
Well, I'm an optimist, but I'd like to say an optimist based on facts and trends instead of just having blind faith in this kind of a Pollyanna-ish future. But, the way I describe things these days to folks to make it easy is I think we have 1 foot in the Jetsons and 1 foot in Star Trek. And that futuristic view of life is becoming reality. People are 3D printing human skin now. They're 3D printing buildings in the jungles in Mexico, homes. In China, they're 3D printing multi-story buildings. I like an idea that Peter Senge, who's a futurist, planted in my head a few years back. He said that we have no idea the power that we have to create the world anew. Examples of that in your everyday life are how retail has changed dramatically from big box retailers and brick and mortar to strictly smartphones and the internet. Same with streaming videos, right? You used to be able to go down to your local Blockbuster and rent a videotape. Those days are gone, right? Everything's about streaming video now. So the world is being reimagined, both in a negative direction, as I just explained with climate change, but also in a positive direction. All these different exponential technologies like AI and VR and 3D printing, all of them together in this suite referred to as the fourth industrial revolution, are dramatically changing our ability to create a better future. So I think the future is going to be dramatically better as soon as we kick people out of office who are idiots, And as soon as, so they don't want to get too political here, but as soon as we do that, and as soon as we can refocus and embrace these new technologies, as well as embracing our own personal potential individually and collectively, I think it's going to be, I hate to use the word nirvana, but I think it's going to be dramatically different, almost unrecognizable. Another futurist that I follow, Peter Diamandis, says, and in another 5 to 8 years, society will be unrecognizable. We have Waymo, self-driving autonomous cars. We have, in China, you can buy a flying hovercraft, like drones, and we're able to edit our own DNA now with CRISPR, and it's just as crazy. We'll have the ability to not only make a better life, but to shift and shape the evolution of our species. And so I think that we'll do that in a positive direction, and I'm excited to be part of that.
Greg, just as we wrap the panel today, can you just share for our people who are watching, listening, some of your calls to action?
Yeah, I think leaders are out there on the forefront. I would say to everybody, be a leader in green investments, not a follower. Leaders do not wait for unanimity and saying, okay, everything's hunky-dory. Here's the proof that the future is going to be better and that renewables are the way to go. I would say be a leader and don't wait to invest in those green solutions. Second, I would say adopt a lifestyle of transformation and adaptation. The times are changing rapidly. We know that the survival goes to the most adaptable, not to the fittest or the richest. And third, I would say the best way to start investing in green solutions is to invest in yourself. We need to shift our mindsets from having our kind of our head in the sand and thinking these days are going to be similar to our dads or our grandmothers, but 3 or 10% different. No, times are going to be dramatically different. They have already started to do that. Wake up and transform your mindset about how you can stay ahead of the curve, because you'll need to do that to survive. But if you do it right and with other people, then we can thrive together.
Thanks, Greg. Nicole, your final calls to action, our listeners and watchers today.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to keep resounding on the using your economic ballot to invest in the future that you want, to think that, and I think a lot of people get really detached, as you mentioned earlier, about climate change. It's this massive problem. What am I going to do as an individual? Get part of a group of people doing something about it, and join the change train rather than just feeling alone and isolated. And the second step, which is more tangible than that, is sign up for an account on Honeycomb Credit so you can participate in our next investment opportunity. Currently, it's only open to anyone in the United States with crowdfunding regulations, but hopefully that can change in the future. But with just a minimum of $100 investment, we try to make it open and accessible to everyone.
Thanks, Nicole. Huge thank you to Greg and Nicole for sharing today. Different perspectives on climate solutions and profitability and investment. Really excited to share their stories with you, and hopefully you as the listeners today have taken something from what Greg and Nicole and myself have had to share with you around how we make money, how we solve this climate crisis together. I would just pick up what you said right there at the end, Nicole, when we're in SuperGreen Live, and Devon and the Super Crowd, is these things that we face are not meant to be addressed alone. These things are about how we act in solidarity and community. Crowdfunding is a great expression of how we can come together in economic solidarity and in community and do things together that we could not possibly do alone. And that is, I think, vital and essential for, what Greg, you articulate around thrivability, is just how we connect and work together, whether it be in Washington, D.C. or just in LA, or whether it be global in global communities. And that's one of the things, obviously at Lend for Good, we're very interested in how we connect people across borders as well. But finding that solidarity, acting, Hope is an action word, is something that we say. And I know, Devon, your Christmas piece that you penned, which really articulated that, hope is a strategy, right? And part of that hope is to do something together with others is the best way. So kudos, Greg, kudos, Nicole. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Devon, for the opportunity, and I'll hand back to you.
Thank you. Thank you. What a great discussion. I loved every minute of it, but I'll never forget your economic ballot. What a great phrase. Love that, Nicole. Greg, Cameron, Nicole, all of you, thank you very, very much. I really appreciate you are being here with us today. We've got some amazing content still to come. I know it's been incredible. It's been great every minute so far today. It keeps going. It just keeps going. We've got it just keeps going. I promise me. Don't miss this. Don't miss a minute. Welcome to SuperGreen Live, the biggest event of the year at the intersection of climate solutions and impact crowdfunding. Upgrade now to VIP for just $25 to get the full experience. VIP tickets include access to and a listing in the VIP directory, a backstage pass during 24 hours of live programming, 3 VIP networking sessions, speaker slides and handouts, and an invitation to the private LinkedIn group. Scan the QR code now.
Raising capital, it's not just marketing, it's securities law. Most deals, they don't fail because of the returns that are offered.
They fail because of compliance mistakes.
And that's what we do
Every day, we help entrepreneurs raise money the right way.
before problems ever start. If you're raising capital,
Talk to crowdfunding lawyers first.
Digital Niche Agency is the top investor acquisition agency. DNA has helped founders raise over 9 figures via regulated investment crowdfunding with a 3-pronged strategy using digital advertising, content marketing, and strategic outreach. Book a call today.
Hello, my name is Brian Figueroa. I'm the CEO of Green Tech. We're a renewable energy development company that specializes on cutting edge technologies like graphene batteries. Get back with me at brian@greentech.io, TEK.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gene Massey with Media Shares, an equity crowdfunding marketing agency, and we're happy to be participating in SuperGreen Live.
Green to Gold and the Super Crowd wish to thank our supporting sponsors, Azure Printed Homes and Little Toes, for their financial support. We similarly extend gratitude to our media sponsors, Regenerative Media TV and Community 3.0X. SuperGreen Live is hosted by the 501c3 nonprofit Green to Gold in partnership with the Super Crowd, Inc., a public benefit corporation. You can make a tax-deductible donation to support our climate-focused collaboration at 4sc.fund/donate or by scanning the QR code. Help us accelerate climate solutions now. Welcome back. I hope you really will take advantage of the opportunities we've got for you today. Visit supergreenlive.org to register as a VIP. Get that backstage access. You'll get an email instantly when you register. It gives you all the access. Be sure to check for that email. Check your spam folder. But we'd love to have you participate fully in this event. Don't just watch. Although, we're proud of the fact that this is available to tens of thousands of people who will watch part or all of the event for free. We are excited to have the networking opportunities that we've created, the rich opportunities for those of you who want to splurge and spend $25 on becoming a VIP. We've got a great program coming up for you. We've had a great morning. As we roll into the afternoon now, half of the day is done. It is exciting. We've got more great content. Our next speaker is Kendall Almarico. He's a securities lawyer who specializes in crowdfunding. I love to have Kendall speak at our events for one simple reason. He's an extraordinary speaker. I love hearing from him. He's entertaining, he's interesting, and very insightful. So you do not want to miss a minute of Kendall's presentation. Stick around. Okay, Kendall, let me get you up on the stage here. We're thrilled to have you. What have I done? Okay, Kendall, welcome.
Welcome. Well, welcome to me. I'm excited to be here. Thanks, Evan. Appreciate it.
We're thrilled to have you. It looks like you're all ready to go. Great slides. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, happy to do this. And after that intro, I have to be funny and entertaining. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I'm a lawyer. I don't know what to do. Okay, I'll try. Let's start with the fact that right now you're looking at I assume you're looking at a slide right now that shows the name of my speech today for the next 18 minutes. All you have to do is hang out for 18 minutes. You're going to learn a lot in 18 minutes. This isn't going to be theoretical BS. This is going to be real practical stuff. It's going to be random thoughts from a crazy crowdfunding obsessed lawyer. This is all I do. It's all I've done since 2015. I was named the top crowdfunding attorney in the country by Forbes back in the day, which means that I was the best in the country. But at the time, I think I was the only crowdfunding attorney, and I probably was the worst one also. So don't take that too important as to being too important. But I will point out, I've been in every publication. I've talked about crowdfunding. I'm a big brand ambassador for crowdfunding. A website I've never heard of named me the #1 crowdfunding influencer in the world a few years back. So you know that I'm important if a website I've never heard of says that I am that. But the realistic thing is I am a little bit, different than most lawyers. I work not only as a lawyer for my clients, but I also help with the marketing and setting up everything, not just from a legal standpoint, but from a standpoint of the way you raise money with crowdfunding is through marketing, and doing all the legal work is just part of it. Being compliant is important, but you also have to be able to get attention, and nothing gets more attention than a picture of me when I was 5 years old, dressed in the most inappropriate, politically incorrect costume wearing and holding a machine gun. So I bring that picture up to illustrate, you got to grab people's attention. You got to do something, whether it's positive or negative. You want people to watch and listen to what you're saying. That's how you get eyeballs to your crowdfunding offering. So I'm going to give you 5 different things today in the next 18 minutes that I think are going to be really fun for you to know about. And first, I want to start with something that I always love to do, which is to talk about how rewards crowdfunding to equity crowdfunding as a transition and as a business plan can really work. Back in the early days, we could go on Kickstarter or Indiegogo and raise capital, but you couldn't sell equity. And then when the Jobs Act was passed in 2012, you're allowed to sell equity. But I do a lot to try and combine those two things to where you're basically saying rewards crowdfunding and equity crowdfunding. You blur the lines a little bit and do a little bit of both with your clients, raise money, sell equity, but also give away some perks. We're going to talk about that as we come up. But I want to show you a great example of a green company that has done this and is not, the perfect example of how this all works to go from the Kickstarter world to the equity crowdfunding world. I want to talk about a company called SolGuard. If you haven't heard of SolGuard, they're a basically luggage travel lifestyle company, makes some amazing products, but they are a poster child for rewards crowdfunding to equity crowdfunding. They launched their first 6 Kickstarter campaigns when they were a nobody, created 6 products, raised $3 million on Kickstarter back before the pandemic. And then right as the pandemic was happening, and they were a $3 million a year revenue company, they did their first Reg CF offering back in 2020 and 21. And they raised almost $1 million back when you could only raise $1 million to grow their company. What I love to tell people is that's not the end of it. That was money. That was important. What did they do with that money? They grew from 2021 until last year from a $3 million a year company to a $50 million a year revenue company because of their ability to go out and use the crowd and to turn it into not only customers and investors, but brand ambassadors, people that go out there and love to sing the praises of SolGuard. I bring that up because they're doing after 5 years, they're doing another equity crowdfunding offering right now. And there's a picture of Adrian SolGuard, who is the founder and CEO of the company. You should go look at this campaign. And I only say that from this perspective, not because I'm asking you to invest or to do anything like that. Yeah, they are a client of mine, full disclosure. But this is one of the best equity crowdfunding videos you'll ever see. You talk about something that really tells the story of the company, but also explains to people why you would want to invest, what the company's history is, the economics, also talks about the products, also talks about the things they do to help the environment, which are amazing. So I invite people to go take a look at this I think the URLs they're up on the screen. Watch this video, if nothing else, and you'll be amazed at how well it is communicated to show people crowdfunding works, but also to embrace the fact that crowdfunding is the source of success, not just to go, oh gosh, I raised money an untraditional way. I don't want to tell people about it. There are some incredible lessons to learn if you take a look at the SolGuard Reg CF campaign that's going on right now. But let me go to the next point, which I think is an interesting thing and kind of ties the whole two things together, and that is the concept of perks. When you go on Kickstarter or Indiegogo and you don't invest in the company you're donating, you basically get something in return. You get what we call a perk or a reward, and that's what rewards crowdfunding is. But what you can do is you can mix rewards crowdfunding with equity crowdfunding. You can not only just be in a situation where you sell your stock in your company or a convertible note or what have you, but you can also give things away. So one of the things I tend to do with my clients, especially when they get to this point of, what are we going to do for perks if we're going to do perks at all? And I always tell people, there's a few things to know about this. Number one, the perks that really work are perks that are products, perks that are discounts on products, perks that are, for example, you can do bonus shares where you can give perks to certain people where the perk is they get more stock than they would have gotten for other reasons. If they're early birds, if they invest over a certain amount, there are ways to do that you can use in equity crowdfunding where you can give people even more shares as a perk. And more importantly, experiences. There are at the higher end, people will pay money, invest more money to have really cool experiences. So think about those things when you're setting up your campaigns and when you're thinking through what's going to work. But the one thing I remind people of and warn them is don't giving away a t-shirt with your name on it or a hat. That doesn't drive investment. It doesn't do anything. Swag, a keychain, those things may be great for advertising later on or helpful, but they're not going to stop anyone or make someone invest or increase the amount of their investment. What I've seen repeatedly with perks is that if you set up your perks the right way, at the lower end, maybe minimal or no perks, but you get people to that next level. And when they get to that next level, all of a sudden, guess what? Oh, I can get these perks if I invest another $150, another $1,000. And sometimes those perks look like and may be worth more than that increased investment. So if you use them and I hate to use the term upsell because it is an upsell, but it's really more of we're giving you more for your money. It can be a very, very effective way to drive even more investment. So the next point I wanted to bring up is, let me give you an example of this. The best example of perks ever. My client Brewdog, one of the poster childs for equity crowdfunding, have raised over $200 million worldwide through several different countries. They've run these types of campaigns, including 3 Regulation A campaigns here in the United States. The first one we did, they had a beer. This is a brewery out of Scotland that opened a U.S. facility. The first offering we did, they had a beer that was a 55% alcohol by volume beer, that world record for the most alcohol in a beer, and they served it inside of a stuffed taxidermied squirrel. I know that's going to horrify people, and it's horrifying to everyone. Brewdog is actually a very green company, and they only used, it's horrible to say, roadkill squirrels to do this. But that picture you're seeing right there, when we launched this campaign, we said, if you invest $20,000 in Brewdog, and this was a company that had nothing in the United States, nobody knew who they were. If you invest $20,000, the perk level of $20,000, we're going to give you one of these squirrels with the beer in it, the end of history squirrel, 55% alcohol by volume. I really didn't think a lot of people would do it. In fact, I didn't think anybody would do it, but I knew it was going to get some eyeballs and it was going to drive some attention to the campaign. And when we did this, the shocking thing was not that this was featured in, I think, USA Today and Maxim and a bunch of other publications, which got worldwide attention. But we got 32 investors who invested $20,000 to get one of these squirrel beers. So think about things that grab eyeballs, think about things that make an impression, but also think, is this going to be something that people will invest in when you create your perks? But here's another one. This is something that's totally unrelated, but I get this question all the time, so I thought this would be a great place to bring it up. I just actually published an article about it. There is no such thing, as we always say, there is no free lunch. Well, guess what? There's also no free stock. People always say, I want to give away free stock. I want to just give it away. You can tie it to bonus shares, like I mentioned before, but people will say all the time, hey, can I go give stock to this person? Can I go do this in a way where they're getting free stock? And the answer is the SEC doesn't allow you to do that. This came out of the dot-com era where people were online giving away stock to dot-com companies just to get their people to register for their apps and their websites. And then we saw it again in the ICO craze a few years ago where people were airdropping tokens and coins to everybody. Well, the SEC doesn't like that. And the reason is it's basically giving away securities without getting any information to the investors about what they're getting into. And even if it's free, looks free, it's not really free because you're getting something, the company's getting something in return. So that horrible AI generated image you see there of sharks and Godzilla and a person looks like they're drowning basically is to illustrate private companies can't just give away free stock. And I've just written an article on Medium about this that I published last week. If you wanted to check it out, I'm at Kendall Almarico. Really, really interesting stuff for founders to know. Giving away free stock has a lot of rules that are around it. Be careful about saying, oh, it's free. How can this do any harm? Because the reality is you just can't do that. Number 4, random thought is not a random thought. It's probably the most important thought in the world of crowdfunding, and that is you need to build a crowd. And I don't mean you need to build a crowd once you've started your offering. You need to build a crowd before you start your offering. Crowdfunding is a numbers game. You got to do the math up front. You've got to know, I'm trying to raise $1 million, $5 million, $50 million. How many eyeballs do I have to drive to a web page to be able to do that investment? I mean, people, I've heard speakers here say, our offering didn't go as well as we thought it was going to. Well, you can have the greatest offering in the world. You can have the best terms in the world. You can have the greatest lawyers, the greatest accountants, the greatest everything. But if people don't find your offering, they're not going to invest. And as a crowdfunding issuer, as a company raising money, it's your job to drive people to those pages where people invest. No one's going to do that for you. You either do it yourself or you hire someone to do it. But there's so many ways to do this, starting with your customers, the emails that you have in your business, your friends, your family. As I always tell people, if you don't want to go to your friends and family and ask them to invest in your company, you must not think much of your company. Because if you think a lot of your company, if you're impressed by what you're doing, if you think it's really a great investment for the general public, but you don't want to ask your friends and family to invest, guess what? There's something wrong. You should be proud of what you're doing. You should ask your friends and family to invest. They should see it as a privilege to be asked to invest in your company. And starting there and going through your customers and your emails and your social media and all the other places you do, you have to drive eyeballs. You have to drive a lot of eyeballs because it's not a conversion rate of, 80% of the people that come to your page are going to invest. It's the complete opposite. It's generally 1 or 2, maybe up to 5% of the people that get to your page are going to invest. So you have to drive a lot of people to get a lot of investments. So don't ever forget that's part of the process is you have to drive the eyeballs. And that leads to my last part of the random thoughts of the crazy crowdfunding obsessed lawyer, and that is everything about crowdfunding, whether it's rewards crowdfunding, whether it's equity crowdfunding, whether it's impact crowdfunding, whether it's whatever you want to call it crowdfunding. It's all about marketing. Yeah, there's legal stuff and lawyers like me and others can take care of it. And there's accounting stuff and there's regulatory stuff and all that's important. But once you launch, it's all about marketing. That's where you have to do this wonderful AI generated image of spreading the word. I thought that was the most ridiculous AI image. I basically said, what does spreading the word look like in a graphic? And they came up with butter on a bread. Kind of clever, actually. But all equity crowdfunding, all rewards crowdfunding is all about marketing. So no matter how great your company is, no matter how great your product is, no matter what you think you're doing well or what a great investment it is, you have to market it. Your whole team should be marketing your offering every day. If you have a secretary, if you have a janitor, if you have your assistant vice president, and they're not helping you spread the word, they're not doing their job. You have to start at the very beginning by getting your whole team energized, your whole team excited, your whole team ready to go out and talk to as many people as you possibly can to get people to invest. Because you know what? much as we're all great about, oh, I don't want to talk on the phone anymore, I don't want to meet people in person, I want to do this all, electronically, there is nothing better than you shaking somebody's hand and telling them about your business, because I will guarantee. I just had a client do this at a Christmas party and got a $50,000 investment from a neighbor because they actually told them what they were doing. If they hadn't mentioned it, that was $50,000 they wouldn't have ever gotten. You've got to be constantly selling and constantly marketing to make this all work. Um, those are my 5 points, and I know I've actually tried to race through this to get done in the 18 minutes. And Devin, you may have a couple of questions or things that you wanted to chat about in our last 3 or 4 minutes here, and I'm happy to do that. But I wanted to point out for all of you before I pop back on the screen and you see that every picture you're seeing of me was greatly photoshopped from 30 years ago. So I don't look quite as beautiful now as I did then. But hey, I'm still pretty good with the makeup and the AI Kendall that you're going to look at right now. But if you need to reach out to me, very easy to get me. I'm all over the internet. If you Google my name, you'll find me, and I'm happy to answer questions, help people out. You don't have to hire me half the time. Sometimes it's a very simple thing that I can just help you out with. And I love this business. I love spreading the word. And I absolutely love what Devin has done he's been around as long as I have and has done more for this than anyone else out there. And I just absolutely love speaking to his audiences and all of you out there. Thank you for having me again.
Kendall, thank you so much. Last summer at SuperCrowd 25, you gave a great speech about, the problems that blow up offerings all the time. I wonder if you could reprise one of those points from memory, because I just loved that message, because it's that those painful realities that people make really bad mistakes sometimes when you're in this legal quagmire of an offering. Do you remember one that you could share?
Yes. Oh yeah. And the single, it was sort of reiterated here because it's so important, is people forget it's all about marketing, and they forget about going through the stages that they need to go through, including talking to your friends and your family, your coworkers. When you're getting ready to do one of these campaigns, it's talking to lawyers, talking to accountants, it's crazy the technical BS you go through, regulators and all this other stuff. Meanwhile, while all that's going on, if you're not building your crowd so that when you're ready, when that button gets pushed for you to go live, you're not going to raise any money. As I always tell people, and I mentioned during that previous speech, there's a sort of a bell curve here, a reverse bell curve. Basically, you always raise a lot of money when you start at the very beginning if you did it right. Then it goes down. And then it kind of travels along slowly. And at the very end, it goes way back up again. The goal here is to have that middle part be going up and down, because you're doing all kinds. This is kind of making me dizzy while doing this, but finding ways to not have this reverse bell curve, but rather have it look more like an EKG. And that's public relations, announcements, new news, things that are coming out, doing update videos, posting something new on social media, making an announcement about something that's coming with your company. You don't cram it all in the beginning and then wait till the end when you can go, hey, you're about to miss out, you got to invest. It's that middle part is where these things are made, because you don't get to the end part if you don't do the middle part right. So planning the whole thing out from the beginning and having everybody ready to be selling every day is the biggest mistake I see in crowdfunding campaigns of all kinds, who generally go, we're going to put this all at the beginning, and then they go, now what do we do? And you've got to plan for the whole thing.
Yeah, great tip. Great tip. Thank you so much, Kendall, for being here with us today. Love your message. You're a great speaker. We're thrilled to have had you. We wish you every success in your continuing work to help people avoid those pitfalls and be successful with their crowdfunding. You're kind of a 2-for-1 bang. People that hire you get the great insights on marketing a campaign, along with your great insights around the legal issues. So again, thank you, and we wish you every success.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. Thanks to everybody out there.
All righty. Now, I am excited now to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker has become a dear friend, such an active participant in our community. We try to support them in his community. But Chris Miller is the CEO of the National Coalition for Community Capital. And what a vital organization. And they have been advocating over the years for the creation of funds that would invest alongside folks and be open to ordinary folks to invest in in these Reg CF offerings, focusing on community level impact. And it's gone over the last 5 years from talk, ideas, and theory to action. The funds are live, raising capital, deploying capital. It's exciting. I can't wait to get Chris's latest report. So, Chris, welcome. We're thrilled to have you and can't wait to hear your message today.
Well, thanks, Devin. It's always a pleasure. I would appreciate the next time I present to you, I don't have to follow Kendall, however. I've got no squirrels, no dinosaurs, and no sharks in the presentation. But really appreciate Kendall's energy and enthusiasm. He's dead on, ladies and gentlemen, on building the crowd, because you absolutely need to do that. So really appreciate that. So thanks, Devin, as always. It is great to be here and great to share a few minutes with your audience. So
take it away.
Let me pop the share up, make sure this is working. Oh, missed it. Here we go. Great. All right. Looks like right. Everybody can see that, hopefully.
Nope, we can't see it yet.
You can't see it.
Nope. We're eager to see it, though. It would be great. There we go.
Are we up? Okay, fantastic. And we even rehearsed this so well. So anyway, thanks again. So my organization is the National Coalition for Community Capital. We're a 501c3 nonprofit organization really dedicated to the advancement of this idea of communities investing in projects in their own community. And the title of this presentation is Community Investment and Green Energy Projects, Mother Nature Approved. So we thought it would be great to have a little visual at the front end, that nice diverse group planting a garden in the middle of the city and doing good things. So let's run through the slides. All right, so very quickly, what NC3 fundamentally does is 3 actions we're taking right now. So we're a 501c3 that is an education 501c3. So we definitely are focused on educating. In addition to explaining something to a lot of communities, which is pretty foreign to them, we're also doing really specific education, as Devin noted, on community investment funds, which is really our major focus right now. But we also do advocacy work. So we advocate on behalf of organizations, on behalf of capital that is interested in doing impactful things, including the kind of green energy projects the folks that are attending this terrific event are about. And most importantly, I think, in fact, I met someone the other day who had on her LinkedIn page, stop planning and start doing. And I think Kendall would agree with that one as well. So it is definitely what we're doing right now. We are activating, Dev noted that we're building community investment funds. Those funds are beginning to raise capital and we'll be deploying capital in 2026. So we're very excited about this space because the funds that we're doing are kind of unique and we're doing some interesting and unique things with them. So let's take a look at this. Before we go, I really love this comment. So Marjorie Kelly has been a leader in this space for a long time. And I love what she says about this. And I need to also preface this by saying for us, this is a lot about encouraging communities to think more as a community level, to make investment decisions and things which are going to benefit the community. So the folks at NC3, when we came together, we love human beings and we love communities. And our work is about building resilient and strong communities. But here's what Marjorie Kelly, who heads the Democracy Collaborative, has to say. Community wealth building is about developing assets in such a way that wealth stays local, helping families and communities control their own economic destiny. We think that's critically important today. Our systems are largely extractive. So when you think about the businesses that have come to your community in the last decade, you'll find the majority of them came from outside. So we have external decision making that is driving what our communities look like, and they also use an extractive model. So we have 2 X's and neither of them good. Those extractive models mean that they're putting the minimum number of dollars into our community and the maximum number of dollars are coming out of our community. Great for that business, not great for our communities. So local capital that comes from community members can change fundamentally communities, build prosperity, do wealth building in the communities, also get us the kind of innovation and creativity that makes all of our communities important. And we can direct that capital because we have control of it. It's our own community capital to the kinds of projects that we desire, including obviously green energy projects. So here's a couple of interesting statistics. So $3 trillion in assets that are really tied to community, foundations, pension funds, community institutions nationwide. There is a lot of money out there. I was at the New York Fed this fall for a couple of meetings, and David Erickson, one of the SVPs in the New York Fed, as he looks at this issue, says there isn't a problem with capital. There's plenty of capital out there. The problem is that it is not being allocated back into communities, and it's not being allocated in alignment with what communities want, again, including obviously green energy, as we see external capital going up and down, never really focused in the way we might want it. 85% capital outflow. So the dollars that leave communities and land in Wall Street is about 85% of the capital that flows out of a community goes to Wall Street. Now, if we could take a small portion of that 85% and recirculate it, reinvest it back in our communities instead of sending it out externally, we'd have a huge opportunity. The other thing which is really important about those local dollars when we reinvest them locally, and for us at NC3, local can mean several things. It can mean a physical and geographic location. Often it's a sector alignment. And I know Devin is a big fan of minority founders and likes to invest in those. That's local to us. Green energy projects are local to us because I'm passionate about green energy, whether it's on the East Coast or the West Coast or in the middle of the country. And so that's also local to me. But one of the cool things that happen is when we invest in those things, which are local for us, we really improve the impact of those dollars versus if we send them away to Wall Street or other spots. So what NC3 is doing right now very broadly, we educate organizations and individuals about community investment. And I want to stop for a second and talk about community capital, because we refer to community capital as dollars that come from, again, a geographic or a sector community that are aligned with the community's values. And we think of everyone as an investor. We believe that everybody in any community should be making investments in the communities they care about, the communities they live in, the communities where they raise their kids and pay their taxes. And it's been really, really difficult to do that. So broadly, community capital is money from everybody. Everybody is an investor. We want it to be normal for everyone to become investors in their communities, the places where they have passion. So we've created tools to help make that happen. We do lots of presentations at conferences, both virtual ones like this and in person. And we also provide consulting services. So we help communities that want to build, in particular now, community investment funds, local pooled investment vehicles. We help them to do that. We also advocate on behalf of communities. So sometimes we'll be working with the community and we'll go to their community partners and we'll talk about this important work they're doing, building a community investment fund or investing in a really important project that's going to make a difference. Supporting the environment by investing in green energy projects, and we advocate for them. We also advocate on a statewide and federal level. So we've worked with the SEC, and we've been working with the Office for Small Business Capital Formation. We also provided opportunities, and we're going to do that again this year, for the SEC to create new vehicles that will make it even easier for communities to invest in the kinds of projects and the kinds of funds that we're building. And then we work on building inclusive community investment funds. And again, this is the core of our work right now. We also work with entrepreneurs and entrepreneurial support organizations so they can teach entrepreneurs why and how they should raise capital from their communities. And again, that community could be a geographic community, it could be a sector community. So when we see small entrepreneurs putting together green energy projects. Again, people across the country that love green energy projects would love a way to find a way to support them. And so we can actually build a fund that can be used by people across the country to invest in those kinds of projects. Currently we have our first fund that was active in Rhode Island. We have 4 funds in Michigan that are launched this year, 1 in Ohio. We're also involved in some interesting partnerships, including with the New York Fed, where we're working on pilot projects in Ohio and in Maryland. And we are working in about 30 communities across the country right now to build these community investment funds. So let's get to the marriage. We talked about the wedding of community capital and green energy projects. So NC3 comes to the table. We can help you with the education and tools, policy advocacy, and then the fund support and fund model. So we bring the legal help to the table. We bring the technical help to the table. And thanks again to Kendall for calling out. We also bring the marketing help to the table. And for us, when we move into a community, we start right away with the community members, engaging them in the process of building this fund structure, of governance of the fund structure. We embed these funds into the community, again, whether that's a sector community or a geographic community, so that private equity or other big dollars that are external cannot come and take over that project, that fund, and remove the best part of it outside of the communities. Green funding or funding green initiatives, certainly renewable energy. We're working on some of those projects in Michigan and New York and in New England right now. Energy efficient retrofits, one of our favorite projects that was funded by community capital, used a program that is called PACE. Many communities have PACE, which effectively brings some investment dollars that are green oriented into projects and obviously sustainable local enterprises. So that's our slide and presentation today. Again, want to thank Devin and the whole team at SuperCrowd for bringing this opportunity to be in front of folks that passionately care about the communities and passionately care about our planet. One of our core values, we have 4 core values at NC3, and one of those core values is taking care of the planet and ensuring that we have a great place to pass on to our kids, grandkids, great-grandkids, et cetera. So thanks, Evan. Happy to respond to any questions, or if you want to prod me about something or give me some grief, I'm ready for
it. I love it. Chris, I think I want to get into your DCIFs a little bit, because, that innovation that you really led, right? You personally have championed this sort of from an idea into a reality. I think we need to spend a few minutes talking about some of that. Where are the funds that are furthest along now that are actually in that process of raising capital and deploying it, and how did they get there?
Yep. So the DCIF is and thanks for the more than generous acknowledgement of my work in it, because I certainly haven't done it all alone. You can't do any work in this space without a team, and without great legal help that came from one of NC3's founding board members, Brian Becken, who's a securities attorney, and with a firm called Pathlight Law in the Bay Area in California, who have done a lot of really important work in this space. And it was Brian's really legal expertise that helped us figure out what this DCIF is. And so essentially it's a fund that anyone can invest in regardless of your wealth, that has the opportunity and the possibility to build wealth from investing in that fund. It's a pooled investment vehicle. Again, we're locating these in communities or in sectors where there's passion around it. And the fund can stand alone. It can be part of a for-profit entity, a part of a nonprofit entity. We're working with a couple of units of government to embed these funds there. You can raise capital into it any way that is legal to raise capital in the country, including our favorite way, and I know yours, regulation crowdfunding, so we can get regular folks in it. You can also do a Reg A offering and raise up to $75 million, also with an unlimited number of non-accredited investors and accredited investors in that as well. So the fund has a lot of virtues. One of the virtues is it can be scaled down. A lot of the challenges with fund structures is that if you don't have a community of 50,000, you can't stand it up. It won't operate politically. But in our case, we can scale it really down. I was on a call this morning with a head of a village of 1,500 people, and we're talking about setting up a fund for his community. So in terms of where our funds are, Rhode Island, the Rhode Island Community Investment Cooperative. So they were built as a cooperative structure. That fund is cooperatively owned by the community investors, is raising capital right now. If you live in Rhode Island, you can invest in it, whether you're an accredited or non-accredited investor. And if you are external to Rhode Island, only accredited investors at this point in time are able to invest in that. We're about to launch a fund in Lansing, Michigan, which will be open to accredited and non-accredited investors anywhere. And we're going to launch a fund in Detroit, Michigan, which will also be open. Actually, we're going to be doing a state-based raise initially, and then it will ultimately, we'll do a Reg CF raise across the country. And we're doing a fund in Cincinnati, Ohio, which is going to build houses initially, and that will be open to any investor across the country. And the fourth fund this year will be Grand Rapids, Michigan. We're heavy in Michigan. I'm in Michigan. We have deep relationships here, but we are literally working in states across the country. And there'll be some interesting stuff coming to your place soon. We're doing a big project right now in Northwest part of the country, up in Oregon and Washington, and expect to see some funds launched up there in the coming year. So we're happy to respond to anybody who's interested in. We generally spend some time at no cost, including with an attorney, a securities attorney, to kind of look at what folks like, and then we give them a proposal and talk about how we can help a fund happen in their community or in their sector.
Fantastic. I love it. Thank you for taking a few minutes to share that update, because I think that work that you've done changes the game, right? I mean, it's literally one of those things that is game changing. It's enabling something to happen that didn't happen, couldn't happen before. Now it's happening. Definition of game changing. Congratulations.
Thanks, Devin. And we're definitely about the game change. So we want to change this paradigm because the direction we've been going, a concentration of wealth in fewer and fewer hands and in fewer and fewer locations doesn't allow us to be the creative, innovative folks that we are, and makes us all kind of homogenize in a way that is no fun for anybody, really. So we're excited about this. We're excited that people can bring their passion to it, and we have real tools that can help them make that happen and help all of their friends and families and everybody else. That, as Kendall reminded you, you need a crowd, right? So this mechanism allows us to bring a crowd together and focus on a project or a community.
Fantastic. Well, Chris, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us. We wish you every success in your continued work at the National Coalition for Community Capital, the old NC3. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Devin, and right back at you. And thanks to the audience.
Thank you. All righty. I'm excited now. I've got kind of a really special privilege. One of my favorite moments of an event is when and Johnny's been pretty generous, but Johnny Price has joined me a few times in the past at our events for this kind of one-on-one chat about what's going on in the crowdfunding space, especially with the We Thunder community rounds. And I'm really looking forward to this conversation. Just to frame it, I went through and I counted. I've made 11 climate solution investments on WeFunder alone. And I'm really proud of that and excited to talk to Johnny about what makes these work. Johnny is the president of WeFunder. He's kind of one of those guys that needs no introduction. He's a big deal in this space. There is no bigger deal in this space. And I'm thrilled, Johnny, that you would join us. Thank you so much.
You got it. That's a very overly generous introduction there. There are many more bigger deals in the space than Johnny Price, but thank you for the kind words. It's great to be here chatting with you as always, Devin.
Well, it is fun to talk. And, obviously, well, you and I know, I think most people know in the community, but I'm not sure everyone knows. I don't think there are crowdfunding portals that, you can check the metrics in a variety of different ways. But I think WeFunder has the most successful offerings of any existing portal. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
And the biggest regulation crowdfunding portal. And yeah, the first founded back in 2012, and founders helped to get the Jobs Act through Congress back in 2012. 6 years before I came onto the scene in 2018. But yeah, we've been the biggest Reg CF platform by dollars every year since the laws went live in 2016.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on what you've built. This is a tremendous success. And, the roots of WeFunder came out of Kiva and some of the, a very impact-driven community. It's structured as a B corporation. And I sense a genuine commitment to social impact. Is that what you still feel today when you go to work at WeFunder?
100%. That's a big part of the reason I'm still here 8 years in, is the mission of the company. Other things as well, the team is awesome. I love my job, which is talking to founders all day long. I just love founders. I think they're the best people in the world, and you are one. And it's just such a privilege to get to chat to people that are leading companies and leading teams and trying to bring their vision of the future into reality, and to hopefully try to help them a little bit with that in terms of raising capital and building community around their startups or their businesses. But yeah, WeFunder's mission is why I joined the company in the first place. I wouldn't necessarily frame it as like WeFunder was came out of Kiva, but Johnny Price came out of Kiva. So I was at kiva.org for 7 years before WeFunder, Kiva being a crowdfunded micro lending platform as a nonprofit based in San Francisco. I started the US lending team at Kiva. So took a model that initially was making microloans to farmers in Uganda, and then, all around the world, and then brought that model to support farmers in the US or barbershops in the US, or, small restaurants and small businesses in the US. So I started that team in 2011, grew that for 7 years. We made 5,000 microloans to entrepreneurs through the platform. It's small, $5,000 average. So $25 million deployed. It wasn't that much in terms of capital, but really deep impact, low, moderate income entrepreneurs who just had no hope of getting funded either by banks or even, nonprofit microlenders. So really genuinely expanding access to capital, and again, building community. So entrepreneurs borrowing $5,000 from 200 people, lending $25 each. Very kind of encouraging, like community oriented approach to capital. And then, in 2018, joined WeFunder. And I read the WeFunder charter. As you said, WeFunder is a public benefit corporation, not a C corporation. And so we have a PBC charter. And so I read wefunder.com/charter, and that was in the kind of interview process. And when I read that, I was like, I gotta work for this company. It also didn't hurt that the office was 2 blocks from my house in San Francisco at the time in Noe Valley. So it was a wonderful commute. But yeah, that mission is still very, very motivating for me today. And on both sides of the marketplace, right? We have founders raising capital, and then we have investors investing. And for me, on the founder side, the mission is let's expand access to capital for founders. Let's make it easier for founders to raise capital, especially if they're in a sector like, climate tech or sustainability, where maybe, conventional investors might be kind of withdrawing and redirecting all their funds to AI, super growth companies. For me, like some of the sectors that we most want to be investing in as a society get less investment dollars than some other businesses that might be less good for society. Yeah. And so part of the mission of WeFunder, I think, is, let's get more capital flowing to founders, period, but also founders in sectors that are going to benefit society. Also founders who are women of color, or if you're a Republican, I will say, invest in states that aren't blue. California, New York, and Massachusetts gets 77% of venture dollars today. All those 3 states are blue. So geographically, kind of expand access to capital for founders. And then on the investor side of the marketplace, the mission is, why should only rich people get to invest in startups they love, which was what initially motivated our founders to start WeFunder. Just the kind of anachronism of the securities laws of 1933 preventing, middle-class Americans from investing in private companies. And if more and more companies are gonna, go public later and later, so retail investors only get to participate in the wealth that they create, post IPO. But I mean, SpaceX is, I don't know what the latest valuation is, $1 trillion or so, and still private, So, so on the investor side, just like enabling everyone to participate or vote with their dollars, as the previous conversation put it, in terms of what companies they want to back and invest in, and again to kind of impact the kind of the economy that we are all participating in with their investment dollars into private companies as well as public companies. So 2-sided mission, super central to why I work at WeFunder and what we're all about as a company.
You hit on something that intrigues me as an investor, right? Who wants to make money and make the world a better place. You pointed out that some of these AI businesses have been the sexy ones attracting capital, even as they radically increase the demand for electricity. And yet one of the ways to sort of make money in that play is to invest in the solar technologies and wind technologies that can power those things. And so I think there's a way for us to do both. Do you see that as a valid idea?
Yeah, definitely. I think, there'll be lots of, AI is going to just be insane. It's really, it's going to be very crazy. I've got to vibe coding the last couple of weeks. Our CEO, Nick, is really, really big on this and encouraging us all to do this. And so as a month ago, pushed a feature to the website, which is kind of blows my mind. I'm in like week 2 of learning it, and already I'm like making kind of pretty big changes to the WeFunder website. The tools are going to get better. People are going to get more familiar with it. It's going to be a pretty transformational technology. And Nvidia is stock is racing, right? Because we're going to need a bunch of chips to run all these AI models. And as you say, it's also going to be extremely energy intensive. So, any investments into energy as well, I think are going to make a lot of sense. And hopefully those investments can be into clean energy solutions like solar and wind, as you mentioned, so that we don't, kind of accelerate climate change. Although it's about to drop, I think, a foot of snow in Nashville. So it makes me question this whole climate change thing. It doesn't. So when's the warming going to come to Nashville, Devin? That's my question.
Yeah, I've endured a cold winter, relatively speaking, here in Stockton. I've been waiting for a little climate change to warm me up. You've had some great companies raise on WeFunder that have real climate impact. I think of one that raised last year that I invested in was the Ovanova pet deal. They were pretty successful with that raise. You probably have some recollection of that offering. I know you can't memorize all of them because there are hundreds every year, but maybe that one got enough of your attention. What do you think they did to be successful in that offering that others might replicate?
Yeah, I'm just trying to bring it up. I didn't work kind of super closely on that, so I didn't.
That was the one where they did the portable electric generator grid support system. I mean, it's a whole fully integrated battery, solar panels, even an emergency little diesel generator that goes with it so that you could power up a community after a climate disaster.
Yeah, so if you want to look at this as I'm chatting about it, if you go to wefunder.com/overnova.pet, you can find it. I don't know if you want to put it in the chat, Devin, as well. But I mean, just looking through the page, right? There's like, the photo is really great. The tagline is great. Portable microgrids for power anywhere. That's a really good tagline. I see so many taglines on WeFunder, and it's like super high cognitive load, really complex words, 20 words long. Like, let me stuff the TAM into the tagline. It's like, no, just keep it super simple. 5 words. WeFunders is angel investing for everyone. So I really like the tagline. I like the photo. The highlights are clean. Again, small number of words, very clear. Raised 500K, founders self-invested over 2 million to date. One thing that's interesting with them is the investment terms, doing a revenue share structure versus an equity raise. So that's an interesting thing on WeFunder. We do safes and convertible notes and preferred stock price rounds, kind of conventional equity structures. But it's not uncommon to see revenue shares on the platform as well, where it's a loan and investors are going to get paid back, 2x multiple, 2.5x multiple as a percentage of revenues over time. So that's an interesting structure that sometimes might be a better fit for companies than kind of conventional power law equity structure. You got the featured investors here. The page is like really nicely done, really cleanly done. So that's just like what I see on the page, right? Which is, I always say that's like kind of the product that you're selling, that in all kind of go to market, right? There's the product and there's distribution. So, I mean, to a large extent, the product is the company and the product is the founder. The product is also the investment opportunity. Am I raising at a 10 million pre-money valuation or a 20 million pre-money valuation? The product becomes a lot more compelling if it's an investment opportunity at a 10 million pre-money valuation. But then the page is the product, right? So is the video amazing? Is the photo amazing? The tagline, the highlights, the pitch section, the team bios. And so firstly, you really want to nail the product, right? If you start marketing a product that is bad, i.e. the pitch section is kind of vague and unstructured, the photo isn't great, the tagline isn't great, the highlights are uncompelling, then it's like all marketing, right? It's a leaky funnel and you can push super hard, but like you're really going to struggle to convert people to invest. So the first thing is like nail the product. I think they put together a really nice product. Then it turns to distribution, right? Which is, okay, now that we've got a product, an investment opportunity that people want to invest in, a page that looks good, okay, then how do we kind of get the word out? And that the biggest advice I will give there, I could say a million things, I'll keep it short. The biggest advice I will give there is just hustle. Like if you try to do this like a couple of hours side of desk because you're busy running your company, generally ain't gonna work. Like you gotta really focus on it. You gotta bring your A game and you gotta like put the hours in. And you gotta, pitch tons of investors, reach out to tons of investors, start with personalized outreach, start with larger checks, start with angel investors, people in your network. As they're coming in, then start to expand the concentric circles and push it out on social media, push it out to your customers, get in front of the WeFunder investor base, and kind of go from there. But yeah, the biggest advice, like bring your A game, like dedicate the time, focus on it. If you send 500 personalized emails versus if you send 50 personalized emails, you'll raise a lot more money and also spike it, right? It's so much better to do like, 40 hours in like 2 weeks than it is to do, 40 hours in 10 weeks. It's the same amount of time, but with fundraising, it's all about momentum and signal and optics. So getting that momentum going is so much better to condense that 40 hours into as short of a time as possible. And kind of, then the momentum starts to take hold. And then you get in front of the WeFunder investor base and you're building momentum, and people who are watching, maybe they're following your WeFunder campaign, they see it start to build, and it kind of generates that urgency and investor FOMO that is so critical for fundraising, whether you're doing a community round on WeFunder or whether you're doing like a venture round, right? It's the same psychology. Investors all circling around, waiting to see what happens. And then, okay, when people start to move, then it's like, okay, well, we're running out of time. Better do it. It's like whether you're raising from VCs or retail investors, same principle.
Yeah, you've innovated something at WeFunder that I tell people, you now require this. I tell people regardless of whether they're raising on WeFunder, that this is a good practice. This is best practice. And that is, you've got to lock in and kind of an anchor investor before you launch so that there is money in the till from day one. How did you develop that concept and how well is it working?
Yeah, so WeFunder, for most companies, we create an SPV, a special purpose vehicle, to roll all the investors up to one line on the cap table, which is how conventional Reg D fundraising works. That's how AngelList works, right? It's one SPV on your cap table, and then we wanted a mechanism where there could be investor representation for all the investors in the SPV. So the SPV lead will basically sign on behalf of all the investors in the SPV. So from a governance perspective, that's really nice for founders. They don't have to collect hundreds of signatures, but also there's like a little bit of investor protection, right? So the SPV lead is responsible for kind of acting in the interests of investors. They're on the investor side of the table, which is kind of nice from a investor protection perspective. So that's kind of one use case for that SPV lead. And the other, as you're kind of getting at, is like optics on the page. So yeah, when you're kind of browsing through a WeFunder investment opportunity, you'll see, okay, who's the SPV lead? And that's pretty prominent. And you can also see how much they're investing. There's a space for other featured investors as well. So if you have VCs invested or other notable angels or celebrities that invested, that can be featured pretty prominently. But yeah, I think, again, with investing, right, like it is kind of a herd mentality, whether it's retail investors or accredited investors. And if you see, okay, this person is investing a meaningful amount here on these terms that they have got comfortable with, then that can really help build the confidence of anyone that's viewing your page. And so yeah, I mean, we don't have the data, but I would imagine that, yeah, when you see, okay, these notable investors are investing in the same terms, that really kind of builds the confidence of a retail investor who's considering investing $500 or $5,000.
Yeah, great lessons that I think you're pulling from that. One of the companies that I invested in on the website was Jewel Case. Do you remember Jewel Case? Jewel Case is they make batteries, and I think they started out with the simple premise that they could make a good sized battery, a luggable battery that you could take to a trade show that they could sell that would pay for itself in just a couple of trade shows, right? Because when you go to a trade show, oftentimes you're going to pay $500 to have power at your table. Well, they said, wait a minute. For $1,000, we can market and sell a battery, and it's sort of blown up. Now they do batteries at a utility trailer scale that they take to power a concert, so it can silently power a concert instead of using big diesel generators. All kinds of cool stuff. They raised millions of dollars. Do you remember what some of the things that they did that made them successful in their raises?
Yeah, so Jewel Case is one I know a little bit better, and shameless plug, but we have a podcast called Adventure Capital, where I interview a bunch of founders who've raised on WeFunder. And so I interviewed the founder of Jewel Case, James Wagoner, awesome dude. And yeah, I kind of asked him about the strategy. And so if you want to go in great detail, go and listen to that as probably a 40-minute podcast. But yeah, the thing that really stood out to me that James did was, I would say, kind of community engagement or investor engagement. So I'm on their page right now, wefunder.com/jewelcase, again, if you want to put it in the chat. And yeah, as you say, 2.4 million raised from 2,065 investors. So the third part of the WeFunder mission that I didn't really touch on before I mentioned that founder side of the marketplace, the investor side of the marketplace, 1 and 2. But the third part for me that gets me excited is community. We call it a community round. We don't like the term crowdfunding. Maybe we can have a fight about that sometime. But we like the term community round. And for me, like the best WeFunder raises, are the best, Reg CF raises are where the founder is really stoked about building community around their startup. And so, for James, he has 2,000 people now who are like investors in Jewel Case. And he did an amazing job of reaching out to them, engaging them. Thank you for investing, and like, let's jump on a call. Would love to get to know you. And some of those investors then became customers, or kind of connected him to customers. And maybe those investors helped him connect to other investors. Maybe those investors shared about Jewel Case's fundraise on their LinkedIn. Maybe, they're going to help him with kind of product feedback or hiring and recruitment down the years. But I think that's one thing that really stood out from my interview with James. He did a really, really good job of engaging his investors as they came in, updating them on progress, on the business, on the fundraise, just really kind of looping them in and having them feel like they're part of the team. And so, yeah, I really love that whole idea with running community rounds is, I wrote a long blog post about this on my Substack. Actually, I'll put that in the chat as well. But it was, I think the title was something like, we should insert more community into community rounds. And if your fundraising approach is kind of community oriented, and if founders who are kind of motivated by community are raising capital in this way, maybe alongside VCs and conventional sources of capital, but okay, do one allocation from your customers alongside the VCs like Mercury or Replit did. But then also after the raise, this isn't just like a transaction. Okay, here's $2 million for Jewel Case, and let's never talk to the investors anymore. But it's like, that's just a start. And okay, we can now build this relationship and keep these 2,000 people like up to date with, how the company's doing. And I can ask them for help. Amazing example of this recently that I've just been so inspired to watch this. Kim Lewis is the founder of Kelmix, and black female founder in Chicago. And, I was chatting to Alison Byers at Scroobius yesterday. She said that it used to be that I always give the stat that 2% of venture dollars go to female-only founders versus 80% go to male-only founders. She told me yesterday that in 2025, the 2% to female-only founders dropped to 1.1%, literally halved, which blew my mind because it's already a pretty small number. But anyway, so Kim, founder of Kelmix, CPG company in Chicago, manufacturing company in Chicago, she raised, I can't remember how much. I want to say 4 million in her first raise, and then did another one, raised some more money. So now she has thousands and thousands of investors in Kelmix. I saw a marketing text that she sent. I'm subscribed to her marketing text towards the end of last year, and it was like, hey, Kelmix is going through a hard time. Like, I don't know, cash flow crunch, or I don't know what it was, manufacturing issues or something. And she basically went to her customers and said, we need you guys to buy our stuff, like to kind of help save Kelmix. I might be butchering it slightly, but it was kind of that kind of idea. And it worked. And like all of these customers came in and bought the product. And I don't know, maybe that would have happened without her doing the community round. But I really got to think that, okay, those thousands and thousands of customers, like because they were actually financially invested in Kelmix, more likely then to, okay, let's go and kind of buy a bunch of products and like help this founder out. Maybe the best example I've ever seen in 8 years of WeFunder of like the value of like, bringing in an army of thousands of investors and that really being a meaningful like, benefit for the company, like far beyond the fundraise. I mean, she fundraised on WeFunder years and years ago, but really cool example of that.
That is a great example. One of the offerings I'd love to talk about a little bit. Do you remember the Qnetic offering that was on WeFunder last year?
we had the founder on our live pitch competition. He did very well in that. He was doing a great race.
Michael, right? English guy, right?
Yeah.
So
a peer.
Must be smart. Must be smart.
Very smart. Yeah, it goes without saying. Genius level smart.
At least sounds smart from his accent, right?
And but they've got that remarkable technology for building an energy storage device. It's essentially a huge spinning mass that uses inertia to store energy. So you use solar power in the daytime to spool it up, and it spins all night, and you can pull electricity out of it as it slowly slows down. But by eliminating virtually all of the friction, they can the energy that it generates can be sucked out slowly over the night, and it is much more efficient and much more environmentally friendly than even batteries. It was a cool technology, and they're hoping to take this to utility scale. It really could be a game changer. What have you seen with that company and how they did?
I think that's a good example of what I was saying earlier about like the products, right? So yeah, Michael is, if you talk to him, is super compelling, and like it's a very like revolutionary, like very interesting technology, as you say, like very kind of huge market, right? Like it's the kind of thing that like venture investors want to invest in, right? It's like kind of potential power law upside. I saw that they were rated 4.7 stars on Kingscrowd. I heard Brian talk earlier. Love Brian, by the way. That guy, every time he speaks, very, very smart dude. Love him and Chris and all the team at Kingscrowd. And I love the work that they do to try to like help educate investors and shine a spotlight on good deals in the space. But yeah, they rated him 4.7 stars, and I imagine with Kinetic, so they raised it looks like 3.3 million on WeFunder, 2,357 investors, and yeah, I imagine the reason they did well was it's just a very compelling kind of product. One thing that's pretty interesting with them as well, they pulled in 56% of the dollars they raised from existing WeFunder investors. I think there's a really cool correlation between investments that Johnny would think are like good, or let's say not even Johnny, like a VCs or angels, they're just like quite compelling investments. They tend to pull in a higher percentage of the dollars from WeFunder's existing investor base, which to me says there's wisdom in the crowd, and that's kind of what we want, right? And we try to kind of nudge that. So the top category on the WeFunder Explore page is like backed by VCs and notable angels, and we try to, share the financial information of the company. As you said earlier, like part of what we're getting at with these SPV leads is to highlight to investors, hey, there's some like really legit investors investing in on the same terms here as part of this round. And so we're just trying to kind of help educate investors to make smart decisions in the product and design choices that we're making on the website. And I think it works. So there does seem to be a real correlation to me between like the amount of dollars that a company is going to pull in from the WeFunder investor base and the quality of the investment opportunity of the company. And yeah, Kinetic is a good example. Like they kind of beat the average on like percentage of dollars pulled from the WeFunder investor base.
Fantastic. Well, Johnny, thank you so much for joining me. I could talk to you all day and then tomorrow without
the feeling's
stopping.
Mutual, man. Let's do it. Forget all the other guests for SuperGreen. Just talk to me for the whole time, okay?
That would be a better show, maybe. I don't know.
I don't think so.
Have a Johnny and Devin marathon.
Yeah,
but
maybe next year.
Johnny, thank you. Thank you very much for joining us. We really appreciate you, and we want to see you continue to succeed in helping people raise more capital for good causes, including these great climate solutions that you've been helping along the way. So thank you very, very much, Johnny. Really appreciate it.
Always a pleasure, man. Thanks for having me.
All right. I want to encourage everyone to continue checking out the opportunities to sign up for the VIP deal. The $25, you get access to the the live Zoom that's going on right now. So, Johnny, I invite you to go pop in there. But we've got people in there chatting all day long. Opportunity to go see what's going on, chat to other people who are interested in this work. You also get your name in the VIP directory. You get a copy of the VIP directory. You get LinkedIn directory, LinkedIn group, access to the slides. We've got some great slides. Like a few minutes ago, I uploaded for the VIPs a recap of yesterday's events in 3 formats: video, audio, and a print report. So I mean, there's just so much in there. Go. Okay, we've got a great panel coming up. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. We have it's for lack of a better word, it's a marketing panel, right? We're going to be talking about how to market a crowdfunding campaign. And Johnny and I touched on that a little bit, but I think this panel can get much more tactical. Our moderator is going to be Abby Kerr. Abby is passionate about climate solutions. I think, Abby, if I remember right, you got a master's degree in the field.
Environmental policy, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, you're serious about this, and yet you've become an equal or greater expert on marketing a crowdfunding campaign. You're a key lead at Digital Niche Agency, DNA, one of our sponsors. We're thrilled to have you on the program and really want to tap into your expertise and passion. We've got a great group of panelists to go with you. I'll let you introduce them, but thank you so much for being here.
Absolutely. I have such a passion for impact projects. And so it's really where I started, right? I've worked for startups. I've been on the startup side of things, seeking investors. And now over the course of my career, I'm on the marketing side, really helping companies tell their stories. And I love it. So I am delighted to be here. It's been it makes me feel hopeful to listen to the other presenters and hear from companies that are really working on things that make a difference in the world. I'm here alongside Justin Starbird, who's the founder of the Ably Group, also a marketing specialist. And really, I think he does a great job at podcast creation. That helps build brand relevance. And there's such a strong element of trust building and awareness that is required if you're going to get any attention in this digital world. And I'm also here with Mark. Mark, it looks like your camera's not on yet, though, if you want to show us your face.
I'd love to. Do you know how I can do that?
There should be
I'm
a button.
on an Apple Mac, and it keeps saying camera not found, camera not found.
Camera not found. Sounds like a restart kind of situation. Might have to make do with
you may want to just pop out and pop back in. It may need permission from your browser. If all that fails, we will remember your soothing voice. So proceed.
Oh my gosh. Well, maybe there's a benefit in being in the dark.
That's funny.
When you say pop out, do you mean close down the computer, or you mean just use
leave and come back and see if that works? Mark is the founder of the Vegan Investing Club, now known as Planet Positive Investing. He's invested in a lot of these deals over time. And so it'll be great to hear his perspective too. Well, Justin, you're going to get the first question here.
Thanks for having me. I feel like we've got some tough shoes to fill following Johnny and Devin and hearing his perspective on the industry. So, hopefully we can go deeper and wider in some of these aspects. I'm excited to be here as well, though.
So last year, climate startups raised roughly $50 billion globally, and yet we've seen so many companies with fantastic ideas and strong performance struggle to raise meaningful amounts from retail investors. So we're going to talk about strategies and tactics that turn curious website visitors into investors. So the question is, Justin, you've advised clients on their investor campaigns. What kind of misconceptions do they usually have about converting attention to capital?
Yeah, this is always a really tough spot to start. Johnny mentioned it just before you and I came on with Devin, and he was talking about how it was important to put 40 hours of work into a week versus 40 hours over 10 weeks. And I think one of the more difficult things that we've seen from our experience is the founders that think that they can do this sort of on the side. The ones that Yeah, not to take away from running your business, because of course, while you're, going through this, you also have to keep the lights on. But those are, I think, the first most important thing that founders and companies need to understand is that there needs to be somebody leading the charge, and somebody that's not just invested in its success, but willing to do that extra stuff. So I know DNA does a great job of layering in ads and other elements to drive traffic to these campaigns. And when somebody does finally invest, or they're on the precipice of actually investing, sometimes they want to feel special, even at the community round level, where they might only be putting in $100 or $1,000 or $10,000. It's certainly not at the VC level, where you're maybe seeing hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars from one person, but they still feel like that they deserve something. And that is usually one of the first differentiators, in my opinion. I know. What are your thoughts on it? You've managed as many, if not several more campaigns.
Well,
not to throw it back on you, but
yeah, no, the marketing funnel is key, right? I never expect investors to come in and discover a new deal and invest on day one, right? And so there's absolutely a nurturing process. We want to build a sequence of messages that make sense to engage them. You have to get, there's absolutely an emotional component involved. Like at the beginning, it has to feel personal to people. So to your point, the way that some campaigns go about structuring that is through perks. It's really more part of rewards crowdfunding, though. I think when we're talking about equity investors, people want to know how they're going to get their money back, right? So, we got to talk about the business model in great detail and clearly outline what, you can't guarantee returns, of course, but you have to have at least a vision for success. And, the founder, I sure hope Mark comes back. I'm looking forward to getting his insights because he's invested in so many of these climate companies. I bet he's restarting his computer right now.
Yeah, I think you're right in terms of, layering in a lot of things, elements that are going to nurture potential investors to see, the opportunity in the deal. That often comes through authenticity and building a community, and keeping them updated on what's happening. What are you doing to show progress? I know, with many of the platforms, you have the opportunity to put in updates, and you also have your own feeds, social and otherwise, to show what you're doing with the money that's coming in. Or, I saw a great thing the other day is, if you think one specific services that you need for your company to be successful, and you're using the raise to acquire that, whatever that tool is, and you want the high end widget, but you could make do with what's available, the lower end. Aim for your campaign to be at the lower end, but keep your audience engaged to let them know that this is what you're hoping to get, and keeping that level of transparency. I think that is always something that is so very much a part of each of these deals, is keeping them involved, engaged, and getting them timely updates to what's going on, seeing progress.
Real updates about business traction, things that are going on in the company today. Absolutely. You don't just want to be saying, hey, give me some money. You want to tell them why.
Yeah.
Mark, I'm so glad you're back. Welcome back. Just going to jump right into it, right?
Yeah, I apologize about this camera problem. So everyone will have to imagine what I look like from my voice.
Luckily, you have a lovely voice. Mark, you've invested in dozens of climate companies. What's the biggest gap you see between founders marketing their products and how they should market their equity raises?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I should give a perspective. I came from the finance industry. My first career was as a licensed broker, raising capital for deals. So I have a perspective that is, much bigger than small investment numbers. And I came to this really in the around 2000, I learned that you can raise pennies from many. So the exciting thing about crowdfunding is it involves the public, maybe that never gets a chance to get into early stage companies. They care about the issues, the subject matter. And so that's really, for me, what drew me to be involved in crowdfunding. And when I started investing in deals through crowdfunding, before that, I had invested in windmills, solar energy, even jojoba farms, which replace whale oil. So in the 70s and 80s, I was pretty active in these, what were called exotics at that time. So the migration to the crowdfunding space is that I get to diversify without spending a fortune, which is great. And of course, in early stage investing, that's really, really important. It's very important to have 10 or 20 investments, not one. Don't fall in love with one deal. Like Johnny Price said earlier today, you probably won't get a winner. But if you do, you're lucky, but it's not the odds. So I really appreciated what Johnny said. And the other thing that I heard from Jackie earlier today was she made a statement that we're really good at getting issuers onboarded to portals. So now we have to solve the sales problem, the investor problem. And so I think we're going to talk more about that today.
Indeed we are. So for both of you, a quick question. What's one campaign you've seen that actually got this right, and what made it work?
Mark, I'll let you go on
Sure.
that. Because you've picked some winners. So, I'm curious to hear, your perspective.
Well, I think a novice investor always like to see a history. And the problem with startups is there is usually no profitable history, if there is a history at all. One of the companies that I invested in was a bamboo company. It was 28 years making lumber, well, actually making houses out of bamboo, and they'd figured out a way to make lumber from bamboo. So now you don't have to cut down trees to have dimension lumber. And that means boards that are 2x4, 2x6, 2x8, and that's what's used to build buildings. A bamboo builds an exotic house in the jungle, but it's not code for Bethesda, Maryland, And so I was pretty excited by they had a history and they had plants, and they had figured out this new method of making a product that could go mainstream because it fits all the codes across America. But it comes from one of the fastest growing plants. So it made a lot of sense to me. And we didn't connect with them till their last week. And we announced them to our list of members, the members that joined our investing crowdfunding club. And I think he raised about $40,000 in 3 days from our members. And he closed out his crowdfunding very happily. So that was one experience that I had. And I was able to say to the members, hey, just look at his history. Look at all these beautiful pictures. It looks like a house. It looks like wood. And people could see it. They could read his history of 28 years of history of being in the bamboo business. And he could now expand it into the lumber business from bamboo. So I thought that was a pretty exciting story. And so did the members that follow my newsletter.
How about you, Justin?
We've been, from the Abler Group, we've been in this space maybe a little bit less time than others, but we've been fortunate enough to work on a really successful raise this year in conjunction with the Capital Department and DNA on the Rise Robotics round this year. And what was so fascinating about that, we've been there we've been their agency for 5 years now. And so, we were with them as they were kind of going through this, the startup phase. And Mark, to your point about having a history there, what was so interesting with them was when we got started, it was the 4 founders and then their engineering team. And they were looking for a way to, initially productize all of the R&D that they'd done over the previous 6 or 8 years or so. And initially their goal was to create an Iron Man suit that allowed you to bound onto the top of buildings in a single bound and jump on that. So what it did was it made them, kind of peel back the curtain on how would that physically be possible to do. And so you think about the human body and our muscles and twitch fibers, et cetera, that allow you to gain energy and actually make those jumps. They tried to apply to a suit, so that led to trying to solve for these things. So initially it came out an air compressor that was just absolutely incredible, but very difficult to bring to scale. Then it was springs and finding the right material and how to create longevity. And over the course of dozens of patents and several years, they landed on realizing that hydraulics may be the way to go. But when you think about hydraulics, they're not very efficient. They don't move very quickly, and your precision, it doesn't necessarily allow you to have exacting standards. And so they were actually able to come up with a unique solution to that actuation, that motion. And through the course of the years that we were working with them, one of the things that we felt was really important was initially they were looking at partnerships with large manufacturers, original equipment manufacturers, to install this alternative to hydraulics into heavy machinery or cranes or what have you. And as a result, we started building a community in and around a podcast and helping or starting to hear the voices of not just the founders, but also the partners, the initial angel investors, new employees that thought and felt that this mission was so vital and important to the greater good of the world, sustainability, et cetera, allowing, this to be an environmentally friendly solution, and the last element of electrification of heavy machinery. So with all that said, when they decided that they were going to start looking for an investment and initially open a community round, it made all the sense in the world because of all of the people that had reached out that wanted to be a part of it, but maybe weren't accredited investors, or they were maybe going to be part of the product team at these OEMs, but weren't going to benefit from their success at the company. So it made all the sense in the world to be able to do that and hear those voices come together. And so being able to launch with a large community initially allowed, for there to be initial momentum and audience building, so that when we did layer in other elements like ads and paid media, we had something to go off of. And so that has been really neat to see. And this year they crossed the 5 million mark and have set records, as tying records, if you will, of some of the largest crowdfunding campaigns previously. So it's been really neat to be a part of that and have a seat at the table.
I agree. There's just so many great features of what they've done that have contributed to their success. And, one thing that surprises me sometimes is that what works isn't necessarily what you thought might work. Right. So at DNA, our motto is test, optimize, and scale. And we just lean into what works and take away whatever we discover, because, you test out different messages, and you have to, I guess, getting into our next topic here. One thing when I came on to start working with Rise Robotics, again, after you've laid all the groundwork, built up a huge audience of people who were interested, they have so much social proof. They have institutional investors that invested alongside, gave quotes about why. They have regular contract announcements. They're showing that their company's growing, and they're just highlighting things all the time. A full content marketing machine is at work behind them. Nurturing people, reminding them, getting in front of people.
And a founder that is, absolutely dedicated to that.
Yes.
So Ben Sun-Paul is absolutely dedicated to the fundraise, and in addition to running the business, of course, but he has also been out front and to our, your question earlier, what are some of the things that differentiate successful campaigns from ones that aren't? He's a great example of one of a differentiator.
The founder himself, absolutely. If you get a founder,
CEO, yeah,
standing out, the CEO, really has to lead the race. Anyway, climate startups often lead with mission, but retail investors need more than good intentions. So, Mark, how do you balance impact messaging with financial returns when you're evaluating deals? And what signals tell you that a founder understands this balance?
The problem with early stage companies is that there isn't any history. There certainly isn't any public reporting. So if you have any information, it generally comes from a source that might be biased. And so I don't do traditional due diligence because it isn't really available. So diversity is the biggest friend of an early stage investor. And when we look at crowdfunding, most crowdfunders are not doing what is truly due diligence. They might be looking at some information that comes on the crowdfunding page, but that's all from the issuer. They don't really have any impartial information to look at. And so part of the coaching that I do with my list, my newsletter, is I try to tell them there are some major factors you should always assess. First of all, valuation. And most crowdfunders do not understand what valuation means, particularly in this setting. It's very important that the valuation that is set on this round that we're looking at investing on a crowdfund is a realistic, within reach sales price of the company, because otherwise anybody who invests at this value would never get a penny back. So that's the first thing to understand. And then you want to look at the past history of the CEO, maybe the team. They have some exits, that's great. If it has revenue, even better. If it has profit, oh my gosh, you're in the golden belt. So it's really about trying to look at enough points to maybe connect the dots. It's not going to be a complete story. There's not going to be certainty, but that's what I try to teach all of my newsletter people, that they should look for these things and then always, always, always diversify. Does that answer your question?
Well, I think a lot of people miss the valuation discussion, right? It's on there on the raised page, but there's not really any talking that goes into saying why they chose that valuation, or does it make sense? That's why, that we heard from Brian Boulay earlier today, and I am on King's Crowd all the time looking at how they've evaluated their deals. It is such a valuable resource, and it can kind of help investors understand valuation a little bit better. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And let's see.
Yeah, I mean, one of the other things that I always think too is having the founder reach out to those prospective investors too, or those that have asked questions, because on a lot of the platforms you can do some outreach to folks that are following you, and there is some data available if you set up your deal right to know who has started the process or not, and so that's something that we help our clients with as well, is having some of that automation there so that we don't lose people, because you've spent the potentially time, the effort, the maybe even money in terms of ads driving people to the raise, and once they've initiated interest, you want to reach out to the Marks of the world and say, hey, this is what we're doing, and we want to make sure we do answer your questions, because one of the things about the community round that I find so fascinating is that, they can lead you to other investors. They can lead you to potential new prospects. They can, now they're invested. So, they want to see success. So now you're getting an entire community that's pulling in the same direction, provided that you've articulated what your mission is and that you're actually able to, feasibly deliver on those things. So I think the more engaged that you can be, the better.
Yeah, I want to underscore what you just said. That is so beautiful. The community round gives me confidence, and I'm sure it gives all investors who are considering an offering confidence when somebody in the business has priced the deal by negotiating with the founder, and they're putting their money in, and they're putting a lot more money than I might be putting in or you might be putting in. So it gives us a tremendous level of confidence that we get to invest at near or the same price point that a professional investor is investing in that round. And then in addition to that, professional investors like venture capitalists, they're working. They're probably on the board. They invested $1 million or $2 million. They're on the board. They're in there helping, and they're forcing an exit. None of us want to be in a private company for 10, 20 years. We want an exit too. So it's great that there's a professional in the mix who has the same incentives that we have. So I love community rounds. Exactly. Thanks for bringing that up. That's a really great point, Justin.
What we're hearing too from VCs and private equity groups is that with the money sort of drying up in the last year because of a bunch of external forces, I know that Devin said we're not talking politics, but you can't get away from and the tumultuous economy that we're in. For some, that creates a lot of value. For others, it doesn't. But at the end of the day, VCs are looking for de-risked opportunities. And I think one thing I didn't know coming into working in this space or leading our agency into this space and now leading clients is that this helps de-risk those potential future investments. And so, Mark, you talk about the diligence and what goes into it or what is available. And having raised $1.2 million or raised $3 million or some sizable sum with a few hundred or thousands of investors signals strength. It signals opportunity. It signals that people believe in this and that there is a potential for a future. And I think that part is so interesting because then you'll start to see more of the, you'll see the Reg Ds or you see the Reg As coming afterwards that follow it. And, there is a lot of potential there, to see success. And that part to me is always exciting to hear about and then to be a part of.
So quick take from both of you. What's one climate investing pitch that made you cringe and why?
I don't know if I can pick out just one. I don't know if I want to call anybody out specifically, but it is I think the campaigns that make me shudder are the ones that I don't want to say lead with sustainability or lead with environmental. I think those are, we're part of SuperGreen here. And so the idea is that we're working with companies that have a mission to improve the world in this way. That said, it's difficult to lead with that and feel value or that it's going to have long-term success. There needs to be, something else that it brings to the table. Who else is going to benefit from this? And I don't mean that in a negative way, in that, you can't be environmentally friendly or you can't say sustainability or you can't say, something else. But I think that you have to identify multiple channels that you're going to affect long term, and so I'm
totally agree with you. I feel like if they come out with I'm going to save the planet message, they've lost me. But if they get more specific about exactly what they're doing to solve a problem, then I'm happier. Yeah. What do you think, Mark?
That's a really good point. I wanted to come back to the idea of valuation versus traction or revenue model. If a company has an idea but no revenue, no model, no working model yet, they're raising money to build their first prototype, it can't be a $40-50 million valuation. I can't even get past that if it is. So that's, I won't mention any names, just like you said, Justin. I'll be a polite gentleman. But I have seen, that's our problem with crowdfunding. There's no third party in the middle. In most investment scenarios, there's a broker in the middle who wants to please both the company, who's their client, that's who they get paid by, but also they want to keep their investors happy for the next deal. So the broker in the middle tries to keep both parties happy and give a fair deal. Without that broker in the middle, remember, a portal does not set the price.
Yeah.
The issuer, the founder sets the price. So there's no third party giving a little sanity. And of course,
there are definitely some founders that need sanity too. There's no doubt.
And early founders, maybe they don't know that starting too high is really bad for your long-term growth of your company, but it's going to scare away professional and smart investors. And that's if that's what you're asking, Abby, that's the thing that has bugged me when I see those deals. I have to go away from them, and I don't badmouth them. I don't bring it up in their questions on the page. By the way, I wanted to shout out to WeFunder's page for Ask a Question, that function on the top level where you can slide over to the right and select, and it'll take you down to the bottom of the page where the questions are being answered. There are a lot of questions here that I wouldn't even think to ask that somebody else asks, and I see the answer from the CEO, the COO, the founder, or somebody. That makes me feel like I get to watch how these people in the company are responding to questions from potential investors, and then I ask my own. So I love the Ask a Question section. Start Engine has one that's a discussion section, but for some reason, it doesn't seem to be as used by the companies.
You know what I love about WeFunder? I love their comment section when everybody goes in and says, why did they invest? That for me is a gold mine, because I think that in understanding the investor persona is crucial to speaking to your audience. Like, if you don't know who you're talking to or what they care about, then how can you frame up an effective message?
Right. Yeah.
So, go ahead.
I want to go back to one more thing, what you said about the campaigns that are good or not. And we have one that's on the healthcare space. It's adjacent, but it's similar in that often when you're talking about the space, you have to figure out who's going to benefit and make money or save money. And I feel like talking about the cringeworthy campaigns are the ones that haven't identified those elements, because similar to healthcare space where you have the patient, the doctor, and then insurance, all three have to benefit in some way. On the environmental side, it's of course the environment, and then but then who are the users, and then who is the one making money. So those are things that make it a little bit more difficult in this space to answer those questions, but you have to do a great job of that in order for your investors to pay attention, in my opinion.
One thing I've noticed over time is that retail investors tend to gravitate to things that they care about personally. And so I'm always encouraging people to really lead with a strong emotional hook. Because the mission at the end of the day is crucial. You have to be able to explain that simply and tell them what problem you're solving right at the very beginning and why it matters to investors. Anyway, the person that we're speaking to in retail investors in the crowdfunding space, right, like the WeFunders of the world, is not the same as an institutional LP. So, Mark, from your experience, what motivates retail climate investors differently than traditional angel investors or VCs?
Well, I'm really glad you brought that up. That's a really good point, Abby. When there's a professional in the mix, where a professional investor and probably has a lot of influence on the board, and if they invest a significant number, they get listened to. But retail investors, they're one of many. So they're probably after the fact not going to get that much attention because there's 100 of them or 1,000 of them. So I really like when the CEO or the founder, one of the high up executive team says, here's what we're going to do with your money, and here's our path to exit. So you can imagine you can listen to us, and you can follow along with the next couple of years and read our updates, and you know where we're going. We're going to go. We want to be bought by a strategic partner who's in the space. We're building a piece of a big solution in a big market, or we want to be an IPO list, and we've done that before. We have previous exits by listing or by doing an IPO. So it's really good it feels really good to a retail investor to hear what the CEO is talking about, if they can say, I've done it before 3 times, or we have some team members who have, or, we know, like, we're in a space where if we can prove out our revenue model, we would be an acquisition target by larger companies in that industry. So that's one thing I love to see when I send my team, my newsletter readers, to go look at a deal. I love it when they can see that.
So use of funds and to clearly outline an exit.
Yeah, if they talk about an exit, I know they're thinking of me, because they're only getting my money and then I have no exit. I'm a 20-year partner. No, thank you. I don't want to be in there 20 years.
That's such a challenging part from the marketing perspective because we have to be so careful about what we say on forward-looking statements. So I'm always,
of course, exactly,
reminding people about qualifying statements. Like we're aiming to, our goal is.
Yes, yes, yes.
Anyway, Mark, from your experience, what motivates retail climate investors differently? Oh, sorry.
Well, I'll just say one more thing that you mentioned earlier, Abby, that personal issues matter. So retail investors often think of products and services that either they use or they think are good ideas. That may not be the best way to make a profit, but it certainly feels good.
So Justin, maybe could you walk us through what the retail investor journey actually looks like for an impact company? Where do people tend to drop off?
Where do they drop off? Well, they initially, to your point earlier, are aligning with missions that they believe in, and whether that is a personal affliction, maybe something health related or environmental focus based on where they live or what's happened to them. That's how they find these deals, and that's who you're looking for in terms of putting as a deal, putting yourself out in front of potential investors is finding those niche groups that it matters to, that are going to have the success. I mentioned earlier that who's going to benefit from it, and focusing on that emotional hook that you mentioned too, and that those elements are so important. And taking into account, they go through the deal. You as the team, usually behind or beside these founders that are looking to raise money, you want to make sure that you're as transparent as possible about that path forward, because folks like Mark are looking for how they are going to make money, even though this might all be mission driven and they feel good about putting their 100 or their $1,000 into a campaign. They still would like to get it back, and use it to either improve their lives or to fund a project in the future. And so where they drop off is where there's misalignment, and or where there are hurdles or unanswered questions. And so the more clearly that you can articulate what that path forward is and how you're going to get there, and those forward-looking statements are tricky. And that's why one of the things that I DNA does, that we do, that Capital Department certainly pushes, is to do webinars or Ask Me Anything sessions, where you get the people behind the team that are actually making the difference or helping create the solution to make the difference, so that those questions can get answered. And if you do all of that right, then you have a real opportunity for a successful raise. And if you have those workflows built in to follow up and make those investors feel special, either with the perks that you're talking about, the extras, or the ability to talk to somebody at the company to feel heard, then they start to feel like the VIP that they are, the participant that they are, and they're the change maker that actually are fueling the success of the deal. And without them, you can't, you won't see a successful raise.
I couldn't agree more. Those mid-funnel activities, right? So if you're thinking about the funnel, broad prospecting up top, nurturing them through all these different decision-making steps. I love those live events like you're talking about, the webinars of the world, for mid-funnel conversion, which is so common where people get stuck. So on to what kills momentum in capital raises, right? People get stuck in mid-funnel. It's not enough to just do that broad prospecting. So what's the fastest way to lose credibility with potential investors in this space? What do you think, Mark?
That's definitely in your bailiwick as marketers. From my point of view, because I'm the investor and my readers of my newsletter are the investors. If we don't understand something, we leave. If it's not clear. So for instance, I visited a client company recently, and they had 4 products, and they're all in the environmental space, but which one are you pitching me on? Are you trying to teach me about 4 products in one experience, one time moment? So people get confused. Maybe they even read paragraph 1 and paragraph 2 and they immerse the 2 ideas together, and then they can't tell which one is which product in their mind. So they leave. And I think confusion is one of the biggest problems in mid-funnel, as you said.
It can be so hard to simplify it and still be true to what you're trying to say.
I think that's one of the reasons that the testing the waters, or the initial private campaign, is so important, because you're sending that out to folks regardless of platform. You're sending it to your friends, family, extended close network of people that are interested in your success, and they give you invaluable feedback about clarity. Does the message hit? They're going to invest regardless because they believe in you, right? Or they believe in the mission and what you've created. But they also provide that candid feedback that helps you make adjustments and improve your landing page, improve your messaging, hone it to your Mark, to your point about making it more clear. No, it's not 4 products. You're investing in the platform that's created these 4 products, or you're investing in the platform that's given us the ability to share these 4 solutions. And so messaging is so important. And I'm guilty of it too. You get too close to the fire and don't think of what market is list are really looking for, because I'm just so excited about the opportunity or solution. And the truth of the matter is that you've got to take a step back and evaluate and take that feedback and recognize that is so important to the overall success of a deal.
Justin, there's something I wanted to ask you about Rise, because you brought up that great example. When they got to $5 million, how far along? I mean, they had done previous raises, crowdfund raises. So
no, they've only done this one.
Oh, so they had private money from accreditors before that.
Yes.
So in this round, they must have gone past the people they knew at some number, and then they were with strangers. Maybe they came on, Start Engine and found this Rise deal, or maybe some email. Maybe it was an ad that drove them there. So don't you tell us a little bit, because I like to learn too, the messaging for someone that already knows Rise and knows the staff and knows the story, who's maybe second round investor investing a second time, versus someone that's brand new and is seeing Rise product and business model for the first time. Do you speak to them differently?
Yeah, we do. I mean, and we've been fortunate to work with another company, Capital Department, on this, who also helped drive strategy. The Able Group, we hit send and go on a lot of these things, and Capital Department really did a great job of setting some of those communication examples. And so, initially, it was one message to people that were very familiar with Rise. As the campaign matured, that adjusted, and it became more clear that there were opportunities for the technology to fit into multiple solutions. And so, what we pivoted to some in-person events, and then, did a couple of cool things, like a Guinness record for a robotic lift, and lifted a electric F-150. And, that helped build some buzz and momentum, which then drew, new people in, and then had ads that layered in to, create lookalike audiences. And then, DNA came on later. They came in in the last couple.
Yeah, it is toward the end. Yeah, it is.
And you've done a great job of going even wider with that net. So
from an ads perspective, we're definitely using secondary messaging to remarket to people. Can you believe it? Our time has absolutely flown by. Jevin, if you'll give us a minute or two to do some closing remarks, I would like to.
We only have 30 seconds.
Oh my God.
TV is merciless.
Marketing capital raises absolutely takes persistence and endurance and flexibility. You have to consistently get out there in front of people always be marketing, prospect as much as you can, and keep following up. It is absolutely a multi-touch endeavor. So thanks everybody for being here. Thanks Devin for having us. It was fun.
Yeah, great job, Abby. You were terrific. Justin, thank you for being here. Mark, great. You all had such different perspectives. Incredible discussion. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful for your contribution to this effort. Our next part of the program is going to be the live pitch. This is one of my favorite parts of the whole event. Of every event, this is an opportunity for you to see deals that you can invest in. It's an opportunity for you to be thinking about which one you want to vote for. You get to vote. You get to choose a winner while the judges pick their winner. This is so much fun, but stick around. In the meantime, I want to invite you to think about how our sponsors can support you. Check it out.
Welcome to SuperGreen Live, the biggest event of the year at the intersection of climate solutions and impact crowdfunding. Upgrade now to VIP for just $25 to get the full experience. VIP tickets include access to and a listing in the VIP directory, a backstage pass during 24 hours of live programming, 3 VIP networking sessions, speaker slides and handouts, and an invitation to the private LinkedIn group. Scan the QR code now.
Raising capital, it's not just marketing, it's securities law. Most deals, they don't fail because of the returns that are offered.
They fail because of compliance mistakes.
And that's what we do
Every day, we help entrepreneurs raise money the right way.
before problems ever start. If you're raising capital,
Talk to crowdfunding lawyers first.
Digital Niche Agency is the top investor acquisition agency. DNA has helped founders raise over 9 figures via regulated investment crowdfunding with a 3-pronged strategy using digital advertising, content marketing, and strategic outreach. Book a call today.
Hello, my name is Brian Figueroa. I'm the CEO of Green Tech. We're a renewable energy development company that specializes on cutting-edge technologies like graphene batteries. Get back with me at brian@greentech.io, TEK.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gene Massey with Media Shares, an equity crowdfunding marketing agency, and we're happy to be participating in SuperGreen Live.
Green to Gold and the Super Crowd wish to thank our supporting sponsors, Azure Printed Homes and Little Toes, for their financial support. We similarly extend gratitude to our media sponsors, Regenerative Media TV and Community 3.0X. SuperGreen Live is hosted by the 501c3 nonprofit Green to Gold in partnership with the SuperCrowd, Inc., a public benefit corporation. You can make a tax-deductible donation to support our climate-focused collaboration at 4sc.fund/donate or by scanning the QR code. Help us accelerate climate solutions now.
Welcome, everyone. It's time for the live pitch. Before we do that, let me remind you to go ahead and register as a VIP. We'd love to have you. There's so much more opportunity to engage with the speakers, and especially one of the most vital opportunities is to join the networking session this evening immediately following the live pitch, which means you'll get to chat with the companies that pitched. Ask those pertinent questions that you care about before you make your final investment decisions. This is a great opportunity. Don't miss it. Also, I invite you to join the drawing so that you can get a free VIP pass. Register for the drawing at s4g.biz/drawing, s4g.biz/drawing. Now, I really am thrilled. I'm going to bring our judges onto the screen here for just a quick moment to introduce them. We've got just amazing judges. We've got Paul Lovejoy and Leah Bollier-Gautreau. I do my best, Leah. And then, and of course, Jackie Logan. Jackie, these are amazing investors who are serious about crowdfunding. Jackie spent 20 years on Wall Street. She's a big deal. Leah helps to manage the King's Crowd Fund. Paul Lovejoy is a registered investment advisor who helps to manage other people's money and is himself a very active investor. Great people. I'm going to hide you for a minute because we're going to go on to start looking at our pitching companies. But just know that those judges are the real deal. They will be thinking about, as I will be, the investments we'll all be making based on these pitches. So this is like a truly live fire environment. We are excited to have our first pitching company. And so let me walk you through the format a little bit. First, we will be doing each pitcher will get 5 minutes to pitch, followed by 10 minutes of Q&A. And you can all ask questions. Let me just share the link for asking questions because you're all eligible to ask them. Where did I hide that from myself? Oh, apparently, let's see. There we go. So if you've got a question, you can ask it, and then we will. If you happen to be watching on. Whoa, we're having a party here. If you have a question, you can submit the questions in the comments. And there we go. Okay, so we got the questions in the comments. If you're watching on social media or YouTube, ask a question using this QR code or s4g.biz/myq, s4g-biz/myq. So as you watch these presentations, I invite you to be thinking about what you would like to know about our presenters. Now, with that said, I'm going to bring on our first presenter, Joe. Joe, are you able to turn your... There we go.
Yeah. How are you?
Fantastic. I'm going to go ahead and hide myself and give you the floor for 5 minutes.
Do I sing now?
And now you sing. Sing for your supper.
Tell me when we're ready to go. We're on? Hi, I'm Joe Dolan, president of EcoSafe Technologies, and I'm tremendously excited to be here. I want to take a quick moment to thank Devin and his team for putting together this fantastic platform and for allowing us to participate. All right, let's jump right in. We have an urgent water crisis in the U.S. and across the globe. You may be surprised to know that the vast majority of stormwater in the U.S. is not treated in any way before it enters our streams, rivers, bays, and oceans. Stormwater contains a wide variety of pollutants: trash, pet waste, oil, grease, chemicals like fertilizers and pesticides, and even toxic heavy metals. Additionally, many older cities have combined systems where wastewater and stormwater share pipes. During heavy rains, these systems can get overloaded, releasing untreated sewage into our waterways and oceans alike. The crisis is so bad that the EPA estimates the need for stormwater infrastructure to be $67.2 billion in the next 5 years. Now the good news. While existing technology seen on the left uses an excessive amount of money, manpower, and resources, our groundbreaking EST core technology uses specially designed equipment that operates on gravitational force alone, requiring no power source to function. This makes it immune to brown and blackout issues. Using our specifically formulated medium, it separates contaminants on a molecular level. This process allows clean water to be immediately returned and contaminants to be contained, drastically reducing hazardous material created. We've had 3 independent labs do 4 rounds of testing, the latest within the last month. Each scientifically proved that overwhelming effectiveness of our technology, over 99.99% removal of hydrocarbons and bacteria. Our EST core technology has many market applications. The 3 we are actively focusing on are storm drains and interceptors, oil spill response and remediation, and industrial usage extending the life of expensive coolants. Our storm drains and storm drain interceptors save a tremendous amount over traditional water treatment facilities. They address the current problem by capturing floating debris and biomass, as well as chemical and biological contaminants before they reach our waterways. We have chosen storm drain interceptors to be our top priority because the need is clear, obvious, and urgent. Initial contracts would be sufficient financially to help grow our company, and we've established relationships in the market. Our first response boat, seen here right near the baby seals, takes on 65 gallons of oil and water a minute using our specially designed material belt. The mixture enters the boat approximately 400,000 parts per million oil. The EST core system discharges clean water back to the ocean immediately at 3 parts per million, per independent testing by Pace Analytical. It is our ultimate goal to have our technology used to clean every oil spill in the world. EST core technology is also used industrially to clean expensive coolant and machine parts washers. Our technology can extend coolant life 10 times. It removes all the hydrocarbons and bacteria without the need for biocides, providing a safer work environment for employees. Now our people. Mr. Benjamin Gerfinkel is the co-founder of our company and the brilliant inventor of our EST core technology. Benny is an 89-year-old Holocaust survivor. His experience comes from working at NASCO, Solar Turbines, and General Dynamics through his career. We've assembled an international executive and advisory board of great human beings, each of whom brings vital knowledge and experience to our cause. To a person, every member of our team believes fervently in our EST core technology and see it as the immediate answer to protecting what we care about very most, our people and our planet. Our efforts over the past 18 months have led us to many important meetings and relationships. Our memberships in the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce and APWA, the American Public Works Association, have been essential in developing these contacts. EcoSafe Technologies is already recognized locally and sought out as experts on water-related environmental issues. We forecast steady progressive growth, resulting in an excess of $100 million in sales annually by year 5. $108 million in forecast only amounts to 0.17% of the total addressable U.S. market. So what can you do? You can join us. Together we are the solution. This is the part where I ask you for the money. Please don't make me bring back the picture of the baby seals. Our simple belief is that if we can effectively and affordably address sustainable water, protect our ecosystems, and protect our people, the money will come. The markets our groundbreaking technology applied to are massive, in the hundreds of billions. Our dedicated team is standing by and committed to changing the world. Please go to the WeFunder URL or QR code below to invest now. Thank you so much for your time, your shared passion for our oceans and waterways, and hopefully for becoming a partner and proud champion of our company. Thank you, and keep moving forward. Thank you.
Great job. Great job. And, you know that was exactly 5 minutes, Joseph. You nailed that. I think that's the closest 5-minute presentation timing I've ever seen. I've seen them.
What do I win?
You win the 5-minute prize. So good job. Good job. We have, as I've said, we've got an amazing panel of judges. These are super astute human beings. I'm going to turn the time over to them to start asking you some questions, but let's start with Leah. Leah, what did you see you want to know?
So what I see right now are, if I understood well, 3 products that have a really potential for impact, not only from an economical perspective for your company, but also for the environment. And what I want to know at this stage is, what is your go-to-market strategy? Because it seems like to different products to different types of clients. So can you explain how you're going to start generating revenue?
Right. So there's a couple of different ways. One is we are submitting right now to the Port Blue Economic Development Group incubator to be a participant. And we have contacts with the U.S. Navy who have shown interest in using our technology to remove the pollutants when they clean their boats. So that's one market that we're looking at. But the port, getting into their incubator would be incredibly validating for us. So that's of great importance. With that, we have people that we know in the market, and we would approach different municipalities directly to see if we can help with their problems. I mean, understand that people in these municipalities face steep fines from the EPA if they're caught with this pollution running into the oceans and waterways. I mean, Houston paid a $4.4 million fine for pollution from the EPA. So we understand that it's challenging, but for us, if we can get our first contract, we think that many will fall in line, because nobody else is going to search for an answer when we already have one that resolves their issue. Our answer literally removes all of the trash and the chemicals that are going directly into the water right now, and even handles the overflow from their wastewater. It would remove the bacteria. And even if they have chemicals that remove the bacteria, a lot of people will use like chlorine for their overflow. Our system will remove that before it heads into the water. So we have the answer, and it's really simple. It's shelf ready. We can build them scalable to size for each market. And they just require digging the hole and continuing, the path, just going right in the middle of the path from where the storm drains now go from, down into the ocean. They all may be 50 to one storm drain that empties out into the ocean. We would put an interceptor somewhere within a quarter of a mile from that point and capture all of the trash, the chemicals. I mean, it seems like a simple, straightforward solution. And once we get some traction, I think that's why when you looked at our forecast, it started slow, but it went up exponentially, because once we start putting these in, nobody's going to start looking for a new solution when we already have the solution. And nobody else out there exceeds EPA standards the way we do. There's just nothing else out there, to my knowledge, that does what we do. Was that an answer?
I think so. Jackie, what would you like to know?
So, first of all, I mean, a very needed product.
Thank you.
Particularly, stormwater runoff, polluting our waters. Water is a big issue going forward. So, I love what you're focused on, and Leia's question was my question as well, because how do you start to get this out in the market? So thank you for your response. I guess what I would ask right now is I think you're focusing on the three products. Are you focusing on one first, which is the filter, and can you tell me where is that product in, if I said to you, Joe, I need 10 of them tomorrow. Can you produce them? Where are you in the actual development of that product?
So we could have them within 3 months. They're easy to build. That's not the issue. To create the medium is easy enough. Really, the longest part of the process would be the permitting process, getting the permits to do it. And then once they're there, we'd have connections. At least here in San Diego, we have connections to do the construction, the community relations, the implementation, everything we could do here now. And we work with another company that works actually all across the U.S. and internationally. So we're hopeful that this will go international. That realistically, it's needed everywhere across the world. I mean, I want to go back and say real quick, we're focused on storm drains because it's so urgently needed, and because it's such a straightforward, simple solution that is needed. But we just took some coolant samples from Bender CCP, which is a company here in San Diego, that were polluted, and we ran them through testing using ECA here in San Diego, and they came back with no bacteria and no hydrocarbon. So we're trying to get this contract with us, even a small contract to start, that would allow us to clean their coolant. And that wouldn't sustain our company, but at least it would be something to get that segment off the ground. And they also have four other places here in San Diego, or actually just on the West Coast, that could use the same treatment. I mean, realistically, they only use about $25,000 worth of coolant a year, and we would save about $20,000 of that. And that's not astronomical for them, but it's something, and it'd be more environmentally conscious for them, which I think is more important. And then some of their other places use much more coolant, in which case we can save them $50,000 to $150,000 a year in coolant cost.
And just lastly, what's the use of funds? What are you going to use the funds for?
Well, we need to bring in some outside engineers. We need to pay for some of our companies that will do. It's very complicated. It's really funny. Even when you're talking about just dropping one of these boxes in the ground to be an interceptor, you need special engineers that create holes in the ground to specific. So we need to bring people on that have that expertise. We have a lot of people on our board. We have Moise Dreyfus, who was a microbiologist for the USDA for 20 years. I told you Ben's experience. We have Bruce Greenhouse, who is not only an attorney, but an engineer and was part of the Qualcomm formative years and helped them get to where they are. So we have a lot of really great people on board, but we still need more people. And we need to put things together in a really, to move this forward effectively, we need employees. We need to be moving forward. All I say every day is keep moving forward. Every one of my emails, every one of my correspondence to all of our board, to our executive board, to our advisory board is keep moving forward. And so, the funds would help us be a fully functional company, be able to go after more business. And then once we started to establish some business, then, the sky's the limit.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Paul, what would you like to know? And let me remind everyone that this is an active offering, right? This is no messing around. You can visit s4g.biz/ecosafe, scan this QR code, and you can go invest right now. You don't need to be accredited. You don't need to be rich. Anyone can do it. Check it out. Check it out. Now, Paul, what would you like to know?
Yeah. First off, Joe, great job on your pitch. I really enjoyed it. It was great. Now, I'm actually a competitive open water swimmer, and I swim in the ocean at least 5 times a day here in Hawaii. So what you're doing is really important to me on a very personal level. So thank you for doing this. And 14 years you've been at it, 14 years. And you've gotten third-party validation. You've shown that your product can remove 99.99% of toxins. I mean, that's really incredible technical achievement that you've accomplished. So I'm just going to be frank here. Please. What has prevented you from closing your first sale?
Oh, pick me. So forgive me. I haven't been involved for 14 years. So I came on a little more than a year and a half ago because I met Benny and he showed me this technology and I was blown away. And I looked at it and I spoke with Bruce, who I knew and who knew Benny. And Bruce is a surfer here in San Diego. So he really, really cares about it. And we have huge problems here in San Diego, especially with the Tijuana River problem, which people keep asking us to address, but nobody is willing to talk to us about that problem at the moment. So what's happened in the past is Benny has had limited success before I got here. We have our technology used in Ocean Gate, New Jersey in a storm drain actively. We've had our equipment used in solar turbines to clean the coolant there. He had his boat at the Horizon oil spill where BP tested his equipment that showed 3 parts per million return to the ocean, way below the 150 limit that the EPA gives. So he's had limited success. I hate to say it this way because it's the truth. Benny is a genius. He is an absolute genius. If you talk to the guy, you see how brilliant he is. But he can't focus on any one thing. And he didn't have a team of people. So I came on board and I brought on the team that can push this forward and make it into a successful company. Benny, literally, after putting a storm drain in New Jersey, instead of going and getting another storm drain contract, he created a heart valve. That's just what he wanted to do. He created a heart valve because a friend of his needed a heart valve. So he redesigned a heart valve that he didn't even get paid for. He submitted to a company and they used his design. He's just brilliant, but his mind is just all over the place. You talk to him and you're like, Benny, let's talk about storm drains. Let's focus on this. And he goes, if we use this chemical and we sprayed it ahead of forest fires, we can slow the progress of forest fires. And this is before the LA fire. He's just brilliant, but it's like talking to a moth. It's just really hard to get him to focus and move a business forward, which is why I'm here.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense because I saw that it just was incorporated in 2024 and you've been around. So that was another one of my questions, but it seemed like it's all connected and you answered it. So thanks, Joe.
And I was at 5 minutes. I'm doing great.
Yeah, that's right. Everyone should remember that Joe perfected the art of 5 minutes when you're voting here in a few minutes. So keep that in mind. Leah, we've got time for a really fast follow-up.
So one more question for me will be, getting contracts with municipalities is very difficult. It can take a lot of time. Do you have any hack, any kind of quick way to make it happen? How do you kind of envision that?
No, I don't think there's a quick way to make it happen. We have contacts in that market. We have somebody that we work with directly that has all those contacts, that knows all of the people in the water municipality society here in San Diego. She knows all of them. And so we have that in, and we're just looking for a little bit of validation. So if we get to go into the port incubator group and we get a small contract from vendor, we can say, hey, look, this is who we are. Here we are on SuperGreen Live. And so that's what we're looking for, just a little bit of validation before we go in there. And if we don't get that validation, I'm still going in there. I mean, I think while everybody else on our team brings a specific expertise, my expertise is just being stubborn. My expertise is just being persistent. And that's it. I will not let this go, because this to me is the greatest opportunity I've seen in my lifetime. And looking at it, it is so vitally needed. I mean, if we can clean up an oil spill, creating zero hazardous material waste, why aren't we? If we can solve the problem, I mean, the Great Lakes has an enormous problem right now because their stormwater and their sewer water mix, and it creates a tremendous amount of pollution. So we'd love to be there creating, starting off with just 3 storm drain interceptors.
Fantastic.
We would need thousands before it was done. I mean, you'd really, really need, I'm going to say,
Joe, thank you very, very much. I apologize that television is merciless. Our time is up. Great answer, great questions, great discussion. I am really honored now to be able to introduce our next presenter. Our next presenter will be Mark Collins of Emission-Free Generators. This is really an intriguing notion. I can't get this one out of my head, Mark, as I think about your technology and my eco efforts in my own home. So I'm really intrigued. Can't wait to learn more and to hear what our judges want to know from you as you present today. But it looked to me like you're all ready to go. Yep. And I'm going to hide, and you can take it away.
Wonderful, lovely. Thank you very much indeed. I'm Mark Collins, CEO of Emission-Free Generators. I'm co-founder and co-inventor of a revolutionary hydrogen on-demand technology. I'm going to introduce you to the Zen H2, a clean energy portable generator that changes the way we deliver fuel and use power. This is the picture that I was confronted with in 2017. The dreaded blackout. 10 nights without light, heat, or communication. It was more than just uncomfortable. People in my area lost their lives. This, and the plight of others living daily without electricity worldwide, pushed me to invent a clean energy that can be delivered right to your door for use indoors as well as out by anyone from the age 70 to 97. Whether we're forced into a blackout or choose to be off-grid, being without electricity is a major issue in today's world. So, what backup power products are currently on the market when the grid is unavailable? You just have 3 options. There's solar panels. These are good, but with physical limitations. Batteries are great, although they are a one-time use and very limited in power duration. And the traditional fuel generator. Fossil fuels. We all know these create deadly fumes and noisy and smell, but, and this is a key point, they can provide power 24/7, unlike the other 2, which have an important role, but do not come as portable power certainty. The big problem is that 127 million Americans are unable to use or operate any of those 3 products because they live in apartments. They don't have outdoor space, or are physically unable to move liquid fuels, panels, cables, or heavy batteries around. So we designed and built a product better than anything on the market and at a competitive rate. One that delivers independent power 24/7. It does not need recharging from another power source or require secondary equipment outside the home or business. This is the Zen H2. Our patent-protected technology comes as two products: the generator, with highly advanced technology and AI software that controls energy production and power output delivery, and the fuel, which is a solid-state proprietary powder contained in our reusable, non-pressurized energy cartridge. It's really easy to operate. You simply place the fuel cartridge into the Zen H2 and plug in your own electrical device for instant power. The Zen H2 senses an electrical output demand and creates a tiny amount of hydrogen by activating the powder in the cartridge. The hydrogen is immediately consumed in the creation of energy. And this cycle repeats itself over and over and over, providing safe, continuous electricity. There's no need for storage. As soon as the hydrogen is created, it's consumed. So there's no wastage. There's no high pressure, no high temperature, no noise, no emissions, and no odor. These are examples of a typical energy output from one of our single cartridges. For instance, you can run a whole home office for over 12 hours with just one cartridge. If you need extended power, just add another cartridge for continuous use. The portable generator market is 7.8 billion and growing at 7.6 CAGR. California has restricted portable fossil fuel generator purchases since 2024, which is leading up to a full ban in 2028. This is an open, perfect market for us and a great position. So we made it our beachhead market, and we're launching our product in just a few months' time. This is our team. Over 100 years of practical experience covering startups, exits, patents, new product launches, financial responsibilities, and marketing of consumer products, and top corporate positions for the world's largest companies. We're also supported by a larger team of expert advisors, engineers, and industry gurus. To date, we have had 1.4 million of corporate VC and award investment. And just last week, we received a term sheet for 750,000 from a respected VC. We are also raising on WeFunder, 430,000 so far from 245 investors. So come and join us. Our mission is to create a step change to the portable generator market and provide emission-free power to the people in the world that need an alternative solution. Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. Mark, great job.
Thank you.
Let's turn to Paul to go first. Paul, what would you like to know?
Oh, I think you're on mute, Paul. I can't hear.
Sorry, I was on mute.
Okay.
Still can't get it right. Mark, I love what you've got going. Not just the generator, the actual product, but the team and how well thought out every single step is. I am like super impressed, especially since when I first kind of was scrolling offers on WeFunder, I kind of just scrolled past yours. I just thought it was another generator. It wasn't until I really examined what you've got going on did I notice how special this really is of an opportunity. Now, I read your end of year update mentioning you've shifted the production timeline from Q1 to Q2 of this year. And you said it was because of completing the new cartridge redesign and accelerated life testing.
Yep.
Now, you've also mentioned that you've pre-sold 150 units and are 3/4 through the next 500 to 600. That's roughly what, 1.3 million in committed revenue?
Yes, absolutely.
Something like that. Yeah. Given that strong demand signal, what gives you confidence that Q2 of this year is now locked in? Is it the capital raise timeline or is technical risk in the accelerated life testing?
No, we're good on accelerated risk. We have done the testing. We're in beta mode, so this is just before pre-production in effect. The only thing that stops us going into market is capital. It's expensive when you are building a new product, and when you have to comply with all of the UL certifications, and there is a string of compliance that we have to meet. Fortunately, we are pretty much compliant. I actually wrote the standard for hydrogen on demand for small portable generators with the Canadian Standards Authority, CSA, a few years back. So we are fully aware of what is required for a product to be launched to the market from a UL standard. So production-wise, we're in a very good position. Monetary-wise, we just need money for stock.
Great. Great answer to Paul's question. Jackie, do you want to go next?
Sure. Yeah, it's super exciting product and wonderful presentation. Where my head is going is, can you tell us a little bit about, these are going to be in-home, and I'm thinking kids knock them over, somebody gets a hammer out and starts to get in at one of those cartridges, and all of a sudden we got powdered hydrogen. Talk to me a little bit about the risk associated with the materials and in-home use, and how the risk there, and how should we feel comfortable as a consumer that it's okay in my house?
Okay, yeah, and I mean that's a great question, and of course, one of the biggest things that we've concentrated on is that safety, making sure that, as you say, people don't try and break into them, or dogs bite into them, or whatever can go on in a property. We try to replicate as much as that as possible. One of the reasons why we delayed our production to second quarter was because we did want to get this cartridge right. And so what we have done is we've made little discs, and they're this sort of size. And those discs are stacked on top of each other. So they all independently work very much as a structure. So these are circle discs and solid all the way through. And then they get stacked on top of each other, which gives them even more strength. So they lock in place, and this is a very, very solid piece of reusable plastics. So we're not recycling that product, we're reusing it. And the reason why we can reuse it is because it's pretty solid. You can take a hammer to these and really give it some effort to try and break into it. Of course, there's always that opportunity that somebody is going to manage and they're going to drill holes or do whatever. I mean, you can do that with a battery. You can throw.
That's right.
You can throw open flames into the middle of a petrol can. So all those different things. But with ours, even if you do break into it, all that happens is that you get a tiny amount of powder, around about 20 grams worth of powder that comes out, because every part of our section is sectioned off into 90 different individual little sections. So you have to break through all of those sections to get a mass of powder out. You've really got to go to town on this for a considerable amount of time to be able to do that. Now, this is a very safe system. And when we're producing the hydrogen, we only produce literally tiny amounts. I mean, tiny, tiny amounts. And they're immediately consumed. So there's no storage.
Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure.
I love this discussion because this is such a compelling product. Leah, what would you like to know?
Well, first, congrats, Mark, because really, I was not going to think that I would actually be interested in a company that has a hydrogen generator, but you make it interesting. And you make it kind of making sense from an energy standpoint as well. So thank you for that. And what I really would like to know is, what is the product life cycle? Meaning, what is the carbon footprint of producing this tiny amount of hydrogen of producing this cartridge, and what is the waste that that consumers have to deal with once the cartridge is used, and how is that being recycled?
Yeah, that's a great question. So our product carbon footprint is 0.068 grams per kilogram of CO2. So it's tiny, in effect. It's about as close as you can get to solar from a product carbon footprint point of view when you're in production. So it's very low. From a wastage point of view, well, there is no wastage with our product. We have made it from the outset of our invention and our creation to make sure that there is no wastage. We don't want anything going into landfill related to emission-free generators. So the cartridge comes back to us, very much like an espresso coffee pod or something along those sort of lines. It comes back to us. So once it's been fully used, it's sent to us, and we open it up. We take out any residual that's inside it. We give it a blast of air. We don't even use water. We refill it, put it all back together again, and that unit then goes back into the ecosystem again, back into the circular economy for recycled products. The waste that comes out of that, the powdered waste in effect that comes out that we have, is then sold into the construction industry, where it's a sought after product in the use of concrete. So there is a secondary use for this product. And it just happens that the way that we produce the hydrogen during its process, that product then becomes a very valuable item for the construction industry. So nothing is wasted. As long as you return the product, then we can do something with it. If it is given into landfill, then it is an inert product, so nothing will hurt. This is a safe product to be sent in the mail and all those sort of things. It is safe to be thrown away, but it's not good. That's not what we want. That's going to sit in landfill for hundreds of years because it's plastic. We don't want that. Eventually, after about 50 operations or 50 cycles of the cartridge, then we break that down and we then put that into a recycling system and we reuse it within the new cartridges.
That's great. Well, our time is up. Let me remind everybody that you can invest in this deal right now, this minute, at s4g.biz/EFG, or scan this QR code that's on the screen. You don't need to be rich. You don't need to be an accredited investor. You don't need to be as good looking as Jackie. You can do this right now, this minute. And so I encourage you to check out. Now, our next presenter is going to be Eric Posse. Eric is the CEO and founder of Enterprise Energy, another great company. I'm just so proud to bring you these four great companies. And I love that you're in the mode today, Eric. You've embraced fully the branding you've got created. I love it. I love it. I love it. So, Eric, take it away.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you for joining us. My name is Eric Posse. I'm the captain of Enterprise Energy, but also the CEO and co-founder. Our mission is simple: to democratize clean energy for the people of Earth through the development of community-scale power projects. We believe the energy transition should be powered by people, for people. All right. Today, I'm here to discuss our newest frontier, distributed energy storage development in Illinois. But first, a look at our track record. Following a successful exit in 2022, our team has reassembled and is projected to be the #1 distributed solar developer in Minnesota for 2025. Since 2007, I've developed over 500 megawatts of community solar projects in the US, resulting in over $1 billion of deployed capital. I am joined by a leadership team of A players, including our CFO, Phil Leung, COO, Steve Chan, and CDO, Evan Carlson. We are also proud to be one of the leading minority-owned and operated developers in our space. A question I often get is, how does Enterprise Energy generate revenue? We are greenfield developers. We identify sites, negotiate with landowners, and handle complex interconnection and permitting. Once a project is de-risked and construction ready, we have two paths. Path one is to sell the project for a lump sum. This lowers risk and recycles capital quickly. Path two is to finance, build, and operate the asset. This unlocks long-term recurring revenue and asset value. We can now build and own our own fleet, but we retain the flexibility to sell when it provides the best immediate return. Now, let's look at our biggest opportunity, distributed battery energy storage. Well, 2025 was a challenging year for clean energy policy nationally in the US. Illinois was a massive exception. The Clean Energy and Reliable Grid Act of 2025 has opened a $10 billion market for distributed batteries. Our track record of entering new markets is strong. We typically capture nearly 20% market share. We have already begun acquiring sites, but the race is on to submit interconnection applications as competition heats up. Currently, we are constrained by development capital. These first dollars fund land acquisition, interconnection studies, and permitting. Traditional lenders often avoid this early stage or demand predatory terms. That is why we are turning to Climatize and also to the broader investment community to help fill this gap. We are doing this because the economics are powerful. In nearly all cases, every single dollar of development capital yields more than $10 in net income at monetization. That's a 10x multiplier. We turn high-risk paperwork into high-value infrastructure. Regarding the timeline, unlike massive utility-scale projects that take years or new tech that could take decades, our distributed opportunities are measured in months, not years. This is a proven business model applied to a brand new market with a reliable outcome. We are live on the Climatize platform at climatize.earth/enterprise-energy. For new investors joining today, you can receive a $50 to invest in clean energy using the code EENT50. In closing, we are standing on the launch pad of a major market shift in Illinois. The window to acquire these prime grid locations is narrow, and we intend to execute at warp speed. We invite you to join our crew. It is the logical choice for your portfolio, the right choice for the planet. I'm happy to open the floor for any questions you might have. Let's make it so.
I love it. And I love the idea of making it so. I have to confess, I've invested in one of your past deals, so this is you're a favorite of mine. But I'm not a judge, and I won't even vote in the polling that we do later. But why don't we get started with Paul this time? Paul, what would you like to know?
Yeah, Eric. Love the pitch. I love the Star Trek. You know, you're leaning into it. I love it. It's so memorable. Now, as you mentioned, you're raising on the Climatize platform. And a quick side note about Climatize: you can get debt crowdfunding deals on that platform. It's really exciting. It's very different than some of the other platforms. Now, Eric, I actually invested in this deal already. So I full disclosure. In fact, I've invested in your other two deals on Climatize as well. So here's 3 offerings in less than 6 months. You know, you had the 185K in August, the 432K in September, and now you have this offering. So it's over $1 million in subordinate crowd capital in half a year. For investors who participated in your earlier offerings, walk us through how this capital directly accelerates the timeline for those projects to reach commercial operation or sale. What specific milestones will this funding unlock for your existing pipeline?
Excellent question, and thank you for that endorsement. We Currently, right now, as you mentioned, we had two previous funding rounds through Climatize. The first one was for Minnesota community solar projects. Those projects are reaching financial close here within the next 2 months. And then the second raise was for community solar projects in Illinois. And those projects are expected to close financially probably within the next 4 months. This new round is for an entirely new frontier. As mentioned, the Clean and Reliable Grid Act of Illinois was passed in October, and that is spurring a massive amount of interest in battery development in Illinois. I guess challenge that we're facing is that there are only so many ideal sites for battery development, distributed battery development in Illinois, and we want to make sure that we are fastest to market. So these dollars are going toward down payments with landowners, for instance, or earnest money that we need to put up, sometimes measured in the tens of thousands of dollars in order to secure sites for a period of time. That capital is often refundable, so it's not necessarily all tied up and lost forever. We do have a period of time in which we need to execute, or we can get some of that earnest money back. Other dollars will be spent with utilities studying the interconnection of these proposed systems. Each study costs anywhere from $15,000 to $30,000 to even $60,000 or more, and so these dollars are going toward those studies. And then finally, permitting costs are also not insignificant. So when we work with a county or a jurisdiction on approving these types of projects, we need to do often stormwater management plans. We need to do other detailed engineering, and those costs are significant.
Excellent. Thank you. Jackie, what would you like to know about this deal?
Well, I'd like to ask the captain a question or two. I was trying to do my fingers. I at one point I had them really well done. I had it down, and now I haven't practiced in a while. So just going back to your other two offerings, question: you indicate that you raise development capital. Is that correct? And those projects are getting sold. Is that right?
Yes, actually, for both of those raises, we're actually owning and operating those projects, and that's a big milestone for companies like us when we're able to get to a threshold in which banks are willing to invest, debt, their dollars to further our project.
Absolutely. So, just so I'm clear, those projects are through development, and are they in construction now?
They are going to be constructed in 2026, yes. They have not started construction. It is very cold and still snowy in the Midwest here.
Wonderful. And in what is your thesis or your methodology if you decide you raise the capital? Typically it's identified, if I've looked at some of the, I have old, just generally on Climatize, it's typically for development or construction. It's usually not for, owning and operating the system over time. And many times it's not even for operation, for construction. If you sell the project and the term of your offering is 3 years or 4 years or whatever, what is your plan? Do you plan to repay investors, and give them back that capital, given you actually got through the process earlier, maybe even than the majority of what plan? How do you manage your financials in that case?
Yes, for the specific projects in the two earlier raises, once those projects financially close, we will, through reimbursement and the construction loan, pay back that capital that we borrowed from Climatize. For these new projects, the battery projects that we're raising money for, the gestation period, these projects are much earlier in their cycle. And so we do not anticipate returning that capital, within the first year or potentially maybe 2 years. But yes, we will use those dollars specifically to spur the development at the very early stage.
Awesome. Question for you on the battery.
Jackie,
Tell
we
me.
need to give poor
Oh,
Leah
sorry.
a chance to ask a question.
Oh, I'm
Leah,
sorry.
go ahead.
Well, Jackie,
You
since David
go.
gave me the floor, I'm going to take it. Actually, your company, Eric, rated 4.86 over 5 on Kingscrowd. We do rate date deals, and that's a very, very high score. So congrats for that. And I completely understand why Paul already invested, why Jackie has 1,000 questions for you. And what you're doing is very important because the batteries storage is kind of the biggest gap in the clean grid that we're having right now. So thank you for fixing that. But for the people maybe that are on the call and don't really understand what are the risks of such projects, can you kind of walk us through the risk of developing a battery storage facility and how do you try to mitigate this risk?
Yes, excellent question. So those three categories that I kind of identified, there's by no means exhaustive of all of the elements that go into a development, but certainly the primary risks as we start to develop are with interconnection and with permitting. Once we have the site secure, usually we do a pretty good job of identifying and scanning for these locations. The utility has their own mapping software. We have our own mapping software, and there are other tools that we can use, such as pre-application screens with utility to gain that kind of very, very important data regarding exactly what is happening at that location in terms of the size of conductors, for instance, and whether or not it's three-phase. 34.5 kV, what exists at that specific point. So usually once we've got a pretty good indication on the queue and how much energy or capacity is available at a specific location, then we feel pretty good that that's a viable site. The next thing that we check is with the county or the city that has jurisdiction over that location. To test the waters and have a kind of early stage conversations with staff regarding our ability to permit at that location. Is it going to require a special use permit? Almost always it requires a special use permit, but in certain circumstances, either no permit is required, such as in Southern Illinois. That's what we found back in 2017 when we started doing this work at my previous company, and then or if it's not by right, maybe it's already a permissible use given the zoning designation of that particular parcel. So once we get those two things done, then it's, or once we've kind of crossed those items off the list, then it's usually, about timing. So these programs sometimes, will have a window of when they accept applications for fully developed projects. In this case, there is no program window, which is exciting because that means that pretty much if you bring a solid deal to the finish line, it will get done. And so there's no REC or renewable energy credit capacity restrictions. This is specifically it's going out, getting these sites. If we can cross off those couple early hurdles, as I mentioned, we should have a solid project.
Fantastic. Let me invite everyone to take a look at the deal. Visit s4g.biz/enterprise or scan that QR code to visit. What's the secret code to get the extra $50?
It's EENT50.
EENT50. That's excellent. Everybody go get your free $50 by investing today. Okay. Thank you very, very much. Great presentation. Love it. Now we're on to our last presenter. I'm going to bring on Kevin Wolf, who is the CEO and founder of Wind Harvest, another great company. I'm so proud of all these companies we've got on the show today. Eric, excuse me, Kevin, take it away.
Great. Well, thank you. I'm Kevin Wolf. I'm a CEO and co-founder of Wind Harvest. I like showing this picture here because it's the vision of what wind farms should look like in the future. And this vision has driven the company since its founding. It certainly brought me in as an early investor. And I basically, when I found this company and they told me about wind energy, it was like, oh, the only green energy at that time was hydroelectric dams. And I was a river rafter as my summer job in college. And I loved rivers and did not want to see any more of them lost to dams. And so when I learned about wind, I was all in, so to speak. I eventually became part of the new company in 2026 and became the CEO. And what drives me to move forward on this is, oh, here is this land. It's very windy down there. It's got the roads in place. You don't need to have new projects being built, and you can increase the amount of energy all over the world. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that in another slide. So the reason why you don't see vertical turbines down near the ground is they just can't handle turbulent wind. So it's laminar flow, smooth flow up above, but down near the ground, it is very turbulent. And so it needs a completely different kind of wind turbine. And people have been trying to do this for a very long time, and they haven't succeeded because they haven't had what we figured out how to do. A key thing was to move through these technology readiness level processes. The California Energy Commission and the Department of Energy now require that technology like ours, industrial scale technology, move through the technology readiness level processes. And we did that. It's a couple years between each process. It's millions of dollars. You have to build it. It takes 6 months to build it. You got to test it, install it, then you have to redesign it, and then do it again. But we have made it to the very end of the technology readiness level process. We are ready to go with a commercially ready turbine. I'll tell you a little bit about where that turbine is going because we're very excited to give some news about that. And what that process does is it led us to new patents. Some of the things like hinges between the blade arms and the blade solve the problem that has stopped almost every other vertical axis turbine that we know of from being able to survive in this tough environment. And we have a new patent on that. We picked up 8 new patents by going through this process and are telling the engineers, okay, now figure out how to make this cheaper, stronger, more efficient. And in the process, we picked up 8 new patents and have a really simple, well-protected turbine ready for the market. And the market is big. So around the world, we did this evaluation of thousands of wind farms in over 60 countries, found out about 20% of them have excellent wind speeds. Not all of them, but about 20%. And that's it's hundreds of billions of dollars in potential market. And the market could be the easiest to build because the roads are in place, the land is bought, the transmission lines are in place. And in the meantime, there's a distributed market. There's all these places that are windy near the ground, but they don't have the right technology to build it. They need short turbines. They need energy dense turbines. They need tough turbines. And we are the ones who have that product ready to go. So this is a picture of our turbines theoretically on a ridgeline in Maui. And you can say, there aren't that many places that are really windy in places like Hawaii and California, and you want to make good use of these places. And our turbines are much more likely to be very bird friendly compared to the horizontal axis turbines, and they're already bird friendly. No matter what you hear from President Trump, they are a bird friendly technology. Our turbines are 100% aluminum and steel. They last a very long time. They're recyclable. There's a lot of benefits to our technology. And we have projects in the pipeline. So for example, on a tribal land in Oklahoma, we're about to sign a contract this next week to supply our turbines to the casino there. And what they're really interested in is building out a very large project using our turbines, solar, and storage, and they want to attract a large AI data center. And with our turbines, they can reduce the amount of land they would need for solar alone by over 50%, and they get a very long-lasting technology, and we help them make use of the 50% investment tax credits that they could slip away. So I think I'm wrapping up here. We're raising money on Start Engine. Got a little QR code and how you can get access to it. We've raised a lot of money on crowdfunding. It's got us through this technology readiness levels. And now we're raising money on Start Engine equity in our Series A5 round to complete our certification and commercialization process. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Excellent job. Excellent job. Why don't we let's start with Leah. Leah, what do you think you would like to know about wind harvest?
Thank you, Devin. Hi, Kevin. So it looks like right now you're really about to commercialize. You're finally getting close. Can you walk us through the sales process? And actually, at the end of your slide deck, you have kind of what seems to be potential customers. Can you tell us more about what your sales pipeline look like right now? How difficult is it to close these sales? And when can you realistically start generating revenues?
Well, it's a very good question. So a lot of industrial scale technologies have trouble at the very end of the commercialization process because you need permits and you need off-takers, and those things take years. So if you have a certified turbine and you wait for certification, and then after certification, your customers start doing the process, then it's more years before you get a project in the ground. So we've been in the project development business. So we are finding our own projects. We are convincing the off-taker that they want our energy because we'll price it at lower than they will get energy already. And then we pay for the process of getting the permits, doing the bird studies, doing all of that kind of preliminary work. So we just de-risk it for them. Basically, we set up a limited liability company. The money flows through the limited liability company. The landowner, the off-taker don't have to take any risk. And as long as they're not having to take any risk and they have a big upside, eventually being able to own technology, get it at a lower price, make use of these investment tax credits, it seems to be that's our way in. So that's how we've done it with the tribes, with the folks down in the Caribbean, is take away the risk, and they're more than happy to let us take the risk and move it forward.
Fantastic. Fantastic. That's just great. Now, Jackie, what would you like to know?
So thank you very much. It was a great presentation, and I love wind technology. I don't care whether it's small or large. It's out there for the taking. So I'm just thrilled that you're working on this. I guess the question I have is it sounds like you've had some success with tribes and in the Caribbean. Is that right?
Right.
Sorry?
That is right.
That is right. And just in terms of the capital associated, and for those projects, you own them. Is that correct?
The law is tricky. You're the supplier of the technology, and this vendor, you can't own the project and make your margin immediately. And we want to make the margin immediately. So we set up a limited liability company, and we lend money to that limited liability company so that it can be the one who then orders the turbines from us. It's we've invested a lot in tax attorneys.
I was going to say
how to make use of the 40 and 50% investment tax credits.
Yes. Well, I mean, solar creates project companies which own the projects and et cetera, et cetera. So there's a level at which it sounds familiar. So the capital raise, the raise that you're doing right now, tell us, is it for one of those project companies? Is it for the overall company? And what exactly are you going to use the funds for?
So the good news is that this tribe in Oklahoma, that once our turbines on their casino, we're going to be able to sell those turbines to them. Originally, we were going to have to capitalize it completely ourselves, put it down the UL test facility in Texas, pay rent to be able to use it, and make no money for a year on them. So now we get to sell the turbines. So that reduces the amount of capital we need. But a lot of the capital then goes to, it's a year before we see other sales. So we have a runway of the company to keep our staff going. We have projects that we need to develop, and projects in development take money. So those are the other major uses of the capital.
And that's all going into the parent company, if you will, or the main company.
I'm sorry, say that question again. You broke up.
I'm just clarifying the LLC that is separate that you lend to. That's not a subsidiary of your company, is that correct?
No,
it's a
that is
separate
project
standalone.
company. That's the standalone company.
Yeah, and you guys are the managers of that company. Is that how it works?
You are right. We get to be the project developer. We get hired by the LLC to be the project developer. And then once it's all together, the first investor is the ones with the tax credits. They get all that first. And there's a secondary investor that then takes over ownership.
Understood. Thank you very much.
All righty. Paul, what would you like to know?
Yeah, Kevin, I have been kind of looking at your project for some years. And me, what you're building seems like the only wind energy project I see in the crowdfunding space that's actually economically viable. This is just my own opinion. I think you're onto something, but you've been at it for 10 years and it's raised around, I think, 18 million over the company's history. And you're currently in a cash position that requires additional funding from the documents I reviewed. So for this next phase, getting to first revenue with the St. Croix project or this, the Oklahoma project, help us understand the capital plan. How much capital do you actually need to get from where you are today to generating your first dollar of revenue? And what are the specific gates you've built in to validate you're on the right track before needing the next tranche?
All good questions. So the news that we'll announce in the next week or so is that we do have our first sale. It'll be in June of 2026 for around $1 million. And that's the 2 turbines that we sell to the casino. We also get to sell our Model 3.1 because it's a very good turbine. It's just not our commercial version. They're looking for it as an attraction to bring tourists to their casino, as well as have a lower price of energy. So there's sale number 1 here in about 6 months. Sales number 2 is they're lining up and we take 50% deposits. And that deposit predominantly comes out of the transferability platform that the investment tax credits are now allowed to do. So we're looking at something like, if all goes well, we'll hit $50 million in sales in 2027, of which most of those sales start in 2026 on projects price in the process of how those projects order turbines, etc. So we are looking at being potentially profitable by the end of 2027. And if we can get more working capital, then our amount of overall capital that we need is going to be less. If we can't get working capital from banks, et cetera, then we're going to need probably an extra, between $15 and $20 million more. And almost all that additional capital is working capital to handle the amount of sales that we have in 2027 and all the things that go on between ordering components, getting deposits, getting them paid, when you get your final payment from your limited liability company that's buying this. So we're looking at roughly an initial $4 million now, and then an additional $15 million or so, and then we don't need any more capital. And it could be less if we get some ways to bring capital in besides needing equity for that working capital.
Fantastic. Well, Kevin, the next phase of our program is our 1-minute closing arguments. And we're going to go in reverse order that we did before. So you are the first to give your closing argument. What would be your 1-minute closing argument for why people should invest in you and vote for you in this competition?
Well, the number one thing is people want to do big things with their money. They want to see big changes happen in the world if they can. And they would like to think that, there's a chance that our capital, my investment will make a big return. Well, those two things are going to happen with us. That we're going to open this enormous wind resource that people have been looking at for a long time but haven't been able to do. And because the valuation of a company like ours at this time, its pre-commercialization is a lot lower than it'll be after we hit certification and sales, now is the right time to invest. So that's the big reasons I think that people should invest. It's the technology is pretty much proven, the markets are there, and we're ready for it.
Fantastic. Well, I think this is just a compelling investment. Let me see if I can pull this up real quickly. There's the QR code, folks. Invest at s4g.biz/harvest. There's the QR code. Thank you very, very much, Kevin. We're going to move on to the next closing argument, which will be Eric from Enterprise Energy. Where did I hide Eric? There he is. Eric, it's your turn for a closing argument. Eric, are you there? Eric, are you there? Okay, we'll give you a second to get together and we'll come back to you. We'll go to Mark next. Mark, are you ready?
Sure, I'm happy to do that.
Excellent. Take the time. Take your 60
Okay,
seconds.
thank you. So tonight we've talked about climate resilience and what happens when the grid fails. If you've ever been through a blackout and found yourself without power, you know that feeling. Clean energy doesn't matter if people can't access it when they need it most. At IFG, we're building what's missing: reliable, emission-free power that works indoors, outdoors, and when everything else goes dark. No fossil fuels, no noise, no compromise. This is tested. We are tested. It's real. And it's needed by families, communities, first responders. And anyone who believes power should never be a point of failure. Tonight, you have a choice. You can applaud innovation, or you can own a piece of it. We've opened EFG to everyday investors on WeFunder because the clean energy transition should be accessible to everyone. If you believe in resilient power, clean climate impact, and backing solutions that work, then just come and join us. Invest in EFG, help us deliver power where it matters most.
Fantastic. Great closing arguments. I appreciate that. Here's the, I got a partner helping me out. And anyway, s4g.biz/EFG, scan the QR code. There you go. Thank you very, very much, Mark. Great job. Let's go to Eric back. Let's see if we can get Eric. Eric, you ready?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes. Take your 60 seconds now and give us your closing argument.
Awesome. The energy transition is the single greatest economic shift of our lifetime. And right now, Illinois has just opened a $10 billion door with the Clean and Reliable Grid Act. The question is, who will walk through it? We aren't guessing at that outcome. My team has done this before, deploying over $1 billion in capital and executing a successful exit just 3 years ago. We have the blueprint to turn every single dollar of development capital into more than $10 of value, and we do it on a timeline of months, not years. We are asking for your vote today because we are the only minority-owned developer ready to capture this market immediately. Vote for experience, vote for speed, vote for Enterprise Energy. Let's live long and prosper together.
I love it. Let's live long and prosper together. You can see the QR code on the screen there. Scan that, or s4g.biz/enterprise. If you prefer, that'll take you right to the offering page. You can check it out, where several of us already confessed we've invested in some of the other deals that Enterprise and Eric have done. So great job, Eric. Thank you very, very much for being with us. Stick around. Our next and final closing arguments will be from Joe Dolan of EcoSave Technology. Joe, are you ready to go?
Yes, Devin, thank you.
Excellent.
To recap, our groundbreaking ESTO core technologies removes contaminants on a molecular level instantly, returning clean water to the source. We currently have 3 exciting market applications: storm drain interceptors, oil spill response and remediation, and industrial usage cleaning expensive coolant. They represent hundreds of billions of dollars in total market where our technology is desperately needed. Currently, we are applying to the Port Authority's Blue Incubator Group. We are working with Bender CCP on an industrial contract. We have met with the Port of San Diego or the Airport Authority, who plan to use parking structure rainwater for non-potable use. It's interesting. They want to use the water for restroom toilets and rental car washes. And we've been asked to submit a pitch deck for the Chinese government as well. So we've just been all over the place lately. We want you to know that we take your trust and your investments seriously. To mitigate some of the investment risk, we pledge that if any or all of our company is sold, we will return your initial investment through WeFunder as a dividend, allowing you to retain your holdings. So hopefully that mitigates some of your risk. Please invest now. Our company is ready to explode. So please help. Thank you.
Fantastic. I love it. This is such an interesting, who doesn't drink water? None of us. So we all need this to work. S4G.biz/ecosave. Scan the QR code there. And, it's only, a $70 billion marketplace that you're playing in. So very intriguing. Yeah, that's right. U.S. marketplace. And it's a global marketplace. So it's infinitely larger.
Right.
Fantastic. Stick around with us while we count the votes, Joe. I'm now going to invite our judges onto the screen. They are going to deliberate right in front of you, so you can watch this deliberation as it happens while you vote. So I'm going to start the clock. Give me a second. I'm going to need 15 seconds to get this properly loaded. But here it comes. But we're going to start the clock. But go ahead, judges, have at it.
Okay, which one do we want to? Why don't we start with EcoSave? Leah, what do you want to say about it?
Yeah, for me, it's a company that is solving a big need. But my one fear with this company is that they are trying to provide 3 different solutions, and I'm afraid that it's a little bit too much. What about you, Jackie? What do you think about EcoSave?
I absolutely hear what you're saying. I think it's fine to post that these are the different ways, but they need to focus on the one easier thing to get done, get that traction, get revenue going. It wasn't clear. I kind of heard 2 messages. On one hand, they are focusing there because the conversations about, we're talking to the Port Authority, whatever, made me feel like they're focusing on stormwater filters. But I would agree with you that if they're going to go after all 3, that's too much too early. But I think product is critical, and it's kind of a no-brainer. It's like big problem. Yeah, technology obviously is special, but it's kind of a simple solution and can be applied everywhere, like now. So I like the solution.
Yeah, my own thought is that this is a real solution. This is super viable. The issue is that this is deep technology. It's going to take time for implementation, and there's a real need for patient capital on this, which I think is fine. Also, I don't have a problem with that. I do think this team needs to prove themselves a little bit because they've taken over what Benny has done, and I think that's a very positive step. I also think if a client of mine brought this deal to me and if it was suitable for them, I would say go for it. So let's move on to the next one. Let's talk about enterprise. Why don't I kick it over to you, Jackie?
Yeah, look, these are folks that are experienced. It's not clear to me how experienced they are in the battery sector. which is a very special sector and has to be executed in a very particular way. And managing batteries and things like that, setting them up properly is so we didn't hear about their experience in this sector. But they're developers, they've been around, and a lot of folks are doing these. They're facing a big opportunity. I guess the only thing is the question I think that I am wrestling with is, do we want to go for something that is, yeah, there's some risk, but it's tried and true, and this is just about, if it's not them doing it, it's going to be somebody else, as opposed to supporting a new technology that has more binary risk in my mind. And I think that's a piece of what we need to wrestle with here as a team, as to how do we value those two things.
Exactly. Yeah. Enterprise energy is just entering a way more fragmented market. They're not bringing any edge, but they're really entering a domain for energy, cheap energy, and sometimes clean energy in the market. And really, the gap right now in the development of clean technologies is the lack of battery storage solutions. You have great wind turbine farms, you have great solar farms, but the problem is, how do you actually get to use that, all of that electricity, that energy that is produced overnight? So really, for me, the need is the big exciting factor about enterprise energy. And I think, related to my question that I had for Eric, the big minus for me here is the risk. I feel like these projects always have time risk, capital risk, a lot of development risk that are associated with construction. You can have the price of materials that will go up. You can have some sort of permitting issues. I'm not sure if they're using tax credit, but we know that unfortunately this is a bit recently. So, but I still like enterprise energy. And Paul, you already invested, so tell us, what made you invest in the company?
Well, I loved the experience, and also I also like how they're very thoughtful on their execution plan. I think they have very stated objectives that they want to do. And to me, when I'm looking at this, it reminds me of a real estate deal. And that's where my background is originally, is evaluating real estate investments. So I kind of was like, oh, this looks like a real estate deal with the way they had it structured. And I know it's a lot of it is constructing, you are building things. And I'm very familiar with those risks and comfortable with them, because this is what real estate developers deal with all the time. Similar stuff. I know it's a little bit different. Obviously, there's a lot of technology that's going on. Not new technology, but there is technology. The one thing is that they have a lot of stuff going on. I would say that concerns me a little bit, is all their projects happening, but all those projects could help. It could provide some sort of synergistic effect as well. So, I love them. Obviously, invested in it, and but there is some concern. So let's move on to emission-free generators. And let me just say this about them. I was super impressed when I was reading through their offerings, reading through the comments, reading through their updates. This, to me, I don't know if I've ever seen a professional startup company, but if there was such a thing, this kind of seemed like it would be it. Of course, the big risk is that no one's ever done this technology at this massive scale. And I do think $2,000 for a unit for renters in apartment building, that 127 million, I'm going to push back a little bit on that. I'm not sure if they can afford a unit like that, but oddly enough, I saw that they even thought through subsidies through utility companies to get people who can't afford these. So very well thought out company. Yeah, Jackie, what about you?
Yeah, I guess for me, that there is this the real opportunity in my mind is what else can this technology do? Because while it is, uh, it's not like, oh, well, I can keep my home office going for 12 hours when my refrigerator isn't going and my other, like it is, it, but I think the hope here is that if this technology does get out there and it's really gets commercialized and they can build it out so it's more powerful. I didn't get a chance to really tease that out of the conversation, but that's where this gets really exciting. It is a completely different way to do things. And there are alternatives that folks have, and there's a lot of plug and play now, solar, where people can like hang it up in their house and and it can run a small piece of equipment, and it's very big in Europe and things like that. But it's really the potential for, if this can actually get commercialized and then get more empowered over time, that's when this becomes a game changer to me. Otherwise, wasn't so interesting.
I'll summarize kind of the thought here. It looks like we have a product that is a very good product, very exciting, but we see adoption risk. And one of it is because of the price. I was actually very impressed by the amount of pre-orders that they got. And it's still a company that is excited for me. I just wonder, is the apartment really the best market for them? Maybe you have a couple homeowners that actually will want to own that because maybe they need it in the winter, or they will need that product at night, and just batteries are not a solution for them. So we have to think about that. And let's close quickly with Wind Harvest. Wind Harvest for me is a company with a strong potential in terms of revenue generation, and the time risk, the capital risk is strong because unfortunately in the last couple of years they have been facing several issues that have delayed their go-to-market, and so that's the biggest risk for me. What about you, Paul?
Yeah, I would agree with you. That is the biggest risk that I see with Wind Harvest. I really like Kevin, and he's been at this for over a decade. And that's a huge signal I look for in founders, is their commitment to the project. And I mean, Kevin is committed. I mean, totally committed, and he's been doing these steps. Jackie?
Yeah, I think, it's a capital intensive thing. And that's tough. And as opposed to a less capital intensive, where there's, what you have to put in order to get out is very different. I think they're close. And I think if they have the contract with, it sounded to me, with the reservation, and they have the other contract. And to me, I think they're as close as they've ever been. And I find that really exciting, but big capital investments.
All right, let's quickly pick a winner. I'm going to have to go with the mission-free generators, just because I was so surprised with how well thought out they were with just about everything that's going on. So I did not expect to pick them on this day, but I'm really, really impressed with what they got going on. Leah?
I actually was about to go with the same company as well. Yes, the price point is a little bit high, but and the market is a little bit small as well. But just the pre-orders that they have, I'm thinking, all right, maybe there's something there, and I just want to keep looking at them and see where they're going. What about you, Jackie?
I was not leaning towards going with them, just because I look at the current state of it. It just doesn't excite it. Yes, it's a new technology. It doesn't excite me just in terms of what it can do. But I think there is the potential for it to, like, if this can actually start to do more, now we're talking. So on the other hand, I would go with the EcoSave, because obviously, I would advise them to focus on one thing. I think that product is it can be used in, if I understand it correctly, so many places now, and have a huge impact on water and the quality of our water. I would go with them and take the risk that they're going to get organized to get this product out the door. So I will go with EcoSave.
Awesome.
So we have 2 votes for EFG and 1 for EcoSave. What are we going to do, team?
We go with you can convince me over. Does it have to be unanimous?
It hasn't been in the past, but
yeah. I'm a split. So therefore, I'm going to split, just because I absolutely love EcoSave, and I'm rooting for them because I see its immediate applicability. But the professionalism and the potential for the hydrogen generator is like, that is, so I'm comfortable with going with the hydrogen generator, if that's what we want to do. So totally flex.
Okay, I'm just gathering the final count, verifying the votes on the oh my gosh, this has never happened.
What's
happening?
Never
in the history of Super Crowd Live Pitch ever happened. I have verified the votes; they're all valid. We have a tie. So you guys chose EFG as the judge's choice winner over Jackie's objection, and the tie for the Super Crowd Award never happened before. We get so many votes, it seems like it's absolutely impossible. It'd be almost like getting a tie for president when there are this many people voting. But that's not what happened. We have a tie, and the tie is between, I want to be really careful, EcoSave Technologies and Enterprise Energy. So interesting triple win. Oh my gosh, that's so interesting. I think it goes without saying that doesn't mean that Wind Harvest isn't a great opportunity.
Great.
But I really want to celebrate all of those winners today. And I want to invite all of the companies who pitched, all those CEOs, and any of their colleagues who purchased VIP passes, to pop into that VIP networking session that will be starting in 20 minutes, and pop into the backstage now while we go through a couple of other things as we wrap up. Judges Jackie, Paul, Leah, thank you so much. What a great session. Oh my gosh, I just thought this was terrific. You were great. Thank you very, very much. And we'll look forward to continuing our work together. Thank you so much. It's now my pleasure to reintroduce Professor Alan Tratner, who is the co-host for SuperGreen Live. Alan is, he helped organize the original Earth Day 56 years ago, and has devoted his entire career since that day to climate change solutions. And he's just such a positive guy. He brings that positive energy to everything he does. And so he's always, rather than be kind of the doomsayer and the naysayer, he's been the advocate for the positive, for the solutions, working with entrepreneurs and nonprofits to launch and move forward to find the solutions. I admire that tremendously. So let me bring Alan onto the stage. Alan, are you there? Alan. Oh my gosh. Alan, join us. I don't know where Alan went, but okay. I apologize that there he is. There he is. Alan, it's time for your closing thoughts on the day. We've got about 9 minutes for you.
Okay. I'm glad I wasn't pitching today. This is kind of cool. I'm going to say again, this whole involvement in creating with you Super Green Live has been an amazing run, and we have another full day on Saturday that'll be spectacular. But what I can see right now, and you're right about what we do at Green to Gold Incubator and all these, we were the original pioneering incubator globally that was about impact and the transition to sustainability and creating a global inclusive green economy. That's what I was all about. When people were saying, let's save the whales and hug the trees and do whatever, all that was absolutely necessary, was the activism, the excitement about doing something that was positive for all the pollution that we were doing, poisoning the earth, the land, and the water, and the sea, and ourselves, and all the other species. And that activism actually propelled me into continuing to do what we've been doing in the world, and why you put me on Oprah and Good Morning America and CNN 5 times and every kind of publication globally, and traveled the planet about renewable energy and sustainable economic development. But what I'm seeing right now in Super Green Live, at a time that we need it so much, when all these incredible climate-driven disasters are affecting the whole world, everyone sees it, you can't deny it, and the scientists are watching the polls and really concerned about the melting that's taking place, what it could do to seawater rise. It's already affecting islands in the Pacific and other places. This is the chance in a forum in Super Green Live about how capital from the individual, especially through equity crowdfunding, the democratization of investing for accredited, unaccredited, anyone that can make a difference. And you can champion these causes, as you saw in the wonderful pitch opportunity. There are technologies that will make a gigantic step and change, and we need it. And they all will end up producing good green jobs if they're successful, and they will impact the environment. They will make us come back into balance and harmony with the planet, the biosphere. Buckminster Fuller, who I actually worked with before he passed away, he wrote the foreword of the book that I did, a co-wrote, that was Energy, Earth, and Everyone. And that's what it's all about. We are one species on spaceship Earth with millions of other species in harmony in an ecosystem, a biosphere that keeps us alive. There's no planet or plan B, folks. This is it. And we've got to make this, for our generation and future generations, the utopia it could be, where everybody is uplifted. There is hope. There is clean energy and clean water and food security, and that we're being good about being stewards of regenerative ag and all the things that we have to do. And look at the technology the last 2 days that we've been focusing on showcasing, the chances for everyone to make that little investment, or the big investment if you have it. But equity crowdfunding gives you opportunity to participate. And by the way, that creates more economic development, sustainable economic development, what our incubator has been about. We've always been saying, bring a green to gold incubator to your community, put the stakeholders together, have a micro manufacturing hub, and you see these kinds of projects and inventions and technologies and breakthroughs that should be supported. And each one has a place. Now, there's always competitors, and there's new technology all the time. That's the inventiveness of humanity all over the place, always happening. But the ones that get to the point, that Paul pointed out, actually, when they have a solid structure of the people involved, they have a plan that they're sticking to, they're passionate about it, they're raising capital, they have the technology ready to deploy. Those are great opportunities to be behind. But it doesn't end there. In equity crowdfunding, you can support anything that is something close to your heart. Ventures that work in pets and toys and games and novelties that are green, as we heard yesterday in our demo day. All those kinds of things are possibilities that you can support. Having non-toxic and fun and green supply chain and cradle to cradle concern for giving toys to kids or helping your pets or whatever it might be. Those are just as important as renewable energy and energy storage and everything else that we're doing. But I'm going to tell you something. I agreed a lot with Jackie about this water issue and about how that one company can make such a big difference in a technology that should be and could be deployable across the whole planet. In all the water, stormwater runoff, and from municipalities and mixing that, and then also solving the issue of oil spills and other toxic spills. And so look at the opportunities that are here and what you're seeing in the Super Green Live. And I'm just so thrilled. Tomorrow we're going to be talking about fashion and sustainable fashion and that's a big issue about what happens in the clothing industry and the waste and recycling and the energy that goes into it and water and materials and coming up with better solutions, but also enjoying the creativity of the designers that we're going to have and their fashions and what they're doing. And then at the end of that is a wonderful story about a woman entrepreneur that invented incredible products for babies, bamboo-based diapers and all this stuff, and got rated highly in the industry against 250,000 other products, something like 22 position or whatever. This is the kind of opportunity that all of us can take advantage of. That's what's so lovely about Super Green Live and what we've created here with Devin, the oracle of equity crowdfunding, all the years he's put into it. And look, he actually invests. That's different. He doesn't just walk the walk. He actually invests in the walk and the talk. So I'm loving this all the way around. And my joy has been, even at the end of every day so far, is the VIP network. And if you have that ticket and you're a speaker and a presenter and you're part of us and you're the investor that was signed up, you can be with us coming up now. And it's very exciting to interact and get introduced to those people and have an opportunity to dialogue with them, get them know them better. Strategic alliances come out of this in a way that is phenomenal. That's what I just learned yesterday. My first day, and being in the back room and then doing the networking in the evening like we're going to do now, it was just amazing. And so I can't congratulate Devin and his whole team, Chandra, everybody else, Jackie being one of our advisors, Gene, everybody else that's been helping us get to this project. And tomorrow is another exciting day. And I think we have some more entertainment lined up, right, Devin?
Yeah. We've got more entertainers. We've got the fashion. Tomorrow is going to be really a fun day. We kind of designed Saturday to be a little bit more fun, and it's going to be more fun. Well, Alan, it has been so fun to work with you on this project, and I'm glad you called out Jackie and Gene, who have really helped us, along with Prosperous and Chandon, who helped us plan and organize this for months. And I'm really grateful to them too. And I'm glad that you pointed out Jackie Logan from Honeycomb Credit and Gene Massey from Media Shares have really stepped up. Chandon is the producer of the show, and he works so hard. I would point out that right now it is, I think, 6 a.m. in Dhaka, where Chandon lives. And he's been up all night producing the show for us. And everything that works is because of him. Everything that doesn't work is because of me. That's kind of how that goes. But he's tremendous. He's tremendous. Well, thank you very, very much. I'm going to just share a couple of thoughts as we wrap up. But we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
And to VIP networking.
Yeah. We'll see you a few minutes in the VIP networking for sure. I want to just, I suggested something this morning that I want to come back to now as we think about the best way to wrap up this day. The reality is there is a huge difference between someone who's thought about becoming an investor, an impact investor especially. Virtually all of us are investors. We have a car. We tied up capital in that. That's an investment. Many of us own a home. Many of us have a bank account. That is a form of investment. we're almost all investors. But very few are deliberate about investing for impact. And those who've been doing it for years have been the wealthiest people on the planet. It's been, quite honestly, the family offices of billionaires is where this really started. It was these super rich people talking about how to deploy their money to have some impact. Some would argue maybe they were feeling like they needed to make up for some of the ways they became billionaires. I don't know. I don't want to judge. But the reality is that's where it began. Institutions started playing, but a lot of the structures that were created tended to be open only to the very wealthiest people. Like if you want to invest in many municipal bonds, sometimes those offerings are privately placed. They're not publicly placed. So if you want to invest in a light rail system in a new metropolitan area where they're going to raise $3 billion, you and I are typically not invited, not allowed to participate in a lot of those transactions, all kinds of things where we're simply not participating, not allowed. This crowdfunding space has changed the game, and it allows all of us to participate in investments that will change the world for good. So I'm going to walk you through just a couple of really practical tips. Let's be really clear about this. There are a few websites that allow you to do $10 investments, and very few, honestly, consistently. There are a few that will let the issuer decide. I once saw on a portal on Net Capital, great portal. They once had an offering where the minimum investment was $1. I presume no one actually did that, but maybe, who knows? But Climatize, SMBX does it too, but at Climatize, which is a climate-focused offering, Will Wiseman was on the program earlier today. We also had Enterprise Energy that just was one of our winners for the Super Crowd Award, is on Climatize right now. They're doing a $50 reward for anyone who invests. I don't know the deal terms. We talked a little bit about that. Check it out. But Climatize is kind of unique in that they will take $10 initial as the floor, as the minimum investment. Now, I've talked to Will, in private, and the average investment on that platform is pretty large, despite that tiny minimum, because sophisticated, smart people with resources are investing on that platform. But no extra fees, no change in economics, simple pro rata economics. Climatize will let you and me participate with an investment of $10. That's pretty cool. Climatize.earth is the website. It really is. You can go there and you can look at all the deals. We are right now raffling off. Chandon, if you're still awake, maybe you could throw up the raffle, the drawing link and for us. But if you enter the drawing, we will enter you for the chance to invest $250. You keep the investment. We provide the capital. You get to be an investor in one of the 4 companies who pitched today. You pick which one. Could even be Wave Harvest. Could be any of the 4. You choose. But those that are on Climatize, the Climatize folks, you can invest for as little as $10. And here's what I want you to do. I want you to think about if you can afford to invest $10 and never see it again. Right? If you could do that and it wouldn't alter your lifestyle, I would invite you to go to Climatize tonight. It'll take 10 minutes. Yeah, it's going to take 10 minutes. Go to Climatize, take 10 minutes, put $10 in, and become an impact investor. Now, you will learn some things in that process. And every time you make an investment, you will learn more. So I encourage you to start small and learn the process of doing due diligence. Learn the process of becoming an investor. The most difficult investment you will ever make of this type, the most difficult impact investment you'll ever make is the first one. So I challenge you, I invite you, if you can afford to lose $10, don't spend a whole lot of time trying to figure out the due diligence and all the rules and all the regulations. Go do it. Spend 10 minutes and $10 and become an impact investor. You will learn more by that in that 10 minutes, perhaps, than you've learned all day about what it takes to be an impact investor. All righty. This is, I think, just an incredible day. And I really want to thank everyone who participated in the day. I'm proud to have been a part of it. What we saw yesterday was inspiring. We saw so many diverse entrepreneurs pitch and present yesterday. It was really remarkable. The demo day, we had some beautiful music yesterday. We'll have more beautiful music tomorrow, more great content tomorrow. It's just going to be fabulous. Great speakers all day long. We've got the music. We've got all kinds of greatness that you are going to enjoy tomorrow. So I really want to encourage you not to miss a minute. This is really worth doing. Again, I want to come back and congratulate EcoSave and Enterprise Energy for winning the really valuable, meaningful SuperCrowd Award. There are prizes being granted to all of these winners. Holy cow, this is really an unprecedented thing that they're going to take those prizes. You saw what it looked like to me is some of those investor judges had been convinced by some of those pitches to invest money that they weren't thinking about investing when they woke up this morning. That is meaningful as well. And I hope that will happen. Now, tomorrow we'll have great stuff going on all day. I invite you to come back. Don't miss it. With that, I am going to say good night. Thank you very, very much for being with us, and we'll see you in the morning.
Welcome to SuperGreen Live, the biggest event of the year at the intersection of climate solutions and impact crowdfunding. Upgrade now to VIP for just $25 to get the full experience. VIP tickets include access to and a listing in the VIP directory, a backstage pass during 24 hours of live programming, 3 VIP networking sessions, speaker slides and handouts, and an invitation to the private LinkedIn group. Scan the QR code now.
Raising capital, it's not just marketing, it's securities law. Most deals, they don't fail because of the returns that are offered.
They fail because of compliance mistakes.
And that's what we do every day.
We help entrepreneurs raise money the right way
before problems ever start. If you're raising capital,
talk to crowdfunding lawyers first.
Digital Niche Agency is the top investor acquisition agency. DNA has helped founders raise over 9 figures via regulated investment crowdfunding with a 3-pronged strategy using digital advertising, content marketing, and strategic outreach. Book a call today.
Hello, my name is Brian Figueroa. I'm the CEO of Green Tech. We're a renewable energy development company that specializes on cutting-edge technologies like graphene batteries. Get back with me at brian@greentech.io, TEK.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gene Massey with Media Shares, an equity crowdfunding marketing agency, and we're happy to be participating in SuperGreen Live.
Green to Gold and the SuperCrowd wish to thank our supporting sponsors, Azure Printed Homes and Little Toes, for their financial support. We similarly extend gratitude to our media sponsors, Regenerative Media TV and Community 3.0X. SuperGreen Live is hosted by the 501c3 nonprofit Green to Gold in partnership with the SuperCrowd Inc., a public benefit corporation. You can make a tax-deductible donation to support our climate-focused collaboration at 4sc.fund/donate or by scanning the QR code. Help us accelerate climate solutions now.
Being there. And so I think Kevin's going to come in. Joseph and Mark, Kevin, you guys, is incredible. I know what the pressure is. We used to do the Clean Business Investment Summit in California at UCSB where I was, in our incubator in Santa Barbara. And, to train...
Welcome to SuperGreen Live, the biggest event of the year at the intersection of climate solutions and impact crowdfunding. Upgrade now to VIP for just $25 to get the full experience. VIP tickets include access to and a listing in the VIP directory, a backstage pass during 24 hours of live programming, 3 VIP networking sessions, speaker slides and handouts, and an invitation to the private LinkedIn group. Scan the QR code now.
Raising capital, it's not just marketing, it's securities law. Most deals, they don't fail because of the returns that are offered.
They fail because of compliance mistakes.
And that's what we do every day.
We help entrepreneurs raise money the right way
before problems ever start. If you're raising capital,
talk to crowdfunding lawyers first.
Digital Niche Agency is the top investor acquisition agency. DNA has helped founders raise over 9 figures via regulated investment crowdfunding with a 3-pronged strategy using digital advertising, content marketing, and strategic outreach. Book a call today.
Hello, my name is Brian Figueroa. I'm the CEO of Green Tech. We're a renewable energy development company that specializes on cutting-edge technologies like graphene batteries. Get back with me at brian@greentech.io, TEK.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gene Massey with Media Shares, an equity crowdfunding marketing agency, and we're happy to be participating in SuperGreen Live.
Green to Gold and the SuperCrowd wish to thank our supporting sponsors, Azure Printed Homes and Little Toes, for their financial support. We similarly extend gratitude to our media sponsors, Regenerative Media TV and Community 3.0X. SuperGreen Live is hosted by the 501c3 nonprofit Green to Gold in partnership with the SuperCrowd Inc., a public benefit corporation. You can make a tax-deductible donation to support our climate-focused collaboration at 4sc.fund/donate or by scanning the QR code. Help us accelerate climate solutions now.